3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Sentry in position.
Barrier unsuccessful.
No time to waste. We need that lead back.
Stay near the immortality field.
Outfought.
Barrier has fallen. Lost to the cosmos.
Threat
Destroying the barrier.
Good to see you.
Got the room. Hi.
Activating the barrier.
You're a big guy, aren't you?
The universe.
This ends now.
That's what I like to see.
How are you?
If I went out.
Let's group up.
Killing pile on the.
Sorry.
Robot is on the move.
Schrodinger's lead.
Coming through.
Climbing that.
Not so fast. This is getaway time.
Face the sunrise.
Light them up.
My barrier is gone.
Secure and ready to move.
To me. Activating the barrier.
Hold my feet.
Regen up.
Aligning sentry.
worrying development.
I am with the robot.
You must be more cautious.
How's that for sound therapy?
Not so fast. This ends now. Headshot. Cooling down.
Viene mal suyo!
Approaching the final destination.
Come to me!
Not so fast. This ends now. Area denial.
나이스!
굿.
악사로 가네?
아 모르겠다. 악순가?
We started with 8 teams from around the world here at BlizzCon 2023, and now we're down to just the final 4. This is it. It's time to find out who our next Overwatch World Cup champion will be, and the action starts right now.
Hello and welcome to the second and final day of the Overwatch World Cup 2023. My name is Zoe Schmidt, and joining me here for all the festivities are Danny Lim, Jake Lion, and Johnny Snowden with an action-packed first day. Yes, the matches were on a one-sided spectrum.
True.
But
it was so
today's
exciting.
might be a lot closer. It was very exciting, and it's always made more exciting because I get to sit here watching all of the action with my friends, and so can you. So make sure to host a watch party. That's right. You see it on your screen. That's the URL you need to use, and then you two can get together with your community and have some fun. We had Costa and other streamers in the building as well.
Yeah,
hosting
Flat's
watch
doing
parties.
one, J3's doing one here at BlizzCon. So,
That's
you know,
right.
if you're here at BlizzCon, you can go check out some of the other watch parties.
Exactly. You can just like insert yourself into the party. Like, you just
Well,
be
you
there.
can watch it. You can watch
Yeah,
it.
you can watch it for sure, for sure. You also will be awarded with not just great things on your screen, you will also earn some drops, and that includes name cards, sprays, skins, all the goodies. All of that is going to happen on the Twitch Play Overwatch channel, so it's worth a while. You know, it's worth your time.
Let's dive.
Let's dive. It's actually
Rush him.
it's actually such a good
Rush him, let's
spray.
dive.
I'm gonna get stickers and just like go put like "Let's dive" like on the
Let's dive.
wall, like random places.
I like
Let's
it.
dive.
What?
Rush him.
Good.
What's a little vandalism among friends?
That's right. That's the spirit.
I'll do it at home
That's
in
the
my house.
spirit.
In my house.
Steph will appreciate that a lot, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, guys, we do have 2 semifinal matches happening today, and we will determine which teams will make it all the way to the finals for a chance for gold and the big bag. That's right, and you can still contribute to said bag. If we hit 750,000, actually everyone gets access to 16 weapon charms for all of our teams that qualify to the group stages. I love weapon charms, so yeah, keep it coming, keep on at it. All 43 teams will get a share of the overall prize pool as well. Love the crowdfunding there, and I love the teams we have in our bracket. Intense quarterfinal matches have concluded yesterday, and now we are in the semi-final
I
stage
mean,
of things. But
It's
honestly,
stacked. These are
so
the four
stacked.
best
gonna be
teams
good.
in the World Cup. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like we said yesterday, any of these four could win, Joey.
yeah, and we know they can play close. Like each and every one of those teams have played so very competitive, and they all look so very clean. Like especially if we're looking at Finland and KSA. I mean, yeah, Finland dropped that one match in the group stage against South Korea, but every other thing they played was business straight. Like they came to perform, didn't break a sweat. It was just like another day in the office. KSA has been so dominant. They've been dominant in contenders. They continue their role right here on the Overwatch World Cup stage. What's their secret here, Johnny? What's their biggest strength you see on both of those rosters?
I mean, I've been quite surprised actually by how well Saudi Arabia is actually playing this Sigma composition because, you know, throughout the entire year we talk about like, oh, they're four compositions, they're this like unique team in European contenders, right? But they've been rock solid on this Sigma composition, and Quartz has been a standout hitscan player as well. But it's been the Sigma players to me who's really stood out. We have two former Overwatch League players on here, you know, KSA, he had a stint on the Vancouver Titans, for example. And also you got Vestola, right, who spent some time on the Vegas Eternal in 2022 when he participated in that tournament, right? So these two Sigma players has been really solid for both their teams. And it's another one of these things where like we have the World Cup tournament and we get to see some of these players that we don't really get to see in Tier 1 Overwatch esports. They come out here, they play their A game and really introduce themselves to the masses. So I'm looking out for both of these tank players. Also a bit of, you know, a revenge match here, because most recently in European contenders, you had Vestola on his team lose in a best of 7 against Twisted Minds that obviously featured KSA, of course. So there's a bit of a European contenders rivalry here between two really solid teams on this Sigma matchup.
It's been great to see two of these teams who I think are like the most unknown, with the most players from contenders or even players like just making their name here at the Overwatch World Cup. These are the two teams that are most committed to locking in what we call the meta right now with this Sigma Rush style. It's been the team from China and a team from South Korea that have been more off meta, more playing their own looks, trying to make their own style work, which I think it still can. But you know, what a surprise to see these sort of underdogs come in and dominate established names, playing dominant strategies, taking the mirror match with confidence. So for me, I think any of the four teams can win. It's gonna really come down to whose vision of the game is correct, who has the right read on the meta. And then there's that X factor of who pops off in the moment on stage. Honestly, especially looking at the team from China's comps, it's like, strategically, I think there might be better options, but when you're on that level, playing so aggressive, it feels like nothing can stop you sometimes.
Let's actually talk about the team from China, because quite frankly, I mean, we know it's a stacked roster front to back and up and down, but really what you will have your eyes on here, it's gotta be the DPS duo of Shy and Leaf. They've been lights out.
Yeah, look, when it comes to the World Cup, we're always like, oh, you know, South Korea, they're so stacked. You know, they got the best players from South Korea. You know, they're so good. But honestly, I think that the team from China has the best damage duo in the tournament. Look, Leave and Shy, they complement each other so well. Obviously, they have tons of experience playing with each other, but individually, like, they just stand out. Leave, obviously, being a former Overwatch League MVP champion in 2021, and Shy, one of the best hit scan in the game, if not the best hit scan. Like, they're so good, right? And so the fact that they have these different kind of hero pools where Leave is a flex player and Shy can, like, lean on this hit scan, and they're both, like, world-class on their respective heroes. And they have this pre-built synergy from playing it with each other the entire season, right? This is an incredible damage duo. And I honestly think, as much as South Korea, they have Lip on their side, I think that Shy and Leave is the better duo between these two teams. And it's going to be critical that both of these players perform if the team from China wants to beat out South Korea today.
Leave's performance against the USA was ridiculous. I mean, multiple 3v5 clutches. And then Shy on the Soldier 76, I wouldn't say it's the hero he's known for, but he's been putting up huge numbers and being just such a consistent force. He never gets picked off. He's never dying first, even against snipers. So very difficult damage duo to go up against. But Johnny, I will say, if there are players who can handle that level of aggression, that level of damage output, it's got to be the support duo from Team South Korea. I mean, Fielder and Chio, they played together for years. Their synergy is unquestionable, unmatched. And when these guys go to an on-a-brig composition, I mean, there's been moments in the Overwatch League, they just look unstoppable, unkillable. You cannot touch them. And so I think, honestly, Fielder, a support. You know, I think a lot of supports in the Overwatch League, they're known for how much they like defy the rules and put out incredible damage. Fielder still hangs with the best when it comes to that, but he's really focused on enabling his team, being in the right place at the right time with that consistency that the rest of his team can rely on. So I think, you know, Leave especially is going to have his work cut out for him. He's going to be playing these Genjis, these Echoes in the dive comps. He's got to get on top of Chio and Fielder, and I think there's really no better support combo in the world when it comes to surviving these dives. Chio, I think, is crucial to that as well, right? While Fielder is doing so much for the team, enabling everybody else, Chio keeps Fielder alive and honestly is the more aggressive of the two. Chio on this main support, really aggressive player. On the Brig in the dive composition mirror, which I expect to see in this first match, Chio is going to get in there. He's going to mix it up with the front line and find his own kills. So yes, as scary as Leave is, when he brings out stuff like Genji and Echo, I think Chio on the Brig is going to find windows to punish, especially if it's a Tracer or a Genji hero that can't avoid Brig as easily. Leave, he's going to have to win that 1v1 at times, and Chio, I think, can put up a very tough test for him.
I think for me, Team Korea, one of their biggest advantage against team from China is that they are flexible. They could play a lot of different comps. They're good at dive, and we've seen how dangerous Hanbin could be on that Sigma. And they've been using a lot of different comps, you know, namely in the group stages. We saw Hanbin play that Diva, and there was Sombra and Tracer, right?
See where you're going.
And who
I see
else?
where you're
Brig.
going.
Oh, you see where I'm going with this? Listen, guys, it's, of course, that competition was for fun, but here's the thing, you know, if you have players like Team South Korea who are just superstars, so good at the game, and sure, it might look like a meme comp, but yesterday when I talked to Lip, even Lip said that this is actually a viable comp because all of these heroes are their best heroes that they have been playing for for a very long time. So given the right situation, maybe the map as well, you know, Lip was the one who told me, you know, there is a chance that they could pull this out one more time in their match against a team from China. Are we gonna see it? Honestly, for me, sure, it will be very fun, but at the same time, unlikely, but there is a chance. That's from Lip. Everybody, even if we don't see Team South Korea play the K-pop competition, you know, we'll get to see it tonight. The Seraphim is doing their, you know, their concert after our show. And if we come back to camera real quick, production, we already got invited. Zoe and I already got invited to the Seraphim comp.
They only gave me the free. They only gave me the free
donut. You guys don't have
one.
this? What? Zoe, we have it right here.
Offered.
I only got the free donut. They didn't exchange it.
No. Well,
I need Tracer. I need Tracer to
sucks
save
for
me.
you guys, but I mean, we're going there.
We're gonna have a great time.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
I got a credit card. Does that help?
With good company.
show up
You
at
don't have good
11.
company. We got good company. Let's check out the video.
Me and my girlies, we gon' party tonight. We got me feeling otherworldly tonight. Caught in some traffic, but the radio is crossing the red light, and we're saying goodbye. Here's some good fortune. Till the morning, in slow motion. I got all I need. Got the answer. The way that I'm feeling, I'm dancing with my girls. Perfect energy, yeah, we flawless, yeah, we free. There's no better feeling in the whole wide world tonight. I was wrong, alright. Don't stop blowing on my light. Ready, got it. Don't stop blowing on my light.
That's right. The Seraphim will be performing live tonight at 6 p.m. here at BlizzCon. It was a fantastic collab. I love everything that comes with it. Of course, we have the phenomenal skins in game. Got the emote, the dance. They got it all figured out. But also, man, those player icons, so cute.
Look at that.
These are seriously cute.
They are so cute.
Which one would you rock, Zoe?
The ghost for sure.
Oh, same. I was gonna say that.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
go with the
the
little ducky in the middle.
Good choice.
I'll go with the tiger. Is that a tiger? That's a tiger, right?
Looks like it, yeah.
That's the most Danny player icon I can possibly imagine. So
actually,
I'm
that
feeling it.
tracks.
I'm feeling it. All right. Well, we are. I think we're about to be ready for this first game. So let's discuss our predictions.
Oh, boy.
As we said plenty of times, these semi-final matches, we're expecting close games here. Also, they really could go either way. However, I'm gonna stick with them. You know, I'm gonna go for the team from China once more. I do think that they've just been so dominant on that Doomfist dive. Even if it's not an ideal composition on paper, it is for them. And the teams have not been able to dismantle it. And I just think they've been the cleaner team overall thus far in the Overwatch World Cup.
I mean, I agree. I mean, no one right now could take down the team from China with their Doomfist dive. But if anyone can, I'm going with Team South Korea. They could play that dive composition. Not only that, you don't have to match South Korea. If it doesn't work, switch to Sigma composition.
The ego battle, though, they will try to match it.
I'm pretty sure they will. But if it doesn't work, I'm just letting you know, you don't really have to do it. You have other comps as well.
Guys, I feel like we've been here before, and I feel like a lot of the players on Team South Korea, they stuck to that dive mirror to the end. Players from Team from China, they won those matches in the end. And so I feel like we might see a repeat of history. I think the team from China is on a hot streak here at the World Cup, right? From recent memory.
Look
That's
at
why
them
I gotta
go.
predict them, because from recent memory, they've been destroying everybody. Team South Korea has had stumbles, right? They've dropped maps. Things have been close. They've had to bring them back. Team from China has never been tested yet. So that could be an issue for them, but honestly, I think they're gonna be so confident and so aggressive. I think, Johnny, you're right about this DPS damage. I think that's gonna be very, very deadly in the mirror, and I think it's gonna be very hard for the team from South Korea to match the synergy that the team from China brings.
I think I've made it quite clear over the past month or so, seeing some of these players from Team from China perform, that I'm a big fan. And so, of course, I'm going to go with Team from China. I think this is their year. I think they're going to take down South Korea in the semifinal matchup, and I think they'll bring it home later today.
And for once, Johnny does not get booed by the audience. So it's a win-win already for everyone here on the desk. Sorry, Danny. But yeah, we're ready for the teams, so let's meet them.
Let's welcome to the stage your first squad, the team from China.
Team from China, playing to win it all today. Obviously, runner-up here in the Overwatch World Cup 2 times already. They made a name for themselves with Gushue coming out as the primal blade early on in the World Cup history. But here in 2023, they're fielding arguably the best roster they've ever fielded. Will this be their chance?
Yellow stars on the flag, but I think it's gold in mind for the team from China this year. Incredible performances so far in the World Cup. I can't wait to see what they bring.
And their opponents, welcome to the stage, Team South Korea!
The team South Korea has fielded the strongest teams in Overwatch World Cup history. I think if you look back through the years, Team South Korea has fielded the best roster. They have the most professional players. Really, from a mathematical standpoint, there's no reason they shouldn't be winning every single year. So it's going to be a tough test for them out against the team from China.
And these are our first 2 semi-finalists. Here to call all the action are no other than our iconic duo, Mitch and Matt. Please take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. 5 years ago, a semi-final featured South Korea and the team from China. It was a one-sided game during a period where South Korea were the most feared nation in Overwatch, but much has changed since then.
It has. I mean, I think the team from China, obviously, they've just been rolling through just about everybody here. At the Overwatch World Cup. We'll take a look at, the starting lineups in a bit, but it'll be South Korea actually fielding Fearless here at the start of this series. So that tells you they want to play the dive. I think if Korea is going to win this series, it's going to be through the backline. I think if you look at the rosters, that's probably the one spot where you probably like the players on the South Korea side a little bit more with Fielder and Shield. I mean, they've been so good.
We are dealing with the 2022 World Champions plus Lip. One of the most hyped players over the last couple of seasons. So while we spend as much time talking about this super team that is the team from China, and make no mistake, that's absolutely true. This South Korean roster also probably is bringing close to their best, if not exactly that. The one thing we have to point out, the elephant in the room, is that it's been a little bit of a bumpy road for this South Korean team to get here. There have been maps that have been dropped, namely to Finland, for example. So we've seen even the pluckiest of upstarts put pressure on this South Korean roster where the team from China haven't lost a map at all yet.
They drop a map to Canada, right? I mean, you look at the bracket from yesterday. Who would have thought that would have been the closest game? Everybody else got, wrecked in terms of matchups, right? 3-0s outside of that matchup against Canada. But this is where like the money's made, so to speak, right? Where it doesn't really matter how you performed in groups, doesn't matter how you performed yesterday. You show up here, you win 2 matches today, you're the champion.
And let's not forget, waiting on the other side of the bracket, the winner of Finland and Saudi Arabia.
That's going to be a sick game as well.
2 fantastic semi-finals and a fated matchup in the finals of the 2023 Overwatch World Cup awaits. But for now, let us enjoy ourselves as the team from China and South Korea take to the field. It's Busan Mecha Base.
So this is interesting. Both teams don't play the Doom. We'll just get a Winston mirror.
It's a 2022 throwback. A World Championship composition for a World Championship team.
This favors South Korea so much, in my opinion. Like, Gushue's been incredible on the Doom,
Switching.
right? Yeah, I think you're going to have to. Like, getting into that type of mirror favors South Korea so heavily in terms of, like, their comfort.
This was the metagame that year and a bit ago now. South Korea want to make a return to there, and it looks pretty powerful. Fielder's able to drop to the point and make the cap. Lip stunned for a moment by the powered up punch by Gushui, but just able to slip away. The healing, though, it's got to come thick and fast. Fielder needs to attend to the rest of the teammates, but it turns out the best defense might be a good offense. Unfortunately for Fearless, he can't finish the job there on Monk, who finds 3 in that fight.
I mean, if you're,
he's feeling himself now.
Yeah, I mean, Monk able to get 3 as they pretty much give up Lip and their own backline to try and make a play for the team from China backline, but Monk with some sick plays.
Think back to yesterday. Team from China lose 2-3 plays at the start of the fight and end up winning it. Gushui and Leave often turning it around. It'll be a pretty even scoreline here as the team from China got that flip just now. Lip under a bit of pressure. Leave harrying. Pulse bomb in hand here, but Sojourn maybe not the target. You want to fix it too. Look at the damage. Lip's low, but they're able to find the back line of the team from China already. Now Leave's options are sorely limited. Lip slides away, but Gushue's found 2. Don't tell me they're doing it again. Lip's out of the picture now. Kitsune rush. They've got to keep Fearless in the fight. Fielder desperately heals the Winston up and is able to take Shy with a kunai. That's a fight win right there.
I mean, Fielder is unbelievable as he's able to live throughout all that, keep Fearless alive. Also, the point flips really early. Like, the team from China give up the point really early. They only get 19%.
Fearless drops in, great bubble. This is going to segment the team from China for a moment. Leave can't even get out of the door for the time being. They're going to rotate around to the far side of the point.
And it's just going to be Fearless jumping in and collapsing. Sparkle with a pulse bomb as well. Primal Rage could just knock everybody back here.
There's the stick.
Rally.
No kill from that one. Fielder going very low. There's a sound barrier around the corner here for Chio. The point is, when do we use that? Good sleep on Fearless. He was in Primal Rage. Lip's going to be stunned up briefly. It is a nano boosted Sojourn for Shy. And Monk is the first to strike again. Lip is down. The Brigdo out of the picture here for the team from China. And now South Korea lean into it. Where does Gushui go from here? He's going to try and back up a little bit. Maybe thinks to jump on Chio, but he's able to emerge from that side room and put pressure on Monk, who had to bionate himself. Now it's a 3 versus 3 here. We have Lip coming back off spawn. Fearless is very, very low, and there's no Fielder to top him up. That's an opening for the team from China, and Gushui dives in. But Chio was able to find Leave there, a kill on the Tracer at this part of the fight. So important, and the flip back for the team from China. Now you stretch it out. You try and get as much percentage as you can.
You're going to have to back out here, yeah, if you're South Korea, especially after losing Chio. Some crazy plays. I feel like this pace, though, is kind of what we're going to see all series. And I think it's really, South Korea being able to utilize this Winston that's going to benefit them. Kitsune rush here, an opportunity to take the point back, force a fight on the point.
Leave cops a whip shot as South Korea emerged on the low ground here. Gushui transitions back to the high ground once more. South Korea are actually making a rotation here.
In that last fight, it was Leave landing that pulse bomb onto Fearless, getting him low. That really set up the team from China to win.
They might have Gushui trapped there, but he's so healthy. No one's really putting any damage down on him. They don't want to risk powering up that punch, but here comes Sparkle, looking for a pulse bomb target, but he's being pursued doggedly by Gushui. It's Shy falling first again. Lip with first blood in that fight, and Gushui powers up another one, but Langsa gets left upon. Below ground is where the supports are, and Chio feasts.
Well, we talked about it yesterday when you know, we casted the team from China versus Canada, in that you don't have any speed of the backline from the team from China. So it's way easier now with, I mean, Winston, Tracer, Koriko, Lucio to hunt these players down.
One more fight, and South Korea set themselves up on the point. Gushui has to touch first here. Meteor strike now, maybe to return to safety. There might need to be another touch on the point in the coming moments. That's achieved. Lexa forced to shield bash backwards the pulse. Oh, it's a good one, but it didn't need to be there. The sound barrier was in play already for South Korea, and that's 2 kills to start the fight. They find the backline once more, surgically extract the healers from the team from China. A big pulse there from Leave, and Fearless is down. There is a chance to touch here, but it's shy from the high ground. Sparkles notes his position. He's going to try and slide across the point, but he'll be taken down. Gooseway can touch here. He's on the point. Nano straight away. Legs are coming in from the causeway here, but the barrier comes up at the wrong time. Gooseway gets thwarted there as he tries to dive on the backline, but the team from China can get here. Monk is down again, though, and Lex is under a lot of pressure. Once more, the backline are taken down first. No healing for the team from China. Gooseway trying to land a punch, but he's being knocked around the entire time. And that was a masterclass in target focus from South Korea.
Gushui's going to be screaming about that one.
A little bit of variance, Matt, makes the world go around, you know?
Yeah.
Variety and spice of life? No?
There's a bunch of, you know, GM level Overwatch players clipping that and just posting it on the Blizzard forums at the moment. But just unfortunate, go with that punch, and he just gets right into it.
Oh, Monk.
This was the crazy play earlier.
Preempts that shrouded step, which is huge. Note that he's landing shots, weaving them in amongst all of this dodging and ducking. That is a non-negligible amount of damage that Anna can put out there. All right, we're running it back now to downtown. Still the Winston setup for South Korea, but they've switched that backline. No Lucio in tow now.
And they actually have Sparkle pick up the Echo. We're going to see Lid play Tracer, so they still want to keep Tracer in the mix. Gushui will now play the Winston, so a Winston mirror yet again.
Both teams now with legitimate Nano Boost candidates in the front line. Sparkle there, looking to wrap around. Doesn't want to commit to that building, and now he'll be pressured briefly by Gushui, but look at the damage coming in onto the rest of the team from China. A brief bio-nade touch there from Fielder, a master of long-range grenade hits. Gushui's going to get hit with all those sticky bombs. It's a little bit dangerous, but they find Fearless, and the focusing beam is not enough to bring Gushui down. Now Shy looks to turn his attention to these backliners, but Lexa and Monk are down. Again, they get the backline. Again, they turn a short-handed fight into an overwhelming victory.
I mean, Shio acted like another tank in the mix, right? As you see, they actually end up getting Fearless first, Shy with a nice railgun shot, and it doesn't matter. I mean, Fielder are able to keep everybody topped up. A few players weak, they just pocket Shio and let him just go swing into the face.
Team from China, that has got to knock the wind out of your sails. Getting rid of Fearless at the start of the fight. But South Korea always beeline for Monk and Lexa.
So the really difficult thing from the team from China is there's not really many options that they have off of this. Yeah, I mean, that is a big pulse bomb. That's going to ruin, you know, any type of push. But where if this doesn't work, where do they go? Like, what do they do, right? Gushui, historically, it's been, you know, Winston, Doom, Rhine, right? Ball. But, like, there's not really, like, Orisa and Sigma in the hero pool.
Even if it were, I can't see the team from China going in that direction. Lip just had enough damage on Gushui to make sure that that pulse bomb was lethal.
It's Leave trying to get a touch.
You hear those footsteps, the pitter-patter as Lip is attending. Gets a heal pack now, so Leave is definitely disadvantaged in this fight. And elsewhere, the backline again. Big drawn and quartered. Leave gets picked off. He was on the point now. The team from China are all over the place. Sparkle duped and Ana for a time. But this is actually a very comfortable round here for South Korea.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of what I was talking about in the pregame, that if, you know, Korea was going to win the series, it's really built off of the back of how strong their backline is. And right now, the dive from South Korea just taking advantage of the team from China backline.
Fearless stands the shield, so he didn't get hit with a bionic grenade there, Matt. He can stick around for a long time. He's got Primal Rage available as well.
Oh, Fearless is so good.
This is scary stuff here for Shy, who's trying to maintain some footing. He does manage to get away from the edge of the map, but again, it's Monk to fall first. Now, the team from China had to rely on Lexa to heal them up. This is dangerous. Gushui has slept. Leave now needs to try and defend his prone body. Nothing doing. South Korea turn up with a backline that has hoisted trophies before. And that, my friends, is a stopgap.
And I'm just really interested in how the team from China responds, right? They've just kind of, walked through everybody playing this aggressive style of play around Gushui's Doomfist, right? And like Leave getting really aggressive on whether it's like Echo or Tracer or Genji. And now somebody's brought the pace to them, right? What do they do to challenge this?
And let's clarify as well. It's not that Monk and Lengths aren't on the same level. It's just that they just can't play the game for nearly as long. I would say they have half the minutes alive.
Yeah, probably.
That South Korea's backline have. Situations like this, Fearless knows. He can pressure Monk down before Lengths can get a rally here. This constant pressure onto the team from China's backline means that Gushui can't play nearly as aggressively anymore.
And I mean, if you were South Korea, you probably came in and thought that like, hey, if Fearless can play the Doom, you would be pretty happy, right? If you said to them, hey, like, there's an opportunity for you to get like a Winston mirror against teams, they would have been like stunned.
It doesn't
like,
matter who it is.
What? Yeah.
This might be number 1 versus number 2 at Winston, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about the Primal Blade on the side of the team from China. But we've seen the Winston mixed in with these two teams because, again, it's a good place for the Nano to go.
But this is so comfortable for South Korea, right? When you have Fearless and Fielder and Geo on the same roster and you can play that like Winston with the Ana and the Brig, maybe some Lucio, it is just exactly what they want to play.
The team from China have selected Paradiso for our second map in this series. Stick around for that hybrid map as the team from China look to strike back. With the way the world of Overwatch is right now, you cannot find a more compelling matchup than South Korea versus the team from China. And we're being treated to it in our first match of the day, our first semi-final here at the 2023 Overwatch World Cup. And by God, it has delivered after an explosive Busan.
I mean, that was a crazy map number one. I think it's something that the desk highlighted, we highlighted. The South Korea backline of Fielder and Shio just so strong. It feels like they never make mistakes, have all the support-like combinations covered pretty well. And even so, they have Finn on the roster, right, to cover some of the other roles. Paradiso will be the selection here from the team from China. But typically what we've seen from them is that Shy, Leave, and Guxue are enough to just kill the backline right away. Monk and Lexa are good enough to live against pretty much every team here except maybe South Korea, and that's kind of what we saw in map number one.
A lot of discussion on the desk about these dynamic DPS duos and how they'll really govern the way this match goes. But what we've seen is actually it's more about the backlines or lack of backline for these teams that decides the fight even before they begin.
My prediction, King Danny Lim, though, if he thinks South Korea is going to take it, there's some...
You got to put some stock in that.
Some merit there. I love the team from China. They're fans of showdown here at BlizzCon in a big way.
They will travel. They will turn up.
That is awesome.
However, a little bit muted after that first map, which, in all honesty, that second round was not close. The team from China looking to pick themselves back up here. Compositionally, we are in a very similar place as we were on Busan.
Your outfit's a bit muted today.
Look who's talking, bro.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were getting in the car. We were going to the Kentucky Derby.
You know what you get with me by now? At least I'm consistent. Fearless copying a bit of poke here on this high ground. I think Lee would really much rather delve deeper and put some pressure on Lip, but guess who's there? Sparkle. Keeping track of him. The trace is a little low, and that's a fantastic bio-nade from Monk to connect with the most important player behind this defensive setup. And Guxue, it's an easy follow-up.
Yeah, you're going to have to back up here if you're South Korea. And a beautiful dive here as Guxue goes in there with the lead, finish off Fielder.
Again, more bio-nades to start these fights off, and the team from China know what they're about by this point. Again, on Busan, it was definitely a situation where South Korea could dictate the tempo. Because they're designated as defenders here, they really need Lip to have some output early in these fights. They can't necessarily make these risky dives off the safe high ground like they could on Busan.
And it's really not, I mean, we really didn't get anything from Lip there in that first fight, right? It is the team from China taking point A with relative ease. And look, that could be one thing that if you're the team from China, you realize, like, hey, maybe the weak link here to, like, put pressure on is Lip, right? Maybe you feel like you can take advantage.
South Korea would love to be the instigators here if possible, but they do need to allow the team from China to dictate the pace to a degree. Oh, what a sleep! Monk is the mastermind holding the puppet strings from the backlines, and he allows Guxue to be extracted after the Winston got slept inside that room.
Nano opportunity for both teams, potentially for the Winstons here. Leave already, though, with a duplicate.
Looking for Chio. Sticky Bomb's though connecting with Leave, and he's going to have to go to a duplicate to stay alive. The damage he's taking is unreal. But he's able to stabilize here as he drops to the low ground, and Sparkle can't do a darn thing about it. Mana boost is off the table, and Sparkle never had a chance to go for a duplicate either. Now Leave assumes a high ground. Says, Lip, whatever you can do, I can do better.
You know what's interesting here? It's like, this isn't really a great, like, Tracer map necessarily, right? Like,
the verticality
a lot of like verticality, and Tracer is usually the answer to a lot of like strong echo-based compositions, right? So Leave it almost like gaps really in terms of like ultimate charge Sparkle there as South Korea will get a fight here before the second checkpoint.
Fielder goes for a bit of a flyer of a nade there and doesn't find a connection. It's Monk again. Hey, which monastery is he going to? Sign me up. Shy there with the bio, really not bothered by that. Lexa with a rally in play now, and Guxue wants to dive a little bit deeper. That rally's now expired. Disrupt the shot though, making it hard for South Korea to emerge from the bunker, but they'll go anyway. Shy finally brought down. Lip in that overclock here, but Lexa keeps that shield tight. And Guxue goes low. Lip really wants to put this pressure on the backline, but Leave is going to prevent him from commanding the high ground. Eventually, eyes turn towards the Echo here. Leave's taking a ton of damage. The healing was incredible to keep him up. And it's Monk again. Okay. He'll be punished for the hubris that he just displayed. But Team South Korea need to be careful not to overextend into this.
I mean, Monk has had himself a map thus far. I mean,
He hurt us, man.
Yeah, I mean, making some sick plays. I do. It's not like, you know, when we talk about the support and like maybe there's like a gap, like the gap is not huge. It's minuscule, but in a series with players this talented, that's all you kind of need. I mean, Monk had some sick plays in map number 1, like the highlight we showed with the, you know, the 3K, and then the way he's playing right here. You know, you have this nano boost potentially for Leave again.
This is the first stop we've seen all map by South Korea. It comes in a pivotal moment too. If they can stabilize here, they'll be laughing, but Sparkle, ooh, the nano's not enough! The focusing beam from Lee does its job. Now Fearless the next target. Big sticky bomb connect, but Fearless is healthy enough. He's able to find Lexa. What? Shy, not ready for that. Fearless might have to give up his life here, but the damage is already done.
But yeah, I mean, he takes out 2, and then it also sets up Fielder to take out Gusha. I mean, that is a huge swing.
How does Fearless get away with that dive?
I don't know, man. I mean, he would have probably lived all on through that if he doesn't get hit with a bio there at the end. I mean,
on that part of the map, the team from China have to play from the low ground. That's why Shy is sat there as Fearless just dives on him. I think they're trying to remediate that now by pressuring up towards his left side.
Primal and Rally here for South Korea. We're already at 1:30 on the clock.
Leave with a dupe, he got whip shot back. Shy might be the weak link here. Fearless may agree. Leave on Ana, pretty frustrating to deal with, but Fearless has a primal. Oh, goodness. Potential for environmental kill. Shy! Over the edge. And Agushwe doesn't really have a whole lot to do from here. He'll be trapped into the stairwell for the time being. We have another reset for the team from China. They're losing momentum rapidly.
Well, you hope it's a reset. For a second there, it looked like Fearless wanted to commit, maybe go on in, but they'll burn a little bit more clock. I mean, the team from China took this first checkpoint so fast, pushed it to here, and then it's been like 3 minutes plus of stall now.
Sparkle goes over the top here. Flank play, use your cooldowns, duplicate, Sojourn, disrupt the shot. Oh, he misses it. Oh. You want to have those ones back, I think. Where are you going, sir? Well, Fearless is also behind them, so let's pretend that was all planned. Jushwe's low, very low. Bio connected on him there, but Liv now with the overclock. A real opportunity to make his mark. How does Sparkle find that? He fails the Sojourn jump, but he comes out of duplicated, has his cooldowns to unload. How does Liv get out of here? Slide away, there's a mega health pack, and Gooshway knows he cannot pursue any further. The card is awful close, but Chio pops a rally. Sparkle not ready for that, apparently. Shy has the high ground here.
The rally is going to allow Fearless to get back into the fight as well.
Monk's low, he got hit by the Bio Nade, but he sends one over at Fearless. Shy again, getting a lot of room to breathe here.
Fearless gets slipped by Monk.
This is it, the team from China are going to have this checkpoint now. Shy secures it. And there's more ground to tread on Paradiso.
That Fearless would have been the one to contest, but Monk hits a 6 sleep dart and he's flying over the top. As you know, that may allow them to actually, because you would have started to get the Ana back off the spawn. Sparkle would have came back. South Korea, though, put themselves back into this game by getting that big of a hold, though. Right now, just a little bit over a minute for the team from China to complete the map.
Bit of a trough in ultimate economy here, especially for South Korea.
It's just a duplicate, though, so not a huge deal, right?
Leave will go for it, though. Dupes a brig. Looking for Sparkle. It's a whip shot at his beehive, but Sparkle already found his intended target.
He almost knocks him back in towards Shy.
Shy finds Fielder across the map, though. No Ana for the South Korean team, and Sparkle's not going to get away. Rally comes out as well, and Lee finishes it with a shield bash. Now back in Echo form, it's just Chio. Fielder just came off respawn. A defensive biotic grenade for Fearless to keep him up, and it looks like the team from China want to wait for a beat.
Yeah, you're going to have a nano here for Leave, and that's what you want to go with.
Leave looking for Chio. Fielder going to be grouped up. There's the sleep. Leave is going to be put down, especially with the Bionade that connects. Fearless is sleeping, but is contesting the card as he does. So you're getting value still.
And now, I mean, look at how the ultimate economy is just completely flipped on its head. 4 ultimates here for South Korea.
Sparkle?
What?
Interesting moment there. Sparkle dives in, gets punished for it instantly.
Nano to Lip.
Chio, though, the rally. This is such a big ability right now. Liv's going to be hit with a bionic grenade, and Chio slept. The rally is still ticking. Liv eventually gets brought down, and Fearless had the primal rage. A lot of damage as a result of that. But Lengster is still here. Fearless hit with another bio. Fielder falling now. A desperate do from Sparkle. He finds Ana. Slip flanks her, and he gets two. How has he done this? Now back in Echo form, he can still stall. Shy's in trouble. Focusing beam doesn't get him there, but Lip's able to come back off the spawn, and here comes Chio. Gushui wants to step up. Fearless is going to be back on the scene in just a moment, but Shy finds two. A 3 versus 2 favoring Korea. Lee now joins the fight as Sombra. Hack on Fielder. The damage amp is enough to get the kill, but Lee might be in trouble himself. He's able to translocate away just in time of Gushui. Gushui is so healthy. Gushui is so hungry. And Sparkle now can only try and stall. What a turnaround! Lip now trying to touch, moved away for a brief moment. He doesn't have the Wraith Walk. Fielder now and Chio, 2v2. The supports here for Team South Korea will not go down, but Gushui doesn't care. It's not a fairy tale. The team from China dig deep and finish the map.
It was not looking pretty for a while there for the team from China. South Korea goes into like that last fight, 4 ultimates to just really, I think, lengths his rally, and it does not matter. Team from China battle back in a huge way. Dude, when Sparkle got the 2, I was like, there's no way they're gonna turn this. I mean, we've seen this roster do that time and time again.
He dupes Nana.
Yep.
He bionades both players from the team from China.
Yep.
He sleeps Lengsa, eliminates Lengsa. And it's only because the team from China are so rapidly back on the scene. That one kill from Leave, who duped the Sombra, picking off Fielder, that's probably what locks it up.
Still, they finished the map. No time remaining though. You took checkpoint A with like almost like 4 or 5 minutes to get checkpoint B. Maybe kind of like a little bit of a missed opportunity there from the team from China to set a really good time.
Considering the way things were looking after that first stop that South Korea made happen defensively, the team from China had to be pleased to see a map completion here. Now, South Korea get to be the instigators in many of these engagements, something that fitted them so well on Busan.
And the way that the team from China is able to take checkpoint A so fast, they found a pick onto Lip. Can South Korea manufacture a pick here onto one of the players from the team from China?
Fearless uses his dive to scale up his positioning. He doesn't try and chase Shy down. This does force the team from China to drop off the high ground to a degree. They desperately want to keep Shy topped up. More control here for Fearless. Sparkle falls back. Oh my word!
I mean, you never know how much charge that Sojourn has, right? It can be difficult to tell at times. And he jumps right up, and you know, Shy has a fully powered railgun.
If it's Shy, safe to assume he's at 100 permanently. So Fearless using those leaps there not to fully commit onto any target, but to try and create a staging ground for South Korea to play from, especially Lip. Get Lip set up with a decent sightline, because this low ground doesn't suit him.
But look at Gushui's position, right? He wants to like counter dive, right? And as soon as Fearless goes in, yeah, you see Fearless almost trying to bait it, right? Looking back at Gushui once he dives in.
He gets a cooldown out of Shy, the disruptor shot, and they're able to take the bridge for a time, South Korea. Fearless wants to wait here. He really needs Fielder to maintain that line of sight.
Oh, they kind of split Monk off.
Lip in a bit of danger here, especially if Lee wants to turn around. They find Chio. That's the loose end for South Korea. They leave Chio a little undefended. And now Lee is going to get a nano. Where does he go? Finish the job on Lip first. This defense is indomitable.
But wait, hold on. I mean, Fearless has the benefits of a nano. You saw Sparkle here.
Oh, he catches Lee. That's huge. What a sleep from Fielder.
Sparkle gets out with his life.
It's slow play for South Korea, but they're gaining ground rapidly now. Legs are rallying. Trying to save the teammate Shy, being pounded by Fearless in that corner. This will force all of the team from China to play off the point around the rally. Shy will come back with an overclock.
Yeah, they're going to back out a little bit, give up some space, and then probably get aggressive behind this Shy overclock.
Sleep on Sparkle, bubble. Bionade thwarted for Monk. Going to be a duplicate here of an Ana, but Leave gets knocked out of it instantly now, trying to pressure down with a focus. If he gets Lip, big kill for Leave. Shy slides on in here. He needs to find a headshot on Fielder. It's too late. Fearless lands on him, but Gushui already found 2. And the team from China, look at them rotating players on and off the point. They're still holding on.
Yeah, Leave's duplicate wasn't a long-lasting one, but it was worthwhile. Duplicates to Ana, gets a bio onto Lip in midair. Lip actually lands the railgun shot, takes him out of the duplicate, but then it doesn't matter. He just goes in with the focusing beam and finishes him off.
It's a 6-player play for the team from China virtually.
Tracer here for Sparkle, so you see the Tracer's so good against like even Sojourn, but really the Echo, it's just difficult to run here on this map.
They need a headshot here. Lip can't find a great response. Lengser gives up his life to protect Monk, and he'll have to hope that's enough. Lead is so low, forced to play in that side room, but Lip can't hang around. Primal Blade is on the field right now. Gushui trying to protect the rest of his team with that Primal Rage though. And again, the team from China will have another crack at this. Coming out from this room, but they've got only the Nano coming out for Monk. It's too late. Fearless is able to find Shai straight away, diving on in. Gushui might not be able to get that Nano at all here. And South Korea finally prevail on point A.
Yeah, really good defense though from the team from China on point A. Gives themselves like a pretty clean opportunity to potentially hold here on what's a difficult point to take at checkpoint B.
They bled so much time off the clock. It's such a good look.
Okay, this is interesting. Dropping the Sojourn now. So you want to keep on the Echo. The Echo could put pressure on Shai, but then also have Lip now on the Tracer. Where I kind of like this because like, I didn't think Lip was getting a ton of value on the Sojourn. It didn't seem like, at least on this map.
Lip has to use a blink though to cross the gap. Otherwise, it'll take 4 to 6 business years for him to reach the backline of the team from China. Lee fights Sparkle though. Oh, the 1v1. Oh, he's too good. Gushui, honorable mention there as he comes in to finish off that elimination. Team from South Korea now headed back towards spawn, and Lip still struggling to find a way to create impacts.
Yeah, I think you just have to wait a little bit for Sparkle to come back. You gotta get some spaces. Lip's gonna try and go on a little bit of a flank here. Maybe put some pressure on a Monk on the high ground.
Primal Rage for Fearless. He'll again scale up that positioning, take the high ground, but Sparkle again is down. Sparkle getting exploited over these last couple of fights, constantly meaning South Korea are playing with 4. That's not good for Fielder. He's in a little bit of trouble. Chio quickly to the rescue, but Gushui says, okay, I'll jump on out. Use your cooldowns.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Shai has just been so good on the Sojourn, just getting these first picks, right? It's something we didn't see from the team from South Korea.
How is Lip supposed to do anything when Lengser is constantly checking this flank route?
I don't know. I mean, you see Leave checking it now as well, right?
Leave now knows where Lip is. The return for Gushui. Diving back to the rest of his team. Oh my word, Shai! Gets stuck there on that high ground. Beautiful work from Lip. Finally, that's what South Korea were looking for, and now they can go up a gear. Gushui and Leave, though, might pose an issue. They can hit the backline, constantly counter-diving here, and a Bionator mid-air from Leave means that Fearless is afflicted. Leave doesn't mind. He just wants to keep Gushui fighting, keep him ticking over like this, and Gushui has a Primal. Can you punish the Echo here after the sleep? No. It's going to be a nano boost now for Leave to keep him alive, and Chio is down to Length's shield bash. Fearless has to drop to the low ground, but there's 37 seconds left, and Fearless was sleeping on the job. This is not looking good for Korea at all. What a defensive display for the team from China. And Fielder. Well, I don't need to explain what happened there.
Gushui with that Primal just knocks him all the way into the middle of nowhere as South Korea last attempt here. No ultimates to work with. The team from China in a perfect spot to tie it up behind Shai's overclock.
Just how good are you, South Korea? This is where we find out. Early Bionate on Fearless is also taking a lot of damage. He's got to jump away. Overtime maintained here for South Korea as Shai is ready to let this overclock glow. Fearless has no choice but to hang on the cart. Stickies take Shai low. No follow-up though from Sparkle. He's playing from a respectful distance, but Shai, he wasn't brought up that way. Dives on in and Sparkle's down already. The overclock's only going to find 1 kill, but they may well be enough, especially with Leave chiming in with the focusing beam. Chio desperately forced to back away. It's just Lip stalled in the car, but he's hit with a biotic grenade, and Gushui is wreaking havoc in the back line. What a hold! The team from China stopped South Korea in their tracks.
You know, we had talked like, you know, maybe there's a difference in terms of like level of support player and whatnot. I think you saw a large Sojourn gap in that one. I mean, Shai just absolutely taking over, finding those picks when it's needed, and there's just no like answer from South Korea.
Monk really delighted us at the start of this map, and his impact was felt all the way through. Massive sleep there on Chio. Keeping that Bionade up for Fearless to finish off the fight. And again, we felt pretty good about South Korea's defense, buying a couple of minutes, especially in that second phase of the map. But this is just raw determination and grit to get the team from China over the line here.
And even like South Korea probably felt pretty good going into the half. Like, hey, we gave up checkpoint A really fast, right? But we battled back, we forced them to complete an OT. But their offense was not good.
They had problems getting Lip in a position to succeed. First the Sojourn play, often being forced to operate from the low ground. Here had a moment at least from Lip to break through, but then he switches to the Tracer. You said you liked it, but we saw nothing but a nice pulse bomb stick, yes, but that was it.
I mean, Tracer's typically effective against these comps, but like we talked about it at the beginning of Paradiso, you usually don't play it because of the ton of like the verticality. I kind of liked it because they were absolutely getting nothing with the Sojourn. So like you may as well have gone somewhere else.
Sometimes any change is a good change. And for Team South Korea, I'm sure they feel the same about the map change as well. Surasa will be the selection from Team South Korea. It doesn't appear that this will be accompanied by any substitutions either. Hanbin and Finn remain on the bench.
Yeah, and we are going to go straight into this next one. We are not going to take a little bit of a break as Surasa, I don't think you're going to see Finn obviously here because you need the Lucio, right? I don't think you're going to see that. Interesting though, when I believe we saw the team from China play, it was like New Junk City. They actually don't play the Lucio. They still play
double
Ana, the Ana break backline. So it'll be curious. Like, they're going to be behind on like a few fights. They'll probably be behind on some positioning, but if they're just too strong to, overcome that.
Looking for Genji here from Sparkle and Lee. Lip and Shy both may be put on Soldier 76 duties. And that's something that we've sort of remarked on over the course of this World Cup. Is that on the Soldier 76, it's much harder to be put in a playmaker's position. It's not as flashy, right? But you have extreme levels of utility, duelist potential, and that mobility that can allow you to go on these wide flanks to set plays up. Especially with like a Kiriko, if you have that comp. Kiriko can join you on those flanks and make them a little bit more punishing.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Soldier, like the highest level play, right? Taking off angles throughout the year. I actually think you could run it here. We've seen Shy already pick it up. And I think you just need to figure out a way. Right? We talked about how maybe South Korea has an advantage in terms of the backline. Right now, though, the team from China, DPS players, when they play to their potential, I don't know if it really matters what happens on the other side. I mean, those two players with Leave and Shine are so good.
Is it time to discuss Lip and his impact on this game, or lack thereof on Paradiso?
I mean, there wasn't really a ton of impact, right? And what do you got to like kind of get him going, get him in the flow of the game, right? We've seen Sparkle come up with some plays, whether it be on the Echo.
Very aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive, wants to play that way. When you're playing the Sojourn, though, it becomes really apparent when you're not landing those rail shots, right? When you're not, picking up those final blows, like you can definitely tell that it does not have as much of effect, as we see on Shy's side of things, right? Where he's able to just, every overclock, it feels like it's a 2-3 can.
Heading now into Surasa, our third map in this series, selected, of course, by South Korea. There'll be that on New Queen Street here. Got to see Sparkle on the Genji, Leave also on that yesterday. Don't get too excited looking at South Korea's comp.
Like, oddly enough, like, it almost seems like Lip is more comfortable. Like, we know Lip to be, like, the best Sombra in the world. Like, I don't even think that's, like, really a discussion, right? After that, what would you say, right?
Like, in Sojourn?
Yeah, I mean, but you're getting into, like, Shy is, like, a hit scan, type of, like, expert, right?
Okay, here we go. No soldiers here.
The Reaper.
This is such a Sparkle classic. So
every time I see Reaper, I'm like, why would anybody play Reaper? And then
again, this is the 2022 composition.
Yeah.
The Winston, Lucio, Kiriko with the Sojourn and Reaper. Really team fight oriented, very brawly. And that's what they're going to do right now. South Korea want to go in, but Sparkle's already down. It's odd not to see teams take the fight on the point. South Korea thought they could fight China out in the open. but perhaps it's better behind closed doors.
Yeah, it's you know, maybe you think you can punish Gushue a little bit with the Reaper. The Reaper has great survivability, right? I just feel like it's not as effective at, you know, putting pressure on the backline like the Tracer, right? This tells you, like, you know, trying to like put a ton of pressure on Gushue, maybe trying to like take away the kind of like counter divey style of play that they're trying to do.
It's a little telegraphed. It also requires you to play well within harm's reach, excuse me. Both are valid. Here's Monk, safe spot to be. Shy obviously operating on the high ground for a time for those juicy sight lines. Okay, Sparkle inputting as soon as he comes out of the shadow step here. What is South Korea looking for? A dive target, ideally. Fielder playing a loose end here. Poking down at Gushue, but this won't be nearly enough to cause problems for the Winston from the team from China. And here's that dive. Shy very low. They get the Sojourn first. Oh, that's a good one. You can't count on those, but when you get them, it really locks up a fight. Nicely done by Lip. Another rail to take Lengser out of the picture. And the team from China just have to throw themselves at it now.
Yeah, this is what you want to see if you know, you want to see if you're South Korea, like Lip start to come alive, right? 2 railgun connections there. We know he can, you know, this is a player who has been up for like MVP, you know, discussions of best player, you know, in terms of the damage dealer in the world, right? We know he can do it. It's just seeing it, you know, here and right there, that first, you know, real fight after the first one where, I mean, Team from China gets 99%, right? Lit with those 2 shots, puts Korea in control of the point.
The most important cooldown here, Matt, is the Sojourn slide. That's what South Korea are looking for. They want to try to find a way to force it out, or to see Shy reposition before going in. Here they go, Kitsune Rush going to send them in. They see Monk, but they think better of it. It's going to be Lip going down first in this fight, though not ideal. Shy now, Nano and Overclock.
They flip.
More like overkill. Team for China get the point midway through the fight, and so Sparkle, well, this is awkward. Yeah, there goes Fielder, another rail hit from Shy. Mr. Consistent on the Sojourn in this series. And that'll be your first flashpoint going to the team from China.
Yeah, then they do a tremendous job of keeping Shy alive, right? Because like you mentioned, South Korea, they want to see that dash go out of the Sojourn, and then they want to try and collapse, but you know, Lengsa and Monk do a tremendous job keeping Shy standing, and that's what decides a lot of these fights.
What is the plan for South Korea now? No comp changes. It was hovered briefly. They're going to stay with this Lucio Kiriko.
You have an overclock, right? Start things off. No support ults on both sides. You have an overclock, you'll have a Death Blossom here. So the Death Blossom, maybe if you're like a bit sneaky, you get a kill with it, but I think you're really looking at Lip to land some shots with this overclock.
Fielder has to know that he's in a dangerous spot here. Shy looking for that head. Both Winston's in, get that overclock from Lip. He's going to find something here. Gooseway. I've seen this before. I've seen this before. That's coast to coast, baby. Lip, though, will be waiting at the edge. I think we call that edge guarding.
Yeah, sure.
Now Lip can move up. Yeah, it's a very commonly used term in Overwatch, Matthew.
Yeah,
Very typical situation to witness. Switch to the Doomfist now for Gushue.
Don't really hear anybody in my games saying that.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, just rank up a little bit, buddy.
Oh, yeah, you. The Gold Guardian.
What diamonds? Come on. How are we having this conversation now? Lead with the pulse. Sparkle. Oh, that's telegraph, but hey. Subtle, not necessarily means effective. The Death Blossom claims one there, and this will be South Korea cleaning up another fight.
Outside of the Beyblade, man, that's probably the best Death Blossom we've seen in years. No, you TP into the bubble, then you get the Death Blossom going, right? There's no stun on the other side of things, right? It doesn't seem like Lengsa has a whip shot to knock Sparkle back. As Leave, so this is interesting, Leave was on Tracer, now goes over to the Echo because there's no Tracer on the other side.
Gushue tries to touch, booped away, straight into power block. Yeah, not much you can do about that one. Kitsune Rush here might secure this point, but I think Fielder would love to hold it for the first fight of the next. Yeah, Shy, and this is just drips and drabs here for the team from China. All right, South Korea even things up here on Surasa.
Probably the best part of the end of this fight for South Korea is they don't lose anybody. They don't have to use any types of like ultimates really to end up flipping it. And now they end up with a Kitsune Rush sound barrier here going into the next one.
We're gonna have a fight potentially off the point. Looked like it may have been the case, but South Korea actually want to Go straight to the point instead. There'll be a bit of dancing here. They're sitting just at the top of that stair. Oh, look at this. The team from China is split in half. They're going to go for it now. The sound barrier comes in. An opportunity identified for South Korea, but they've got to be quick about this. Monk is down. They're traded out though, and here comes Gushui. Chio is flattened. Fielder now. The Kitsune Rush has to be deployed with the nano boost on. Pretty key for Lengster there. Shy picked off though. Lip finds another key rail. An awkward fight to take there, but South Korea thought they had an opening. They were wrong. Oh, they were wrong.
The backline from the team from China, clutch up. I mean, that is one where South Korea, they think they have an advantage. They go all in. Primal, Kitsune Rush, sound barrier, and not able to take the point first. And you see now, the Echo comes out, Sparkle away from the Reaper, goes over to Trace.
Then nanoed Lengster. It was a 3 versus 5 virtually. Lengster just could not be killed there.
And rally.
And Gushui turned up and eliminated Chio instantly after the sound barrier was used there. I see the idea, but the execution was lacking. Sparkle going down there. You cannot allow this to happen. Monk gets yet another one.
Yeah, it looks like maybe just took some damage going across there.
Oh, this is ugly.
Did Sparkle and then just gets picked off by the Ana.
Gushui won't be allowed to return to spawn. A fond farewell bidden.
Yeah, let's take a look at this.
Very safe spot for Monk to be here.
And how low is Sparkle?
Just take those shots if you can. You never know who else is doing damage at the same time. All right, 90% and counting here for the team from China. This is a brutal break point on Surasa. And from the back line, you hear Lip pop that overclock. Good damage on Gushui, but it's healed up very, very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Great disruptor shot to slow them down here. Sparkle, God, does not want to get picked off early here. Leave almost does just that. Chio's in trouble.
Now it seems like it's go time though, right? Gushui, he's gonna have the meteor strike, you have the duplicate here as well.
They still have Nano, the team from China. They have all this defensive utility, but they're not using it defensively. Meteor strike from Gushui, in he goes. And out go the remains of South Korea. Another flashpoint for the team from China.
They put themselves a flashpoint away from taking this map pick. South Korea ended up taking us here, and team from China, they have done tremendous job. We talked about that backline, maybe it's different. Does not look like that now, as Monk and Lynx have played great.
Chio switched off the Lucio a while back here for the Brig. I think that extra durability in the rally is just something you can't go without. So off to the point we go. We'll have teams fighting outside of it once more. Fearless may opt to just allow the team from China to flow towards the point proper.
And the one thing I wonder is, like, the Echo has actually been pretty good against, like, you know, Doom. And do you have enough damage for South Korea to get rid of Gushui, right? With the power block, like Tracer, you know, Winston, not a lot.
Nano for Fearless, but he didn't go for the backline. Instead, playing defensively because Shy is on the hunt. Shield bash there from Chio doesn't do much to slow this relentless onslaught down. And Lip, oh, that could have been a big mistake. Taken to the skies while Shy was in overclock, but he isn't punished for it. Still, South Korea have to play off the point to start with, and Shy keeps that rail well and truly charged. Sparkle needs to keep his wits about him here, but he needs to be a threat in that off angle. Gushui got to be body blocked. They catch out the Doom Fist. Here's an opportunity now for South Korea to go forward, and Fearless does just that. Into the back line, takes note of Shy's position, but Lynx is definitely the best target here. They take down the Brig, and now the team from China just throw themselves at it for respawn.
Yeah, and at the start of that, it's actually pretty good trades from the team from China. They end up using a nano on a Shy, which we've seen a few times here throughout the week, and he gets into the back line, puts down some shots, and what happens? They end up having to use like nano and rally. Does South Korea. The Fearless also ends up popping Primal to live. So once you get all those 3 ultimates out, you kind of like back up, but South Korea in the end, they get that pick on the Gushui to kick things off.
He switches over to the Winston now. It's about even on this potential last flashpoint. Sparkle has that pulse bomb now, but who would be the recipient? Leave and duplicate, he's knocked back outside of the bubble. Monk's a viable target. It's dropped in the middle of them, and all of the team from China disperse. Leave getting a lot of work done, most of the damage here, and Fearless is going to get a nano boost now. Lex is off towards the side, but no one from South Korea is looking that way because Shy was first on the menu. No Sojourn now, but a big Bionade to follow up on. It's Fielder being picked off. just Brig for healing for South Korea. And there's a nano boost here for the team from China. Guushui trying to hang on, and Fearless has to go for the primal rage to pressure the backline with Lip. He finds a key shot with that overclock. Guushui taken down. Nano boost or not, South Korea were ready for him. And oh my word, we are going all the way on Surasa.
We were saying, when is Lip gonna step up right there with the overclock? You had lost Fielder, your largest source of healing. Everybody running back to the point because Chio doesn't have any line of sight on anybody. They get within Chio's range. The overclock comes in and he seals the deal.
Running out for Chio, building that up in that last fight, not opting to use it. That left-hand side populated right now by the team from China. Sparkle, it's tough for him to threaten that spot as Tracer doesn't have the vertical translation. Chio gonna go for the rally here as Guushui might be posing a problem in this primal rage.
Overclock as well here.
Could Shai find anything? There's Lip. Yep, he can. There was a Bionade on Lip, but Shai didn't care. Finds the finish. Lex are very, very low on him with the Bionade, but he's able to bide his time. The fact that South Korea can't chase that Brig kill down is gonna come back to haunt them.
Yes, Fearless gets hit with a bio as well, and he will fall. Leave now. I mean, now you're in a mirror matchup here, which, you know, early on we actually thought this favored South Korea, but as the series has gone on, the team from China has started to play great.
This map especially for the team from China.
Yeah.
South Korea following suit with the changes to their backline now, realizing how pivotal the Brig is. Stick isn't there for lead. So he backs out now. 40%, but there's Lip. What a pick. Shai gets taken down. It's a charged railgun headshot. You cannot ask for much more than that from Lip, and we have been. Now the rally lengths. Monk has a nano on board. We'll hold it as Guushui's not under any pressure right now, and South Korea need to turn that pick into a team fight win. They've got to go here. Guushui low. He gets a nano just in time. Great timing there from Monk to keep him up, and he gets Chio. Guushui on his own. Disrupts the backline, and now Fearless is sleeping. He can't get primal in time. Monk takes him down before that all comes up, and you've got to believe that's curtains. South Korea outplayed.
And Guushui does a great job of just sitting in the choke, controlling that choke, not letting Fielder push up, denying that line of sight.
We went all the way to 5 flashpoints. A rough start for South Korea. They finally find themselves midway through Surasa, and Lip finally is able to generate these fight-winning picks. But that last fight was awkward. A player advantage for South Korea. They pick off Shai. Lengser is 5 HP. They can't get to him. And Guushui gets a nano to pick off Chio to turn the tide in their favor. The crowd, they're on their feet here in the team from China corner.
And we talked about, you know, how good the South Korea backline is. And I think you actually saw the team from China, you know, with the way that Guushui was playing in terms of tank, being able to really give them problems, right? Getting in the middle, not pressing too far, not going in too deep, kind of splitting them off from Fearless and the rest of the team, giving you know, South Korea a lot of trouble.
And for the first time ever, the team from China are threatening to eliminate South Korea from a World Cup tournament. With 2 silver medals in their past, the team from China are going for gold. Have a look at some of these moments here. Guushui switches to the Winston eventually. This body block here, I think, was pretty massive at the start of this fight. Fearless gets in the way. That is so important there.
So I think a positive sign for South Korea is I think you start to saw Lit play a bit better on the Sojourn. You're going to need that if you're going to battle back in this series. But I think you're going to need to make adjustments in how you kind of play around your back line. Maybe, you know, try and bait Guushui in a little bit more.
This moment here, this is that nano to Guushui. Yeah. Oh, and Chio is just a little overextended. He may not even have been in line of sight of Fielder there. These fights came down to the slimmest of margins. And that's what you hope for from a series like this. The team from China and South Korea here in this semi-final is delivering. You'd be bonkers to go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, live from BlizzCon. Currently, we're being treated to basically a grand final caliber match between two of the greatest regions in the Overwatch world, in Overwatch history. That's right, it's the team from China going up against South Korea. Both teams, Matt, have won their map pick here. Currently 2-1 favoring the team from China, but we're very much knee-deep in the middle of this one.
Well, like you mentioned, typically this is a, finals matchup of the Overwatch World Cup. We'll actually get a final, a final that we've never actually had before, right? We'll get some new teams in there. Gushue struggled a little bit early on, but I think really started to find his groove on Surasa, really putting himself in nice positions, not overextending a little bit too deep.
Famous as a Winston player, right? Gushue's definitely shown a bit more of a preference to come out on the Doomfist here. Very powerful hero, but exploitable in some ways, and that's exactly what South Korea have been trying to do. So when Gushue switched back to the Winston, all of a sudden we have a great nano boost target, a very flexible tank that can also throw those bubbles down in crucial moments, especially in these high poke scenarios. And of course, you can't forget about the primal rage when Gushue is concerned. One of the very best, probably the best in the world, of securing final blows in a solo capacity with that ability. It's pretty frightening that that hero is in reserve for Gushue, as we saw the Doomfist make a mark, literally and figuratively, here on Surasa.
For me, it feels like, though, this next map, and really kind of this series, what do we get from Sparkle and Lip coming into this next map, right? I think that with the way this series has gone, it's been pretty even, and every other kind of roll across the board. It's like, what are you going to, can they kind of ascend to the level? And obviously these players, it's all historical players in the lobby, right?
Yeah.
But right now, Shy and Leaf are just on a, playing at such a high clip that you're gonna have to get really close to that to put your team over the edge.
And Sparkle's playing Tracer on that final flashpoint. We've had a lot of high ground and circling it. It's pretty hard for Sparkle to get exactly where he needs to be at a moment's notice.
Is that even the best setup for them? I think you can make an argument that Sparkle on the Echo and then Lip on the Tracer is probably a better setup.
I think on that kind of map it is vastly better, but that's such an open point, so hard to win from. We digress though, as Esperanza is the pick for South Korea. One of these teams will be eaten like this tonight, the other, maybe not. Again, this is a map where if you want to play a Tracer, you definitely can. Those high ground causeways are a little bit frustrating. Lip Sombra.
That would be interesting.
Again, a map that featured Sombra really heavily during the Sombra Tracer Winston dive metagame. You probably don't go back there now. Sombra, not quite the same hero that she was.
No, we haven't really seen her at all since the rework. I think it kind of...
Her role has changed, I feel.
Yeah, the way teams used to kind of play around her is not the same that we're seeing really, anymore. So I think it'll take a bit for her to kind of get back into the swing of things in terms of the meta. But a mirror matchup here for both teams. Winston-based compositions, Tracer Sojourn on both sides.
And let's not forget, this is match point for the team from China. South Korea want to take this one all the way to 5 games. The lead on Tracer. Seen a little less of that this series, but that's also a fearsome prospect. If able to get a glancing blow there on Shy, that matchup will headline this map, as this high ground control is where Sojourn shines.
Yeah, so it'll be South Korea gets control of the bot first, right? Just a little bit of card progress.
Sparkle wants to work the periphery here. He and Leaf will be checking each other on those flanking angles quite frequently. Bionade attempted there from Monk.
Doesn't hit anybody.
Gushue nothing to really follow up on here, so once the Disruptor shot comes down to cover his retreat, he jumps out.
The bot getting quite confused, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
It's like me with ice cream flavors, it's fine. He'll figure it out. Get them both. That's
I was going to say, that's your usual.
Get them both. Oh yeah, you know my stories. You know my stories. Yeah, I had a pint of ice cream with a toothbrush once because I didn't have a spoon and I really wanted it. I was in China. It was a mood. There it is, Sparkle found Leaf there on that flank. So finally some movement here on the periphery, and that's huge. That's going to get South Korea moving here. These 1 versus 1s between DPS, so important on this map.
Yeah, I was not seeing enough movement out there at the start of the game. It's
come on.
We got Fielder now with a nano here,
6 years,
potentially for Fearless up on the high ground, right? But look at this. I mean, the team from China, they like kind of farmed up all these ultimates coming into the next fight.
I told you about this in front of the therapist. And you admitted you do it. My God. Lee from the high ground has a pulse bomb here. Both sides pretty symmetrical in terms of that ultimate charge. Very similar spots. Shio are well ahead in rally. That might be an important factor here. Yeah, Lee just wants to keep that bot stopped here. Lip, okay, a little bit of aggression here. Movement, as Matt put it, after I put it. Sparkle's able to find another pulse here. Sparkle's opening up both these last couple of fights.
Oh, and Liv dodges that pulse bomb that comes in from Leap. I like that, though. I mean, you know, South Korea, they have to have obviously felt how strong the nano on a Shy is during overclock. Give it over to Lit. Let him make a play.
They need Fielder right now. Fearless has been low this whole time. He's got to use Primal now just for the heal, virtually. Drushui had already used his, but now there's going to be a rally in play. Fielder should be back on the scene now, but Lead has lived up to his name. No Tracer again for the team from China. They can't afford to keep losing lead early, so they're going to go for Shy. All the eggs in that basket now. Nano boost here, and oh my word! Fearless does not get away with that one. Now Shy's got more work to do here. The groundwork has been laid and Lip is low. Drushui tries to zap him on the way out, as Chio has to shield back sheepishly back to his side of the fence.
Yeah, Fearless always living on an edge, right? As he's into the back line. Like you mentioned, really weak, had to use the Primal to live. Nothing else to use there to be able to kind of live through that nano overclock that comes on through.
Bridge control here for the team from China. You've got to get this back if you're South Korea. Sparkle is right in the background, but he's waiting, I think, on a health pack respawn. Oh, there it is again, Lip! The DPS of South Korea have come alive, and what a time to do it. Now Fearless dives in the back line. Gushui's going to have to return, but he gets actually blocked on the way through. Again, a body block, apparently. Another convincing fight win for South Korea.
The team from China really has not gotten anything going here on Esperanza. As I really think Lip has come a lot. Like, we are seeing him start to pick it up.
These DPS head-to-heads,
it might be what kind of decides, you know, this map and, you know, if there is a South Korea win, the final map. And I think you're starting to see them actually pick up the play, right? You know, Sparkle winning a few engagements, Lit finding some headshots at the start of fights.
Sparkle notices Shy from that low ground here, but not a safe target for a pulse bomb application. Drushui again will just posture for now, but had to return to the back line. There's an opening here, especially with the Bionade on Shy. Sparkle wants to chase. It's sick of the century, my goodness! Shy gets picked off again.
Fearless hit with a bio, then gets it worn off. Now we'll push in. And Lip finds the leave. Yeah, the team from China, they have not been able to get anything. It's going to be Primal. They want to continue to fight.
This is a winnable fight. Gushui backhands Fielder on the way through. Now there's no healers available. Lip's in trouble. He needs to hit these headshots to the pole. My word! The Primal blade, sharp as ever. Sparkle. That's awkward.
So they end up pulling out that fight in the end. That is huge, right? You lose that. The barrier may be up to like 80 plus meters at this point with how they are moving. So huge fight there from the team from China. They're gonna have to win like two or three more in a row to like get this game even though.
But they win that fight and they're not too far behind in ults. Lip gets nanoed, charging on in very quickly. Team from China take defensive positions inside this choke. Not hitting the Monk there, might have been a punisher, but Spark was able to find his way into Shy. Lip sees the pulse coming almost. Extra sensory perception allows him to slide at the right time, and oh dear, Monk does not want to be here at all. Fearless gets him a table for one in the restaurant.
Yeah, South Korea probably got together during that little break and was like, hey, if we kill Shy, he can't kill three of us. If he's dead, he can't use an overclock and kill three of us. Because it looks like a little bit more of a concerted effort, right, to put, I know, some emphasis on taking him out, right? Sparkle getting in his face. That time, Lip, you know, that's his second nano here of Esperanza, right? Receiving the benefits of that with the overclock, letting him go in, make a play.
Good to see Lip set up for success a little bit more now, getting greater investment from the rest of South Korea. And he's returning that with interest. Okay, Sleep doesn't quite hit, but Fearless doesn't want to hang around. They've lost Sparkle in the backline. Finally, Shy gets some action here. And we're off to the races now for the team from China. Fearless hoping to make some use of the end of that Primal Rage and does get Monk, but Chio pushes up to try and support Fearless. And that exposes him to Lead, who might be a little irate at this point.
Yes, I mean, Shy actually got hit with a Primal. He got hit with a fist and he shot Sparkle mid-air. and took him out. But you've given up even more progress here. Has the team from China probably puts themselves in even another fight away from tying it up. And we've already had a lot of the game go by.
Down to the last 3.
Yeah.
A comeback here for the team from China would be absolutely astounding. They are a long way behind, because factor in there's a checkpoint here for South Korea. So we may as well add another fight on for the team from China from here on out in terms of what they need to do to equalize.
In South Korea, they know they don't need to be the team that like is aggressive and pushes down to that low ground. Well, Shy don't give a damn though.
Lip just falls to pieces under Shy's scrutiny there. That's really enough. Now you're in an awkward spot. Your group is 4. Can you dive on Shy post nano? He's going to get back to safety. There's a pulse bomb here though. Getting a player differential very quickly via Sparkle's ultimate could be the key, but they've lost feelers. This now gets ugly. This now could mean the checkpoint for the team from China.
And that was a nano that was going on a Fearless, died as it was going through. So that is a nano boost gone from South Korea. That could be a bit of a turning point.
And so the wind shifts to fill the sails of the team from China now. They have that checkpoint made up. This is what, 34 or so meters. That gets eaten up pretty quickly if you can't get on the front foot.
You're looking at like 2 fights. If you're South Korea, you take a fight early, right? Give yourself another defensive fight before like a, box of victory, so to speak.
What a pulse! Fearless very low and now needs to be topped up by Fielder. They'll get him back into the fight though. It's gonna be another 10 meters gained there by the team from China.
You're okay with this if you're South Korea. Like just playing inside of this choke, there's no reason for you to kind of push to the other side.
Oh, Monk's ready! He's so good! Sparkle there just has to airdrop that one and it's no good, but elsewhere. Lip, another big one from Lip. This will stop the team from China in their tracks. The question is, can South Korea now flip the switch?
No, it looks like the team from China, they want to back out. Probably play from the bridge area.
1 minute. China might have made enough progress there to make it a one-fight game if they can get the bot control. Gushway falls back. Shy, a little late to get the memo, but Fearless doesn't pursue it. Oh, no, another one! Oh, Matt, that's huge! This bot is headed right back towards the center of the map.
We'll see. I mean, South Korea, it looks like they're now going to push the pace.
They didn't want to take any risks at first, but that pick from Lip really gives them an opportunity now to start to dig their heels in. Lip forced back. Chio's going to be there with the whip shot. Going to be half a Gushway to find this kill. There'll be repair packs and all the rest. Primal Rage here from both Winstons at the same time, and Monk doesn't connect that sleep dart. He might be in some trouble, and Lip finishes him off. He's held in midair. It's an easy shot for the railgun. And Lip now with 2 on the trot. 5 seconds left in the map. Lexa trying to come forward and keep them in this, and Gushway the last standing. South Korea will not go down. We're going all the way.
We had discussed the damage dealers need to pick it up for South Korea. And Lip was phenomenal that map. I mean, that is the best map we've probably seen from him at the World Cup.
And it's not just Lip. A ton of action from Sparkle, including that 1 versus 1 win against Lee right towards the start of the map. That's the catalyst for the momentum that South Korea built in getting that first checkpoint rather early. And that's what gives them such a buffer. You can afford to lose 2 fights in a row and come back off the strength of alt economy. Lip with these first bloods. They've been needing this so badly all series long.
And giving him the nano boost, right? And letting him pick up a few kills every single time. That's really what they used to decide it at the end. Fearless is good enough with just the Primal Rage, being able to get hit with a biotic grenade, playing in line inside a fielder. They're so good that they're going to be able to live on through that, where you can then put Lip in a position to succeed in a big way.
This from Gushway was astounding. Again, a short-handed fight where Gushway finds 2 solo kills with that Primal Rage and turns it into a sticky situation for South Korea. Lip though here, that's the kill.
Yeah.
For me, that's the kill that turns this around in a big way. Esperanza won by South Korea, and Route 66 is on deck for our decider map.
Yeah, you're kind of thinking about where you could go here for this final map, and it's is there a map that maybe you can limit the impact of Tracer, or really put Sojourn more at the forefront? high ground on Route 66, pretty paramount all throughout.
I've seen at times teams try and force the Tracer on this map, and it's like you say, Matt, they've had difficulty getting her where she needs to be. Sojourn, you should expect to still be a real factor in this game, and maybe Echo mixed into some degree as well. Getting to choose the map means that choice of side will go to Team South Korea. And again, a hush over the crowd now as we wait to see which of these two teams will advance to that final.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are South Korea, I don't think you really change anything up, like comp-wise. I think you can still run some Tracer here. I don't think it's like you kind of have to just throw it away. I think the Winston will really be paramount, though.
We're here in the eye of the storm, here in Hall B at BlizzCon. We're going to head quickly down to the arena to get a feel for what's going on there with Golden Boy.
Hey, thank you so much, Mitch and Matt. Yeah, so the tension, you know, things kind of got a little quiet over here, but there's one thing you know. I mean, come on, Puerto Rican. I got to get loud. So we got to go ahead and see if we can ramp up this crowd and see where they feel. We got a lot of love here for the team from China, but what about the South Korean fans? Where are you at? Oh, but what about the Chinese fans? Oh, my word. One more time, South Korean fans, where are you at? Chinese fans, where are you at? Oh, I think the hype is real out here. We're time to jump into the action. Mitch and Matt, over to you.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy, and justifiably so. Both these teams have won their map picks. That's something worth bearing in mind. As we head over to Route 66, you have to think there's a plan for the team from China to close out the series.
I mean, I think they're... I don't think they have any other kind of like tricks up their sleeve, right? Like they're not gonna come out here and play Sigma Bastion. I mean, I know. Hey, if they come out and play Sigma Bastion, I'll like, you know, crowd dive off of the caster platform.
We might need a slightly higher density of attendance there, man.
Yeah, we'll have to get the team from China fans over here start catching me. You know, right across the fans. But nah, I mean, we know what both of these teams are going to do at this point. I don't think anybody's going to deviate from you know, this type of game plan.
So not a huge surprise to see the Tracer at least out of the gates here, because obviously those flanking routes plus the tunnels for both attackers and defenders are pretty important territories to try and stake your claim to early. Leave expecting to play from that slope and every now and then duck out onto the bridge, maybe look for an opportunity.
You can even play some 76 here if you wanted. Right? I mean, not in place of like a, probably still need the Tracer just to like kind of mark and, you know, put pressure on the backline. But like if you wanted to, you know, swap out the Sojourn, we've seen actually, you know, Shy pick up the 76. You could if you wanted.
It's a decided map in our first semi-final. The team from China and South Korea. Only one of these will get to advance for a shot at the goal.
Would you want to be on offense or defense here to start?
Probably want to start on offense. Personally, I always feel more comfortable getting to try and set a target.
Yeah, I think you want to be the team that kind of like sets the goal, right? You know, put the pressure on the other team, I think, going into the next
Especially if my opponents have some sense of momentum, and how about that? Shy did not see that one coming. That is a free haircut.
It's like Lip and Shy swapped powers at halftime.
Freaky Friday for Overwatch players, anybody? Great disruptive shot there. Lip will be slept, but it's going to be a minimal consequence unless Chio gets caught there. Oh, the bio! Fielder managing to get rid of Monk, but he and Lynx are a bit absolute menaces here. Yeah, well, no Inspire procs for the break there after the bio hit, so it's an easy kill. And here comes Fearless, weaving that punch in as he lands for optimum damage. But Shy will maybe kept alive here. The disrespect from Fearless is going to give himself up for that kill.
Yeah, and it's probably worth. You know, Gushue will have to back up, because you know you've killed Leave and Shy. They're both going to be coming off of respawn here.
I like this from Chio. Early whip shot. Yep. Is that enough time, Board? Not quite. The Gushue is so low. Pulse there from Sparkle. It is good. Monk trying to come up the ramp and sent straight back down. Lexi here stuck in the doorway, but that checkpoint's already been achieved by South Korea.
And okay, that right there, it's exactly what I was going to actually start talking about next. I love we actually catch that there towards the end where Lip, he slides forward into Shy, takes him out. a lot of like Sojourn, Widow, it's like a lot about like ego and confidence, right? And like when you're shy and you're just dunking on Lip constantly, like throughout the first, you're challenging things, you're getting the nano, you're sliding in deep. Lip's playing a little bit scared. Now you see it's like completely turned. Lip, I mean, he is taking every single fight with full confidence.
Not only was he winning the long range game with that big pick on Shy to start this off, but he's more than happy to get in his face and try and stress him out. Leave hunting for a pulse bomb candidate here. Chio has got to be it. That got dropped off, there were no connected. Lip was able to find that kill again. Caught by the whip shot though, 4 versus 4 as Gushray wants to circumvent Fearless, who pops the primal rage to pursue, and that is such a key sleep. Now Fearless comes back with a vengeance after taking a breather. Gushray now forced to play on the back foot as Fearless dives in, but he's hit with a bio as well. He'll have to retreat behind the bubble for now. But a safety won't last forever. The rally can't keep him alive. There was a nano, it's got to instead go over towards Lip now with the overclock. He's got to find a kill to keep this card on the move. Gushray in danger, playing out in the open here. And Sparkle is coming for Shy. He knows it. Lip up on the high ground. So aggressive.
I mean, you use a nano and an overclock, you have to try and make a play, right? But dude, both teams dump everything they have into that. So now it's how does South Korea manufacture a pick, take that high ground?
Something tells me, Matt, this isn't just about making it to the grand finals anymore. Both these teams are leaving it all out there. It's their last chance to do so. Hyper-aggressive play from Lip there, sees him caught out in the back line of the team from China. It's another bio for Monk that doesn't catch on. Spark a little low, forced to recall there, and Fearless wants to threaten at least from that high ground position. That's a huge bio. You've got to go after that to some degree. Fearless will be happy enough with the ground gains from Fielder's connection there.
Yeah, you'll move the payload a little bit here too, right? Off of, connecting on that big bio on the Monk and Lengsa, but you would have loved those kills.
Slide out of the way there from Lip. He's got no interest in being stuck with the pulse. Beautiful long-range bio, and Fielder is going to be next. Dead taxes and dying to Winston after bio. It's guaranteed.
And that's how you follow up on the bio, right? Monk with a long-range one. Fearless really low as Shy just comes up, towards that new double door, right? Comes from the side.
Nice to be able to walk through.
Yeah, gets that angle, able to take him out.
Another pulse bomb here for Sparkle. It's a nano for Monk though, and Fielder respectively, that you want to keep your eyes on. When you walk through these doors, you do put yourself in a position for this to happen. Another bio on Chio, and there's the follow-up. You can almost not afford to do that at all. Shy's able to find Sparkle. That's really just the cherry on top. That Chio kill is more than enough. How do you break this?
South Korea stalled out. I mean, it's difficult, right? You can barely even get through this choke. I mean, now you have the nano plus primal, right? You can really invest into Fearless and just push these supports out. That's kind of what you're trying to do.
Chio trying to wait for a cooldown to be popped there for Monk. Here's the pressure. It's going to be a defensive bio nade, but it catches on the Sparkle too. What a sleep! The Fearless is awake and he's hungry. Monk's going to be locked to the drop to the low ground here, rather. Across the way, Lengsa gets knocked. All the ultimates up for the team from China now. South Korea can't do much about it either. Fearless caught in mid-air, suspended as Shy puts him in the ground.
Dude, and Monk and Lengsa don't even feel the need to pop the nano or the rally during that. I mean, so much trust in each other to keep the other alive through a Fearless primal rage.
37 seconds left to play. South Korea barely halfway into the second phase of the map, but that's a pick that might give them an opening here. Bubble has to be dropped in the opening now to protect against the bio, and Leave can't find a pulse again. South Korea now know a player advantage is here. They've got to go for it. Flip to the high ground, disrupt the shot in the room. It's going to make it hard for the supports to emerge. Bionade though thrown at Fearless. He has to wait this one out. Can he get away in time? Fielder desperately doesn't nano him. Nano for Lip instead, and he'll make good on it for 2. Plenty more where that came from now as the team from China again go to the back foot. Lex has lost his shield. He's in trouble. It's got to be a rally now to keep him in the fight.
Yeah, but you're going to get Fearless back in this fight. You have a rally here for Chio, so you have a lot for South Korea to stay in this. Getting Lengsa to pop his rally just to keep himself alive is pretty huge.
Pulse for Sparkly. Lengsa playing from a distance. Fearless wants to challenge the high ground. Monk with a bio from here. Nano also, big plays. And it's going to be Goochway getting the Nano. Monk got to be healed back up now as Goochway playing on the low ground. It's a rally for Chio. They're making it very hard to win that fight. Pulse Bomb drops to Goochway's right, but he ignores it. Card on the move now, even with a disruptor shot on it. Big bio, another one. Lips forced to jump away, and Goochway might look to pursue that one. Leave on the periphery. Sees Chio's low, but can't penetrate that shield, and it's going to be Sparkle to find the first kill of the fight. Leave with a Pulse Bomb. Someone's got to eat this. Thrown inside the small room, and over the top comes Goochway. Let's try to play back behind the bubble. Another bio. A bio on Goochway. The Winston's down, and here comes South Korea. Far from done. A second checkpoint and 90 seconds gained.
There are moments that just sometimes it is such a demoralizing loss. And right there, they get Fearless at the start. Lip with that overclock goes huge, right? Gives them a chance to get that payload over the line. And they finally do it. The team from China, they went all out in that one. They got to be devastated.
They don't have the time to think about it though, Matt. They've got to pick themselves back up and set a new line of scrimmage here. The last phase of the map. Chio knocked away there, shield bashing back towards Fielder, who's going to give the Nano over towards Fearless. Doesn't want to challenge Monk's position for fear of the Sleek Dart, and instead wants a bit of the brig. Primal Rage available for Fearless, but he's holding on to it, playing conservatively here. 36 seconds to play. Shy pushes up to the card, wants to get in Lip's face, but Linksa gets there first. And the Sojourn is down for South Korea. Fielder soon to follow. This could get out of hand very quickly, Matt.
Yeah, South Korea looking to reset. One more fight from the team for China to be able to get a hold here. Nano, Rally, probably available for China. What do? Do you Nano Goochway here? South Korea, you're going to have the Rally and the Primal. It's actually pretty nice that Fearless saved this Primal to extend this fight.
Lip will go for the overclock without the Nano. Sparkle caught by Lee. Briefly, he's able to get that health back up. Overtime now, it's Fearless, will touch. Here's the Nano on towards Goochway. Will be looking for a backliner in a moment. Sparkle again down to low health. Lee wants to pressure, but it's going to be a repair pack. Goochway in from the high ground here, and he's taken down. Lip's able to find him. Now you're going to play your advantage, but Lip's going to be knocked back by the brick stun. Bio connecting onto the Sojourn here, and Lee's found a pulse bomb in the backline. Linksa finishes the job. Lee now dancing. Fielder trying to dodge those shots, but Fearless has gotten in there with a Primal Rage. Lee still wants the Ana. Can he catch him out? Monk is down. Fielder finds Linksa though, and now there's no brick, but Fearless is so low. A 1 versus 3. It's too much to ask for. And the team from China stop the bleed.
Now at least you know what you have to do for South Korea to get that win. It can actually get pretty difficult to take that second checkpoint. So just getting past that second checkpoint a little bit around that corner could be huge for South Korea. I think it gives you a better idea of how to use your ultimates in the second half of the game, right? Knowing you have that backstop and you know how much time is on the clock and how many fights you're going to get here or there. So they put themselves in a position to potentially, this would be a squeak out a series win.
Think back to Paradiso. Again, it was South Korea being tested on the attack. It came to their defense. They struggled. Let's have a look back at the final moments of the last round.
As this is going to be the lead pulse bomb, right? So Lip kicks things off here with the first blood on Noguchi. That is that is a really difficult play to make, and Lee makes it look easy.
This kill on Sparkle as well. So important to find that there, as Sparkle can just lap up another mini health pack and get going. So your win condition is established. The team from China look to finish the map, essentially, to get themselves a seat at the table in our grand finals.
Goochway hit with a bio early, but not going to be able to follow up any of that, as looks like South Korea does not want to play close. They want to probably play this first corner, give themselves 2 fights here at this first checkpoint.
Disrupt the shot there to deny that angle from Lip. Shy wants to make sure he knows where to be looking here. Bionic Grenade downs both Shy and Monk, but it doesn't matter. It won't stop the headshot potential. Sparkle wanders into that one. Chio almost overextends, and they get lead. Great railgun from both Sojourns now. Fearless comes home to roost here, but not before Lip gets picked off by Monk. All of the team from China are piling on in here. Gushui's happy to actually slow things down a little bit. Doesn't need to overextend into this position. Waits for some of those defensive cooldowns to be teased out, and the bubble's doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Great dance away from the Bio. Gushui just has this one memorized. Bio hits Fearless and Fielder, by the way. They'll have to back away. Give that ground up for now.
I mean, Gushui just generates so much space for the team from China. I mean, you see the payload, it's already basically at the first checkpoint.
Gushui knocking at the door as always. Fearless! Wiped off the face of the map there. Another artful headshot. Yeah, Chio gonna go for it. South Korea trying to buy as much time as they possibly can, but how do you kill Gushui now? Primal Rage makes things even worse, and that bio nade from Monk, they have been unstoppable. The pulse from Sparkle is good, but you really need a lot more than that. Nanabu's given over to Lip here. He's close to an overclock, and Fearless is back in the fight. South Korea are here to defend.
That's going to be the rally from Lakesa, trying to keep everybody up, and gets Lip.
Fearless the only one right now. Fielder not in a great spot and couldn't intervene. Gushui cleverly sets himself up on that left side to deny Fielder line of sight.
And he buys him so much space, right? He jumps in between himself. It's like Fearless on one side, Gushui with his bubble in the middle, and then Fielder on the other. And Fearless gets low. He jumps back towards Fielder, the biotic grenade from Monk right there, and that gives him so much payload progress.
Back off spawn now is Fearless, having a good inkling of where to find Gushui. Playing on that overhang on top of the saloon. Nano here for Monk. We've seen it go Gushui's way a couple of times as well.
Shy with overclock though.
Might be the ticket. Lip got nanoed but didn't use overclock. We didn't have a chance to previously. Here comes Shy, got nanoed. But Fearless wants to deny this. Can he get back on the map? Yes, he can. By the skin of his teeth, Shy returns to the fray now, wants to pressure the bottom room of this saloon. Fearless drops in front of another bubble, drop down with a cone of silence, will not be effective as Spark and the Lip are gone! Who now will protect South Korea from the relentless onslaught?
Man, the team from China has turned up here on offense. And what do you do now? With South Korea, you're just gonna have, what, maybe a pulse bomb and a rally here? This is a devastating circumstance as the team from China is setting a really good time.
Gushui here has to wait. He can't intervene here. He's trying to play from an off angle. And they lose Lip before there's a chance for a fight to begin. Sleep down on Gushui. There's nothing you can do to follow up on that. He's just too big. And that's another checkpoint. 4 minutes and 30 on the clock. How do you hold this off?
Oh, I mean, this would be a legendary hold if South Korea is able to do it, as the team from China in a perfect position to close the series out in their favor.
Fielder with a nano. It's probably going to have to be Fearless here. Roar of the crowd becomes deafening now. The roar of the Tiger being muted. It's going to be Shy again. Fielder's in danger. He's got to know that. But a Bionade is crucial. He sends it over towards Shy to slow him up. The nano Fearless, though, is slept. Leave now free to try and deal with Sparkle for a moment, but there's a lot on his plate. South Korea buying a bit of time, and they have a rally in the back pocket. 3 minutes 47 to, I mean, God, why do I read it out? There's just so much time. Leave has his pulse now, and he has dropped into that left room, still competing for supremacy with Sparkle. Monk bio, but he'll play safely. Oh my goodness, a stick on a tracer! Are you kidding me? Here at the World Cup! I don't believe it! Rally comes out here for Chio. But this is a forlorn hope. He's forced back. The card is so close. 2 meters to go. And the dragon soars over the tiger. To parts unknown. And a chance at the gold medal.
In the end, the DPS duo of Shy and Leaf were just too much. I mean, in that offensive half of Route 66, they were just dominant. Shy, it feels like every fight, getting a first blood, picking a player off on the Sojourn, and then Leaf with the pulse bomb onto the Tracer to close it out. I mean, they are in a prime position, never been in a better spot to get the gold.
The team from China are here now to rewrite history. Falling to South Korea in 2018. 2 silver medals in their past. Right now they are fixed on only one thing, and that is the World Championship. That is the gold medal. And who can stand in their way?
It feels like you probably slayed a bit of a demon here, right? Somebody who's always been in your path, never been able to get over. And even for South Korea, right, it didn't play the best. I mean, you see how much this means to the fans here that came out to support the team from China. But South Korea, they didn't really kind of, play their best, but always in those big moments, they were going to come up and play to the level of their competition. And the team from China just a step ahead.
We discussed how choice of map here might impact how the way went, but again, it came down, as it has for much of this series, to those individuals.
Sure.
Monk with the biotic grenades. On that second part of the defense, right, the long road, constantly buying time for the team from China, connecting on Chio or whoever, doesn't matter, there's always going to be a follow-up. It's electric in here, the crowd's excited, I can feel something magical brewing. We're going to head now down with an interview with Shai.
Thank you so much, guys. What an exhilarating match. I'm sorry. I had myself together before this, and then the moment I came on stage and saw Shai, I just got a little emotional. But anyways, congratulations. Great performances from both teams. Team Korea is a team that's known for its flexibility, so how are you guys able to prepare and just adjust for whatever they were throwing at you? Shai, 首先恭喜你们，这场比赛对你们来说也有很大的象征性。那么韩国队是个相当有灵活性的一个队伍，你们是怎么准备的这么充分呢？对，你们队伍是怎么准备的这么充分？
因为我们之前也就是遇到过他们其中一些队员，跟他们一起交手过一次。所以我们怎么说呢？就是并不惧怕他们，因为我觉得我们一定可以战胜他们。对。
So it's not the first time that we went up against Team Korea. We have faced these players many times before, so we were very prepared in every department. Now the next question is, the only thing standing in the way between you and that gold medal is one more match. So will this be the year that you guys take it all? 接下来呢，你们很有可能面对芬兰队或沙特阿拉伯。那无论是哪个队，你们觉得你们能不能赢冠军呢？
因为我觉得我们5个人，或者说我们这些团队里面的人在一起，就是相聚在一起特别不容易。我觉得我们就是在一起的目标就只有一个，就冠军。我觉得无论如何，不管是什么样的对手，我觉得我们都会战胜他们。
It's not going to be an easy match, but I believe that no matter what, with the 5 of us together, if we perform our best, then we can definitely win and we can take home the gold. Thank you guys so much. And again, Shai, 非常感谢你。希望你们比赛顺利，晒出水平，晒出风格。Thank you so much. Back to you at the desk.
Thank you so much, Emily. Great to hear it from Shai here. China take this one in a nail-biter of a series.
What
this
a series.
is what we wanted
what
to see. This might as well have been a finals. But I gotta ask here first, are you okay, Danny?
Oh, come on. Come on.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really used to this. I mean, sure, me getting Preds wrong, I'm very used to that. But, Team South Korea has always been historically a very dominant team. But they did a great job, but honestly, team from China is something else. Oh my God, they were amazing.
They were. And Johnny, heading into this match, in our match preview, you said you're going to have your eyes on that DPS duo, and they showed up.
Yeah, the damage duo from the team from China was obviously the difference maker in this series. I think you saw that both Lip and Shai went head-to-head when it came to the Sojourn battle. Finding picks early on in these fights really sets up the rest of the team. As much as you can talk about Winston's and backlines mitigating, the support played phenomenally from both sides, both Monk and Fielder, Xiolengsa, but really it comes down to the damage players, in my opinion. Sparkle, finding these pull spawn picks, especially on Esperanza, was crucial for South Korea, but most of the time, it was really Leave who had the upper hand when it came to that matchup. And I think that was the big difference maker in this series right here. So yes, team from China, I do think they had the superior damage duo in this match. And I think you could see it throughout. That was what gave them the upper hand here, Jake.
I have to agree. I mean, I think for me, as you said, the Sojourn, I feel like that was a 50-50 matchup. I feel like Lip played head-to-head, but Sparkle, he plays Tracer. He's incredibly good at it, but it's not his best hero. It's not his total comfort. And on those final 2 map picks, Tracer felt like the most important hero. You needed to have it. Here on Surasa, though, I felt like throughout the series, there were moments when the team from South Korea, they sort of questioned this dive comp. They brought out the Lucio. It didn't work for them. And I think they're going to be kicking themselves for that choice when it comes to the post-game review here. The team from China never once wavered. They knew that they would play this comp through to the end. The Ana Brig dive style. Yes, they swapped, Echo and Tracer, Winston and Doom, but they were so committed, so confident. And I mean, we saw why, especially on that Route 66 attack.
So, I mean, for me, what I learned or what I really liked about the team from China is that, they were making really good adjustments. They were making quick swaps here and there. But other than that, I think, honestly, for me, I think they were just a better team. They were very, very focused, and I think that really carried on to the end. They did not lose focus at all, even when they were at a disadvantage. And I think that really played out very well for a team from China.
I mean, at this point, like, I'm almost willing to crown Monk like the best Ana in the world, because quite honestly, when we went over to Monk's, first-person view, we could see that he just played like picture perfect, peeling, making sure that Sparkle couldn't find those picks. As much as Sparkle is a fantastic player, the backline, the support players from the team from China, really like held them off really well. And you cannot just say that it was, a mechanical kind of like difference here for Sparkle. He didn't really off to the Tracer. I mean, this post pop, oh my god, that is like a slam dunk in Overwatch. Oh my lord.
That's putting you on the poster. That's putting you on the poster right there.
That is brutal right there. But yeah, I mean, the entire squad, the team from China, this could be their year now.
Eventually it has to be, right? Coming second 2 years in a row, they're eager. And I think 3 or 4 of those players have been on the team from China for the past 2 second-place finishes. So they want that gold. They can smell it. They can see that they are finding themselves in our finals. But first, we have another telestration to break down some of the action. Jake, the team from China, they stuck to their guns for this one.
Yes, they did. And I want to break down especially a fight where the teams from South Korea, they brought out this Lucio comp on Surasa. There were moments it looked good, but here I wanted to show a fight that really shows how the team from China, they just dissected this comp. That the Dallas Fuel in 2022 in the Overwatch League, they destroyed everybody with this. No one could touch them. But today, here, the team from China answered it. So here, we're seeing Dallas Fuel playing this aggressive Lucio rush style. Chio, you see he's already beating in. And this is a great catch from the Team South Korea, right? Gushui and Leave, they're leaning towards point. They're separated away. And Team South Korea, I mean, they're already on top of this backline. This looks like a really tough scenario for the team from China. But let's roll the clip and see how they deal with it. So we can see the beat dive comes in. Everybody's split from the team from China. But crucially here, Lengsa and Monk are able to slip back through the front lines of the rush. They kite first back into the corners, first away, and then return back and sort of flip the map, get back behind the rush and regroup. Yes, they do lose Monk, but at the same time, they pick Sparkle. And when you are playing this Ana break comp with the Echo Sojourn, you have so much damage over time, so much healing. All you need to do is make the fight long, extend it out, get more cycles of cooldowns out, and you will eventually win it all. And that's exactly what they did. So we can look a little bit more at the POVs here to see how this fight started out. Team China was able to win it. Here, Lengsa, I love this moment because look at this. That's all he needs. This tiny third-person peek. You can see Shy is already, he's like, I'm out of here. I'm done. I'm running. I'm full kiting. And we can roll the clip here. How quickly the team from China, instant reaction, instant kiting. Nano and Rally come in on the brig. Everyone's splitting apart. And yet, at the end of this fight, they're regrouping back on the point side of the map. Team South Korea, they're forced to chase. They're forced to try to end it. Gushui as well here with a beautiful disruption of the dive. Getting in here, holding all of the aggro for his teammates, trusting that his Echo and Sojourn are going to do so much damage, carry the fight. If he can just disrupt, keep these other players off of his teammates. Perfect execution, frankly, showing, I think, why the team from China is so confident in this comp, why they never swap off, because they know how to adapt and adjust their playstyle to deal with any strategy their opponents throw at them.
Additionally, there are a couple more details there that are crucial, of course, that Gushui made the swap to Doomfist when he saw Sparkle bring out the Reaper. So that's moving away from the Winston to the Doomfist. Really made a difference in that fight. But also the heads-up play to put the Nano onto the rallying Brigitte. They recognize that, okay, South Korea, they're going to dive aggressively as a team with that Reaper, with the Lucio, with the Kirchhoff. They're going to be in our face. So we're going to invest in Nano, not into our Sojourn this time, but onto the rallying Brigitte. And that is going to help us peel off South Korea and buy us time to turn this fight around. So really heads up from the team from China, like Jake said.
And honestly, it's something we've seen from them multiple times at this point in the tournament. Even when Monk goes down, he knows he's going to die there. He knows there's not really much that anybody can do for him. But Nano in the Brig, now she's not going to go down. You're still going to have heals. You're still going to have sustain, and you're still going to be able to outlast in the team fight. And we saw that against the Team USA as well, right? Like even when Team USA gets opening picks, the team from China, they strike back and they win what looks like a disadvantaged fight. It looks like it's going bad for them, but it's in the end, it's always in their control. They have the read of the game, and it's incredibly impressive to see this level of play at the Overwatch World Cup.
So good.
Yeah, they've been able to dictate the tempo here. They are on the same page. The cohesion of that team is thus far unmatched in the Overwatch World Cup. Let's see if one of the teams can take them down, as they are now waiting in the finals. And the two teams which are vying for that second spot are Team Finland and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. One of these teams will be getting a chance to take China down and to stop their reign, or their attempted reign, their attempt at that gold medal, which they might be getting this year around. We'll find out very soon. First, we're heading into a break, and afterwards, we are back with the second semi-final match of the day. Welcome back, everyone. This is the Overwatch World Cup 2023, and we're about to dive into our second semi-final of the day. We had an explosive first match here with South Korea and the team from China. It went the distance. It went all the way. And quite frankly, this is my expectation for the second game as well. Both these teams, which are finding themselves in the semi-finals here for this one, they have been very, very clean, very cohesive. They looked very, very strong. And I dare say some of them really surprised the audience. So let's talk about the two teams at hand. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia first. We know them, of course, from the European contenders as Twisted Minds. They are backed up here by Semifinal from the Overwatch League. And they've been looking like they really are on the same page and they know their win conditions.
I think the team from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia this year is the strongest that they've ever fielded, really playing incredibly well on what I think is the strongest comp in the meta, built around a Sigma with KSA putting up incredible performances on the hero, and Semifinal keeping him alive. There's so much to be excited about from this team.
And they will be facing off against the team from Finland. They have been lights out, taking South Korea all the way as well. Like they made them sweat for it, Johnny.
Yeah, a bit of a dark horse here in Team Finland. Obviously, a lot of new names coming into this roster, but also old legends like Masa, who of course has competed in Overwatch League Grand Finals. He's had that stature with him. Another team that has really excelled playing this slower Sigma composition that we're seeing ourselves now. So a bit funny going from semifinal 1, where we saw the team from China and South Korea duke it out on these Winston, Doomfist, heavy dive compositions, into a second semifinal where I think we would just expect Sigma throughout.
Yeah, I think this will be a no compositional clash in either semi, but both the bronze and gold medal matches will be very exciting to see strategically who comes out on top. What kind of swaps do we see?
I mean, it is a great opportunity to show the world that you are the very best at that one comp. To be able to really compare apples to apples, this is most likely what we will be seeing in this very semi-final. So let's head into our predictions. For this one, I had to give it to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I just really think they've been playing lights out. They have mastered this competition. Juby and Quartz have been phenomenal. It's going to be so scary for Finland to go up against this.
What she said. I agree 100%. I'm going to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well.
You know, I don't know that we've seen enough from these teams to be sure. I went with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I feel that neither of them have been truly tested, truly pushed to their limit yet. And so I want to see more. I think Finland very much has a chance here, but I went with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so did I. I went with Saudi Arabia to win this one. Two dark horses, but Finland is like the darker horse of the two. I got Saudi Arabia winning this one.
Color theory with Donnie here on the desk. We talk more about that after the match. Maybe, probably not. For now, we are ready to meet the teams.
And let's bring out your first team to the stage. Put your hands together for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
This team, they play with so much confidence. They're coming on the stage with swagger because they haven't been touched so far in the World Cup. They have been destroying all comers, ready to take on anything that Finland brings here. Definitely exciting to see, especially for me, UB and Quartz on this DPS duo. A lot they can put out in the mirror. This May, the walls, it's going to be crucial. The team play, it's got to be tight to take on Finland. If you slip up, Finland will punish you. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they've got to play well here.
And their opponents, Team Finland!
The stoic, solid Finns coming in here to the semi-final matchup, playing with a bit of spirit from Sapis, Fragi, old Overwatch legends, of course, who had a really good performance back in 2016. Now, that was 7 years ago. Can this new generation of Finnish talent bring it to Saudi Arabia and perhaps qualify for the grand final?
I'm sure we're in for a treat, and here to take us through all the action are Lemon Kiwi and Necro.
Thank you so much, Zoe. I'm so excited for our second and final semi-final. Oh my God, against two amazing teams. One that has already claimed the throne and the other who is a big dark horse in this bracket.
Exactly. I mean, KSA, they've already called themselves champions, especially on a stage like this. And Finland, they're here to prove to everybody that they're not a team to be underestimated. But what makes this match even more exciting is that both of these teams have some history playing against each other in European contenders. So they're very familiar with their play styles, their tendencies, and that adds an extra dimension to this match today.
And we're expecting a mirror matchup. Like, both these teams dominated in their quarterfinals based off of, well, they have very experienced Sigma players on the tank roles, and they were facing off against teams that preferred the Orisa. Now, we could really kind of break that down as a compositional difference, as the desk has been talking time and time again how strong Sigma is in the meta right now. Both these teams have put on a masterclass performance on Sigma, Mei, Bastion. That's what I'm really expecting to see. On Control, we saw highlighted plays, though, from the Symmetra and how good these teams were around coordinating that.
And it'll be interesting to see whether or not the Symmetra comes out in this particular matchup, especially because we're going over to Sanctuary. There's a lot of different areas you have to try to control, and whether or not that Symmetra comes into play will help you to be able to close the distance. One big thing that we ended up seeing yesterday as well from KSA is when they ended up playing in their matchup, they did bring out the Junkerku. We just saw KSA hover over it, but I don't believe they're going to bring it out here today because it was really a rock, paper, scissors against the Reinhardt that they ended up playing against. So it is going to be more of the mirror.
Well, our second semifinal is ready. The doors are open. Here we go. It's the Mei Symmetra from Finland. I love this roster because Cloud and Sana can trade that Mei role, so they have so many compositions available. Finland have already taken control of Drum. KSA are heading to the other side, counter-rotating to have some form of shelter, and Finland are on their tail.
And what Finland really want to do here is close the distance. So KSA is forcing them to have to use their cooldowns to get close.
Ooh.
But Quartz is opening things up with a big pick.
And that's the fact that KSA have a Sojourn, they have a lot of good range DPS with the Mei. No discounting what Sonic can do. Those Symmetra right clicks are so good. But Quartz has been a highlight thus far, making that 3 picks for KSA, and Finland are down for the count.
What we've seen before is Sana pick up this Sojourn role. So it's possible that as the match progresses, we may see Sana try to pick that up in order to have those DPS duels against Quartz. Quartz has been able to open up these fights so well in the quarterfinals, the group stage, just getting instant picks with something like the Sojourn, and that's something that Finland are going to have to be very cautious of. So Cloud using those Mei walls a bit reactively so that Finland can get through to the point a little bit better.
Finland are trying to place this teleporter, and this is why you play the sim. You want to gap close, and they place the Matrix. They isolate KSA. He seems to be okay, and even Yuffie throws the Blizzard in their face, and Finland were able to disengage. They have the Ice Block from Cloud. No one really got frozen by that. Finland took the pressure well, even though the Matrix didn't catch KSA too much. Speaking of that, Surasa places his good Maywall from Cloud to block most of that, and Quartz is left unattended on this off angle, and Matrix plus overclock, the equation equals death.
Oh, look at that too. Haku's just gonna help Quartz try to follow up those picks, and despite the best effort from Finland in opening things up to have that personnel advantage, KSA is gonna be able to maintain control of this point, and Finland now gonna try to retake with this Gravitic Flux.
Great barrier from Haku, even though it was only a 2-man Flux. KSA are happy to invest that, and they're flawless thus far. They just have to read where this Finland Symmetra teleporter is. Finland have been placing it, though, right in front of KSA. Their objective is using Cloud's Mei wall to isolate KSA specifically. That tank is a problem. Here's the Flux, and the respawning sound barrier there from Masa, but Finland are very low. Cloud manages to get the Blizzard off at 2 HP, and the immortality from Mickey greatly placed to allow that to happen. KSA had to give up a lot of real estate, and Finland are on the board.
Look at the photon barrier too. It's going to help keep Finland safe and hopefully keep control of this point.
For now, KSA, as soon as this wall drops, they could be trying to open up with an amplification matrix. Keep an eye on what Quartz is doing. Doesn't want to be too eager on this off angle. Waits to see what KSA does and what call he makes. Amp matrix from Surasa. Vestola is very far forward. How long can Finland defend this? It's 92 for KSA, and there's another amp matrix, this time from Mickey. And KSA seem to be okay, but they have to deal with Vestola, who's just putting in so much damage, and Finland are ramping up, and Sana melting the faces of KSA, who now has to head for the hills.
Something that we saw Finland do yesterday was use these symmetric teleporters to bait and switch. You put one down, maybe it draws away the focus fire of KSA so that Finland can focus on the real objective, which is going to continue to be marking down KSA on the Sigma so that you don't have a frontline presence. In the Sigma versus Sigma, it's really important to have the upper hand with a stronger frontline. And that's something that Vestola is going to be battling out to have for Finland.
Forts has the overclock. He's might have been detected because of those Symmetra turrets, but he may be behind that Vestola shield. Forts with the overclock. Keep an eye on what picks he can get. Now the Blizzard is thrown. Cloud is down before he could use his Blizzard. He was at 92. And Haku actually got his sound barrier canceled, I believe, and Masa was able to unleash his. A lot of sustain from Finland, but as soon as that goes away, KSA kick them in the dirt. They're about to take back the point at 92. It's not a lot of time for Finland to touch.
I don't think they can touch. They're going to have to send someone to blink onto the point, but KSA are ready, and that's going to be it. That's the first point for KSA.
100 to 89. That is close. In that sound barrier difference at the end, that could have been what swung the whole fight.
Really and truly, I mean, KSA, and honestly, just looking at the Lucios on both sides, we can really celebrate what Haku and Masa have been able to accomplish for both of their teams. Masa, especially, has really impressed me with the timing of those sound barriers, and that's something that Finland has been able to take so much advantage of. Sadly, Haku did lose the sound barrier in that last engagement, but KSA played so well, knowing that that ultimate was lost. What KSA are really good at is giving up that space, knowing that the end goal is to take it back and keep control of that objective.
It's time to head downtown. A lot of speed. Trying to take over Mega Pack, but Asona was maybe trying to set up a teleporter. He just gets beamed down. An early advantage for KSA, and speaking of KSA, he's been stunned up. Good grasp. Now he's out of cooldowns. Finland trying to retreat. KSA hot on their trail, and the Maywall is so beautiful from UB. Finland managed to defend themselves with their own Maywall and survive, only dropping one member.
Look at that Mickey too, with a perfectly timed immortality field on top of the Maywall to help keep Finland safe. Despite that, KSA are still able to get control of this point first, and so the onus is on Finland here to try to break down that bunker behind that point.
Right, point is for KSA. Finland going for the flip. The Amp Matrix from Mickey trying to push back KSA, but Surmajet on an off angle, past the shield of Vestola, past the eyes of Finland. It's KSA still in the driver's seat.
And now they have the amplification matrix to work with as well. All the damage they did to poke down Finland during that first fight has netted them 3-4 ultimates to use in this next one. So KSA have a lot of different tools to work with here.
I wonder if Surmajet is gonna want to pop the window early, but Finland managed to grab shelter instead. Sana did teleport the team across. Everyone is grouped up together. KSA could have a huge flux here. No accretion to worry about. Manages to lift some of Finland, gets them low, has them separated, and Cloud was exposed. KSA are surrounding Finland and tearing them apart.
That's gonna be another fight for KSA there. They even throw the Blizzard on top just as an insurance policy. And KSA are quickly finding themselves in that last fight territory. If they're able to take this up all the way, they get a chance to secure this first map, and they still have ults to spare. Finland are just working up to some of their first ones, and especially when it comes down to Moss's sound barrier, that is critical in this next fight. Quartz can shut down a lot of the offense from Finland with that photon barrier.
Cloud has been separated, and Finland jump on their prey. The sound barriers are exchanged to help either team, but the Blizzard from Cloud shuts down that main choke, and KSA have already lost one, and now two. It's not looking good for KSA to keep defending this, but I feel like the effort was there. The work has been done. They're at 99%. KSA just need one fight to win the map.
It's gonna be a little while before they can find that fight win though. Surmajet is gonna have the amplification matrix, but not necessarily maybe enough damage to overcome what Finland has for this defense, especially when Mickey can pop down the amplification matrix of his own, and you have the photon barrier, just so much sustain on the side of Finland to keep control of this point.
Amplification Matrix staring down Finland, who defend themselves with the Sauna sound barrier, and KSA are just gonna go inside the building. They're not gonna even chance getting picked, because that's how Finland were able to swing that fight last time. Now that those ultimates are out of the way, it's the Flux from Vistola that I'm looking for, and they all teleport right in front of him. The meal is served up, but he wants to make sure that he gets enough space between them so he doesn't get stunned. And really, the Finland from Poke is what's winning this so far. You just saw the KSA accretion. Vistola could go for the Flux, but Finland don't need to use ultimates. That is great patience.
That is a lot of economy for them as well, something that they were lacking earlier on in downtown. And now Finland get a chance to save that Gravitic Flux for an even more important fight. Something that both of these teams are doing really well, especially to manage the mirror, is those immortality field timings. Can they get that skill down before going in with something that's a little bit more hard-hitting, like that Gravitic Flux?
What's Mickey doing up there?
He's cooking. Let him cook.
Let him cook. Let him hang up there. KSA are below. Do they know that bird is up there? KSA can also just, well, teleport out. UB trying to extend outside of the shield, has to be careful. He's been a target of that focus. And Finland teleport to the high ground, drop the blizzard, let it rain on KSA. And Finland, that creativity is what's winning them the fight. The 0 to 100 comeback. Finland are doing it. But the blizzard, the slow from KSA is slowly turning this fight. The sound barrier from KSA, they send their way to the point, and it's overtime, and Finland may have just choked this comeback that they were generating.
Oh my gosh, the overtime is going to be in effect here. Masa gets an important pick onto UB, which is the main source of damage for KSA, but KSA is back with his Gravitic Flux, but not before Finland reinforcements can come through.
Reinforcements are back, but KSA, the double kill, his DPS, too much to handle, and KSA deny the comeback and take map number 1.
What a close map number 1 that really was, though. We saw the 189% on that very first point of Sanctuary and almost saw the reverse sweep coming through for Finland. What a phenomenal first map we have in our hands here, and this match is much closer than people might have expected.
It's such a chess match. This is the real esport that we're casting right now. With the Symmetras, you have to constantly be watching your back, where they're going, and then you had what, Finland teleport on top of KSA. That is probably one of the coolest blizzards I've ever seen. Mickey was cooking something, and he made the call. Join the party up here. I've got an idea.
I mean, he had even better sight lines though onto the team from that position too, so you can invest so much more healing resource, and especially if someone might not be looking at you, maybe you get some pop shots from behind too. But Finland, what beautiful execution of this composition, but the same can be said for KSA. Honestly, that's what makes mirror matches so exciting, is you get a chance to look at those micro decisions that do make this matchup very exciting.
And from what we saw from the South Korea versus team from China when they're playing other things like your Winstons and whatnot, maybe we can start to say that these are the two best Sigma teams. We were excited to see how the mirror matchup goes, because now you can't blame the composition. It's about execution, it's about mechanics, and these teams went toe-to-toe. 100 to 89 to 100 to 99 on both rounds, where Finland were just this close to making the 0 to 100 comeback. Finland have this choice of map. They want to go to Blizzard World.
Well, how perfect is that when we're at BlizzCon right now?
It does feel like Blizzard World here, honestly.
It really does, but it's amazing to be able to see everybody come together to celebrate all of these Blizzard titles, but especially for Blizzard World, this is a great Sigma map. You are able to get so far, especially looking at that first choke point, and that Sigma shield can be so beneficial to help you do that.
KSA made Team USA look silly on this map. This was a big map for them that decided that series. And this is where Symmetras, it's hard to execute because of how long range that first point is. You might think, oh, use a Symmetra teleporter to gap close. But there's a limit on how far you can go with that teleporter. And that's how teams like USA and others really suffered when depending on that Symmetra, and how KSA were so good at playing that space previously.
And that timing has to be really good, right? Especially when you consider the fact that maybe you need the Sigma shield to help protect you. That Symmetra teleporter can be a bit predictive. So you can really get ahead of things when you see that Symmetra teleporter get laid down.
I know, it feels like KSA are the big favorites here, right? But Finland have made them sweat. And you know, Control can be all types of chaos, and after what we saw, I believe it. But this is Finland's choice of map, which is surprising because KSA also looked really good going up against USA, where at some point they almost got full health, right? So it was almost losable, ended up being winnable for them. It's a really back and forth map.
It's always winnable, isn't it?
That's true. That's the type of spirit that we need. And Finland, they've been in this position before, being at the top of the World Cup. And for Saudi Arabia, this is the best iteration. This is the best team we've seen from them. And I mean, we've talked about how they are so confident to be making that grand final, but the competition waiting for them too, no slouches.
Yeah, absolutely not. But Finland's definitely giving them a run for their money. When you look at this new age roster, it's hard not to notice some of those new talent that are really helping them to be able to secure this spot and maybe even secure the victory. And one of those talents that we want to spotlight is Mickey. So let's take a look. Well,
well, he looked really good talking. He looked really good talking there.
He probably had some really nice things to say, but we're going to work on that and get back to that a little bit later as we focus on the task at hand, which is going to be Finland coming back into this match.
Yeah, I don't think they have too much to change. I think it's just about the ultimates. Maybe I saw a little bit of hesitation. I call it patience if it's a good play. I call it hesitation if it's bad. Or at some points, I wanted to see Vestola really pull the trigger on some of these fluxes, either before the Symmetra teleport. You maybe want to take the initiative before the KSA setup is there, or you maybe try to read where that teleporter is going and have the flux ready when they're all trying to take it. That could be a nice group up play.
Yeah, the immortality field does throw a bit of a wrench into that though, right? Because that is such an important skill for that Baptiste to use, and it has to be perfectly timed. It's gonna be really interesting to see how they can weave that together and whether or not we can actually see Vestola take that initiative. But KSA, they play a really aggressive game, especially when you've got such a good backline to really help you out. We're gonna see Labda get subbed in for Haku, so you can expect to see that double flex support come through with the Baptiste and the Alari.
Sending love to everyone home and everyone in the arena. Double flex is on the menu, and of course Masa stays in because, you know, the Lucio speed,
it's very valuable.
It's valuable, but you know what? Damage is what kills people.
That's true.
That's what the double flex support will be used for. And Labda's actually a DPS player, where we were hoping to see, you know, the Echo, the Pharah, but the way that players show up at World Cup and are able to just flex to anything is great to see. He's that Baptiste player.
He really is, and then that allows Surmajet to pick up the Alari. And when we ended up seeing him on the professional stage, something that Surmajet is so good at is being able to find these frags. And Alari, what a perfect hero for his skill set in particular, knowing that he has that mechanical skill. So Labda, Surmajet, such a dynamic duo to help really burst down Team Finland.
And you gotta give credit to Mickey. I know we didn't get to hear from his interview, but the fact that he's competitive with someone like Surmajet on that Baptiste role, his amplification matrices, you have to be on it when it comes to these immortality fields. A lot of weight rests on your shoulders if you can salvage a fight when the opponent is throwing everything at you.
And his reaction times have been so good, but even just the rest of the players on Team Finland, fantastic shout out, because not just Mickey, but also Cloud, Vestola, these are players that have performed so well in the current seasons of European contenders, and they're definitely no slouches when it comes to also the team coordination. But a big change that we're seeing here from Team Finland is on the defense. They don't want to go for that Symmetra play. They want to make sure that they can have that stability, that bunker, all of that poke. And that's something that Sana's really going to provide here on that Bastion.
And a lot of time, when it comes to hit scans, you're seeing a lot of Sojourn or Bastion. And the question is, do you want to sacrifice mobility for DPS? Sana, and you pointed it out, you don't need to move around. That's why you don't need the Symmetra. That's why you go for the Bastion. KSA are the ones that have to approach them. They use the Symmetra. They're going to have the Sojourn, which has that extra dump. You can get to high grounds. How far does Quartz want to play from the team, though?
Quartz could take an off angle here. That's such a great point because you can just wrap around to the back of the point. You've got the Symmetra teleporter on the KSA side, and a great use of it too after you bullied Finland off of that high ground. It's much safer to move in.
Finland were a bit slow to rotate where KSA were teleporting to, and Sana unleashing, but great grasp from KSA to eat up a lot of that damage as KSA are trying to take angles around. Surmajed and Quartz, they are mechanically supreme, and Finland are getting surrounded and devoured.
They really did get collapsed on there. And KSA's approach was so smart. You take the high ground away from Finland, you force them to have to walk all the way down those stairs, and while you do that, take the teleporter, move into point, and get those off angles set up. KSA now get a chance to unlock the payload, but Finland get a chance to set up on this high ground.
Finland giving up the Bastion for the Symmetra. Now it's time to move around a little bit. Okay,
Yeah.
that one was right in front of the cart. I think that got destroyed, but plan B. Hold the choke. There's actually the option of even sneaking up behind them, but that's being marked by Labda and Quartz. Finland tried to use the Maywall to see if they can get that Sojourn player locked in, but they managed to escape. So Finland go back to holding the choke, and KSA pops his head around the corner, getting information, and that's the type of presence, that front line that KSA need to have. And Quartz and Surmajed can have all the space in the world to hit the frags that they are, and Finland just, well, they get run over.
It's so rough because if Finland gets stuck in a small room like that, there's not too many places you can escape to. So KSA have a lot of space to work with, and they're also able to take that territorial control. KSA also, let's not forget the fact that they have 5 ultimates to use, and they haven't needed to expend anything in order to get this cart already close to that second objective.
KSA and Surmajed able to get behind Finland is such a boon, and why you chose those heroes. Finland are running a Sojourn. It's a little bit more difficult for them to get up there. KSA, by the way, are sailing away with the cart. They have the Ant Matrix, the Photon Barrier. They get slowed down by the Blizzard. KSA are in trouble. All the ultimates are coming out, and Finland try to live through it with the Sound Barrier. They gotta respect that space. They start to fall back, but Festola fires back and wins back some precious space for Finland.
Look at that too, Festola really holding his own against the overclock of Quartz, and that's gonna be 5 ultimates that KSA threw at that final
that
stretch.
is tough. Yeah.
And that's gonna be ultimate economy in the favor of Finland. They still have the amplification matrix, they still have the photon barrier to work with, and now KSA are back to the drawing board. And especially where the card is right now, that's where you want to invest those resources. But the fact that they lost that fight, it's gonna be another 1.5, 2 minutes before they can get another full slate online.
KSA are a bit split from each other. They teleported to across the field, and Finland want to take advantage. They've already isolated a member, and an amplification matrix is thrown out just to guarantee that kill. Finland have great awareness at sniffing out these mistakes from KSA.
It's just gonna be cleanup here as well, as Finland still only using the amplification matrix, now get a chance to buy themselves more time to cycle through some of these other ultimates and get them online to pair with this photon barrier. Cloud, especially on that Mei, one of the things that's been so standout about him on this hero is the way that they've used that Blizzard. You pointed out yesterday how Cloud was able to use those a bit more defensively, a bit more reactively to help buy Finland some space, but you can use them a bit more proactively in this instance when you know KSA is a bit more aggressive of a team and they like to try to meet you in the middle.
This point B is so large, but what an opening pick. If you can depend on Quartz, KSA will be just fine. He's been so consistent. Now actually getting behind the defense. Cloud knows he has to take the fight quickly. He throws the Blizzard down. KSA have only lost their tank, and KSA are surrounding Finland. It's up to Quartz to turn the fight, and all the ducks are in a row for Quartz to ace Finland, and it's working out. KSA will be capping B.
guess you don't need any ultimates if you're just able to get the frags. And so KSA able to capture that point B and start to make their way through to the final checkpoint. They have 3 minutes to work with. Finland expending quite a few ultimates in that last fight. And so KSA, like, especially when you look at the straightaway here, Quartz's overclock could just go nuts.
How Masa uses a sound barrier here is critical when you have a flux coming up, but so many more dangers on KSA. An overclock and Matrix, Captive Sun. Masa doesn't want to use the barrier. He lets his team die as KSA shine again.
What a great preservation of that sound barrier too, because in this instance, you want to make sure that you have the sustain for this final push. Get out as many ultimates as you can. That's going to be 3 off the board for KSA, but Quartz still has that overclock, and where is he hiding? He's waiting for the perfect opportunity to pounce.
And he has
see
overclock.
him. Yep, looking around. There you go.
They left the timing of that teleporter from Sauna, but they're all grouped up for a flux from KSA. Finland are low, but they have enough protection, but they don't have the card. The defense has to hurry. Masa still hasn't dropped barrier, and now it's only a 2-man. KSA almost got to the finish line. They have 2 minutes. This is a massive time bank, and Finland are using an out Matrix, but Mickey is dead. Vestola can't flux, and KSA race to the end.
That Alari healing pylon in those final moments too. This is why Sarmajed not only can frag out on that hero, but can also help to keep the team alive. That healing pylon was too difficult for Finland to take down because of where it was on that wall. And so much sustain. That's still a very, very good part of Alari's kit.
Well, maybe I go back to my hesitation line about Finland. I was talking about the Masa sound barrier. They teleported into a high ground position right above KSA, where you were expecting maybe a barrier tempo engage. They sat up there hoping they could get initial damage, maybe a pick, something. And it was KSA that just waved goodbye at them, took the card, got to the end, and Finland were too slow to react. They almost got C9, and then the ultimates eventually came out by Finland, but it didn't matter.
So much credit to KSA though, because Finland wouldn't be struggling in those positions if KSA wasn't splitting their attention. You saw where Quartz was with that overclock. He was waiting in the wings to be able to just nab Finland from behind. But then what do, right? Because Finland sniffed that out, they needed to kite away, and KSA decided to switcheroo on them.
Yeah, and then Quartz had all the space in the world to just sit in their spawn and say, if you die, you're gonna die again, and if you're still living, I'm gonna kill you again. So Quartz has been just that impactful for KSA. A 2-minute time bank for them. Finland gotta hope to match that, or it will be a KSA match point. Finland trying to take a very hidden route. Symmetra teleporter, where are they going? They won't have a crazy amount of DPS not running that Bastion. They go to the opposite high ground, or now are trying to rotate behind that defense.
Yeah, that Sigma Shield too, to be able to help keep Team Finland alive. And now they get a chance to rotate towards the backup point, but KSA, they're backing up from this. Cloud though finds a great opening pick. That's a lot of healing removed.
Not headshot. That's not something that Surasa can rotate out of in time. Too slow to the count. First tick no for Finland. KSA, how do they retake this? They haven't taken much damage, done much healing. There's no ultimates, and Cloud Maywalls them and almost forces the C9. KSA steps on, but he's getting rocked to the floor. His grasp is barely keeping him up, and he actually gets body blocked from escaping. Finland within the first fight, which they didn't even really need to take a fight, capped the point.
Look at that too, and KSA are gonna get staggered here. Quartz is stuck behind the team. He's hoping to take somebody down with him, but it's not gonna happen. Mickey's gonna be able to get back into this fight so quickly, but what an impressive time bank for Team Finland to work with here. 5 minutes for the second objective. They're gonna be getting ultimates online, and maybe this is the snowball that Team Finland need. They want the wind in their sails to be able to get through the second point, which is, as you said, very large. A lot of territory here.
Yeah, this point B is so difficult because the defense can just keep falling back and attacking with Sigma is difficult. You have to keep readjusting the shield. You have to play corners to have your grasp back, to regenerate that shield. The accretion and pouring to maybe push back an opposing Sigma. Finland are playing the low ground, and actually UB drops. KSA are gonna have to protect him. He has the shield up, but the amplification matrix is dropped by Mickey, and Finland are still pushing the carts. KSA have to stop this. The sustain from Masa is enough for Finland to keep racing to the end. KSA can only protect themselves for so long. They'll have an anchor spot because of this photon barrier, but now the blizzard is thrown in their face. What a play from Cloud! And the cap is almost there. Cap the stun from Surasa. Finland still have all the kills, and KSA the only advantage they have is respawn.
They might get those respawns though. Quartz is going to be coming back on the Widowmaker, hoping to be able to get a pick to be able to help KSA hold on to this one, but KSA are running out of time.
The emergency Widow has been brought out. It gets a headshot onto Sana, and enough damage, but when the rest of the team are dead, it doesn't work out. Finland are the bullies. This card just did not stop. 5 minutes for point C.
Look at that too. I mean, Masa is just a problem right now, and Quartz is now again stuck behind enemy lines where it's gonna get taken down. That Widowmaker though almost saved the day for KSA. Even did enough damage, they're going to be able to get those sights online, but Quartz has to switch back. Give it up. Those sights are not going to be valuable in this third point when you know where Team Finland's going to be. They're going to be playing around this teleporter, and there's the Flux.
Oh, Sana's in trouble. The Flux slams him down. What an immortality from Mickey, but has to sacrifice his life for it. And with the supports of Finland missing, they just will not be able to keep up this avalanche. But it's KSA that jumped around the corner and lived and fired with such a great Flux.
This is a dangerous position for this card to be for Team Finland. KSA are able to play around so many of these corners. Take a look at the healing pylon placement just behind that left wall, and KSA can take a lot of angles. Quartz able to easily jump back to the team, but Finland moving on this.
Finland teleported up to Quartz and didn't really commit to the push. Immortality's been used. Vestola has to go big here with the Gravitic Flux and gets the support low. Lambda is gone, but so is Cloud. Is the 4v4, but a sound beer advantage for Finland. Captive Sun just focused on Mickey, but Surmajet's not hitting the shots to get the execution. Finland are halfway to C with a 3:30 time bank. Quartz with the double kill though is turning this for the defense.
Has the overclock if he wants to invest it, but smartly is going to save it for this next engage. And with how much Finland needs to close the gap to really you're just depending on this Sana teleporter and also all of this different building angle to work with. Cloud also looking for an opportunity to try to build up that blizzard. A great way to create space for this team, and also with that area of effect with such close quarters.
I don't think Finland managed to get the teleporter down, or at least it was a fake play. Quartz is behind with an overclock. Mickey marks it. He's gonna counter-rotate towards his tank. KSA go for a pinch play, and Quartz is sliding into his own death. Thought that KSA were gonna go on the other side. That was a mistake. UB protects his team though with the photon barrier, so KSA have their half of the map. KSA is free to go for the Flux, and Cloud is using the ice block, but Sana doesn't have that kind of survivability. The blizzard from Cloud is thrown thinking that fight was winnable, and I don't know if it is.
Oh, it just might be. Masa and Vestola are still alive. The healing pylon is down, and everybody on KSA is gonna have to back up and scatter. You do not want to get taken down here, especially when the card is getting so close to the finish line. Vestola's gonna have to be careful though, because he's getting very low, but he's buying time for his team to come back and hopefully just sink that payload over the line.
Finland just can't give it up now. They're so close to the end. Photon barrier separating the map here for Finland. The sound barrier too. It's all sides go. Finland, the green light to the end. KSA are overwhelmed. They try to escape, but you can't run from Finland. They cap within minute 37.
We get to go into extra rounds. KSA have a little bit of a time bank advantage, but Finland has plenty to work with to be able to get ultimates online and have a fair shot in these next rounds. See what they're going to come out with.
Finland were good at, once they won the first fight, they were good at winning the second, third.
They
didn't have
good.
to reset too much. I think their only kind of bumps in the road were point C, where they lost most of the time. It was an insta-cap for the initial point A. Point B was a slow grind where KSA had some contest, but it was just one long, drawn-out fight that KSA couldn't contest because they were busy trying to flank and get around Finland, who were winning the frontline war while KSA were having a number disadvantage, being all over the place. So Finland stay organized. They still have a time bank disadvantage though, but not by a huge amount.
Yeah, Finland are so good at playing with momentum. And what a perfect example of what you were just talking about, which is the focus fire from Team Finland. You see those teleporters go down, may as well try to get a predictive shot. Vestola, once again, with such an impressive eat. He's so good at that too. He ate a blizzard yesterday, of all things, right? And so every single time you see Vestola on the Sigma, this is just continues to be examples of why Vestola is considered one of the best Sigma in the entire world.
Yeah.
So Finland get a chance to attack first.
Vestola is just so criminally underrated because like you said, this is his meta. Didn't get enough time to really prove how good he really is. Finland are going to do the same thing as last time, teleporting maybe to the opposite high ground, maybe trying to come around that defense. Did KSA have a good memory though?
I think even if they do have a good memory, Finland were able to pull it off. They were able to secure this point right away, get that 5-minute time bank. But Finland, with this route, they do have to take a bit of a longer time, and now Masa is down. Where's going to be the speed?
It was all about those picks. Last time it was Finland picking off Surasa. He was able to counter-rotate in time, knowing exactly what Finland had planned. But with a man down, Finland tried to retreat, and KSA won't let that. KSA tried to grasp, but you can't mitigate the damage that the Symmetra puts out. But Quartz still stands tall at the end. Finland will have one last chance to get to the point.
But this is where that route comes into play. It's a little bit longer of a line to have to push. And so Team Finland, this is why they only have one shot left. They have to go a different direction, and that's why you're going to end up seeing them go to the left side of the point instead. But KSA are right there to start that poke war. Quartz is already going to be trying to build up to a railgun charge.
Finland have to get at least a take or they'll play for the draw. KSA giving up a lot of space depending on their poke. What? That poke superstar, Quartz is down, and Finland have set up camp on the point. They are divided, but Finland will not be conquered. The immortality field to save Vestola. He's using his grasp and his shield well. KSA throw the blizzard in his face now that that grasp is gone. KSA might have frozen some members, but there's no one alive from this defense to do anything about it. Finland will not only get that first hit, but the full cap.
And also the fact that they got the blizzard out as well. Yubi's gonna throw it out, have to switch over to the Symmetra, wants to be able to win out that Symmetra duel, but Mickey was able to hold on to that amp matrix. What a great way for Finland to be able to buy space and time, especially as this card starts to round to this corner. KSA take the high ground control, so Quartz is gonna have the sight lines, but Finland can play around that. They've got so many tools to work with to end up mitigating that damage.
Here's the flux from KSA, tries to fake it with the teleporter. That's two lifted up. Sana gives them options of the high ground. What a great photon bear from Sana to just let them have some time to breathe. Have KSA approach and sniff it out. It's a blizzard that freezes KSA solid. And Cloud gets the headshot onto Yubi, and that card is rolling.
And be able to get halfway through this second objective, but Team Finland are not going to be stopping quite yet. They still have this gravitic flux and the amp matrix to work with. And so as you search around this corner, they're hoping that they can just get more and more time with this card. KSA, they're running out of time to get these ultimates online, to be able to stop Finland's push.
And like I said before, once Finland get that ball rolling, it is hard to stop them. And it's up to the Flux. Vestola can float to the high ground, just has to get the right information. The rest of Finland, these vulnerable members, try to stay safe on the right side. Now teleporting forward. The Flux gets some members low there of KSA, but Finland just focus on the objective. KSA at least have someone contesting. That's an improvement of last time. And Quartz is only focusing Vestola. Knowing this anchor is what keeps this ship afloat for Finland. But Cloud and Sana are so low. KSA's focus fires on those supports. And Finland start to fall one by one as KSA take back control.
What a great push from Team Finland, though. KSA had to struggle a little bit in that end game to be able to remove them from the cart. But eventually, that overtime wick was going to be that final nail for Team Finland. And sadly, when they get off the point, that overtime wick expires so fast. A great focus fire there from KSA to stop the cart where it was. But Team Finland, they took an inch and turned it into a mile.
Literally, that's a long push for just with a minute, 20, minute 30. It was only a 20-second difference. But knowing who's attacking first is a big deal. And Finland have put quite a finish line, quite a win condition for themselves. KSA have almost been full health before. Just getting to the point is difficult, and they'll have the Symmetra, but they have different rotations compared to Finland. Finland went across, then behind. KSA just went forward and split themselves around the point. And it was Quartz that really needed to land those shots, and when you have a double flex support versus the Lucio, you have Surasa that can't be discounted. Hilari is just a third DPS.
Exactly, and the healing pylon is still going to be up and available just to keep healing up the team. Let's see if KSA, though, are they going to really try this Widowmaker strat?
It's like, I got to practice my aim.
If they get anyone down with this, like, it's game over for this first point. Oh,
that's on Masa's head.
Yeah, Masa was like, I don't want that. So absolutely peeks away. But you can see that Team Finland are taking the same approach. You called out that the rotations are different. It was because Team Finland was set up on that high ground, and KSA are going to try to take that away. But Finland made a much faster rotation this time.
KSA are split. They're going to try and surround the point like they did last time. Finland just have to be aware. What a main wall, Yubi! Couldn't escape. It was a good attempt with the teleporter. Heads up play from Cloud. And now Surmagetta's dropped. And Cloud, that would have been almost a double kill if he hit that icicle. Now Finland are in trouble. Quartz is jumping in. That's when you know you're in trouble. He's on the high ground, and Finland have to deal with that first. It'll be the second tick now for KSA. Recontest available from Finland. It's taken a hot second though. Vestola, he gets hit by an accretion and he can't contest.
Oh no, that stun was so valuable. And what Finland wanted to do for the recontest there, they're gonna have to do around this corner, but if they lose it here, KSA have a lot of time to work with. It's gonna be Sana though. Oh, trades going back and forth.
Ooh. Wait, Vestola also used the accretion and knocked KSA away from his team. These Sigmas are going back and forth. KSA only have 30 seconds. It's last fight territory. And Quartz needs this high ground. He got behind Finland last time. That is how they won the initial choke. But Finland are not even going to hold the choke.
They don't want to do that because they know if they get KSA off the cart even once, that's going to be the map for them and tie up the series. But what they don't know it might happen is the overclock here.
Quartz doesn't even have jump. How does he live with 5 people jumping on top of him? Captive Sun, though. Finland are shining bright and not in the way they wanted. That's fair to you. KSA move forward over time and box a victory in their sight. Are Finland able to get back in time? It's up to Masa. There's at least 3 on the cart. The teleporter is there, but not fast enough. KSA, match point.
2-0 for KSA, and after such a hard-fought battle by Finland, but the 2-0 doesn't tell the whole picture here. Lemon Kiwi, this has been so close for both of these teams. And KSA about to pull out all the stops to be able to even get that lead right now. Team Finland, though, they're not out of this fight just yet. They need to hold their heads high. They have a chance to get back into this one. Blizzard World is so close yet again.
Just these superstar plays. Surmajet, the knight in shining armor. The Captive Sun. That is what made the difference. That is what won KSA the map. At any point that KSA had to reset, that would have been a Finland map win. We would be in a tie series. KSA, I think the K stands for clutch, actually.
I think you're right about that, yeah. I think you're absolutely right about that. You just gotta spell it with the K, and there you go. But talk about clutch factor here. KSA, especially when their backs have been against a wall, they've been able to come out with the mechanical skill necessary in order to get those giant picks. So, I mean, take a look at this too. Like, Cloud is able to throw the Blizzard down, and at least when he is able to go down like that, you know, Finland is able to kind of take full advantage of that. And that's something that Finland has always brought to the table, is that strong team coordination, and you can't do that. And you can't make that Sigma as successful as it can be without that whole team behind you.
I mean, Cloud has been a standout for me for Finland. He's giving me kind of backbone vibes with how good his Mei is. Because you think about Mei as kind of a utility DPS, although a lot of buffs have made her very strong in the damage department. But you're depending on walls. You're depending on the Symmetra putting you in the right position. But Cloud's poke is rivaling what a Sojourn is able to do, what Quartz is able to do. And Cloud getting multi-kills has made Finland be able to be this close. But Finland are staring down the barrel of tournament end. They'll have a final map choice. It's Surasa. Do Finland still have it in them? We'll find out after this. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have not dropped a game at the World Cup. Can they continue to be perfect? They'll rise above the rest. And this guy has been the knight in shining armor for his team. That one Blizzard World and that Alari made such a difference.
Surasa on the professional stage has inspired so many people, whether it has been that mechanical skill, just such an aggressive play style with an Alari or a Kiriko, and especially when you have somebody like Haku to really help speed you around the map. That's why Haku's gonna get subbed in here. Just be able to help the team, especially on a map type like Flashpoint. It can be really, really important to have that speed behind you.
And with a Sigma composition, if that is what they end up running, getting into a position where you can defend is important. That speed, getting you there quicker is always helpful. Although I do miss the double flex support, because between the Lucio composition and the double flex support of KSA, both teams executed it so well. Finland were good at being aggressive, always teleporting in their face, using the speed to overwhelm KSA. But as soon as KSA had a second, had some space, that's where Quartz gets online, and they just find these picks on the Finland, and that's what won them the map.
They're so good at waiting for those defensive cooldowns to be offline. And that is the big difference maker there when KSA is trying to weave in all of this damage. Saudi Arabia has been really good at that. And sometimes if you're able to overwhelm that offensive pressure, there just isn't enough sustain on the board. Masa and Mickey are doing so much for their team to help keep that sustain online. And it's even more helpful when you have very self-sufficient heroes like the Sigma, like the Mei, so that you can focus on helping to get some frags.
The Junker Queen is
no
being
shot.
offered.
No
KSA
shot.
love to run that on control. I consider Flashpoint to be just baby control.
It really is.
It's more
or
control.
Like hyper control.
Hyper control, yes. But it's the Sigmas that return, no Bastion, and no Quartz Sojourn. It's all about teleporting onto the enemy team and using the utility of the Mei to focus down that Sigma. Here's that first Mei wall from KSA. Doesn't get anything. This Finland wall is a lot better. Locks KSA into a fight that they may not want to take. And a beautiful boot from Masa splits up KSA. They can group back up, but KSA is the little duckling that got left behind. And now Quartz is down, and Finland have a one-man advantage, but what a stun from KSA to find the trading blow. You can see it's 4v4 and Vestola is very weak. That's why Finland are giving up space, and Haku making sure that he cannot run away. And Finland are just gonna give this up.
Haku too, I mean, what a guy. He was able to put so much healing down onto the team with the Lucio that KSA stayed alive even at 50 HP for so many seconds, but that was the big difference maker for KSA to get control of this first flashpoint. So now Finland, I mean, talk about Lucio. Hello? Masa has a sound barrier online already. Another player that is putting in work for the team. And that sound barrier you can use very aggressively here to get in and try to wrestle this control away from Saudi Arabia.
Ooh, and Matrix right in Finland's space. They use the Mei wall to protect themselves. The sound barrier from Masa keeps them anchored in. But Finland are hesitating. They drop away from the UV Blizzard. Finland are actually starting to win this fight. But it's an all-out war, and KSA are at 83+%. Quartz is generating so much DPS, so is Sana. But as the dust settles, only 2 members remain, and it's Finland that flip.
Sana has been placing these symmetric turrets so beautifully, especially when you expect KSA to try to pounce onto that backline. Sana has already set up those turrets. You can see how much work they were putting in to slow down Sir Majed, making him a little bit easier of a target to try to take down. And those turrets are also softening everybody up so that Cloud and Sana can land these shots, land these beams, and just totally chunk people down.
The grab flux, he dodges. KSA dodges the accretion and isn't sure how far past the photon barrier he wants to go. Good reaction from Sana, counter flux from Vestola. Finland are pushing in, and KSA's backs are against the wall. Can Finland make that 0 to 100 comeback like they did on Control? They failed last time, but one fight away from doing just that.
Mickey's gonna have to make his way back to the point. That's why you see Masa going back to taxi him in so that they have that full support line available, because they're gonna need it. KSA at this point, UB is gonna be very close to that Blizzard, but Cloud already has it online. So Finland might be able to just throw that early and lock Saudi Arabia off of this point.
Cloud needs to watch the grasp and just places it on the other side of his wall when KSA couldn't see it. Quartz is frozen. The ice block from UB is there. The Blizzard is thrown right in front of the Sigma. That was a risk. risk that KSA were willing to take. Vestola's actually boosted up by the wall, and he manages to live while being the only one frozen. And Finland have made that 0 to 100 comeback to win point 1.
There you go. Market is now under Finland's control. We get a chance to go over to Palace, and Finland going to use their symmetric teleporter to be able to get there a little bit first. This allows them time to set up while Saudi Arabia are going to make their way slowly into the point here. You still have a few seconds before this flashpoint's going to unlock, so plenty of time for Saudi Arabia to also get their own setup. The biggest difference maker is that Finland has a lot of different walls to work around, but Saudi Arabia want to try to make this a tiny room Overwatch.
Oh man, the amplification matrix, and Mickey is like, he's actually gonna take his solo off angle, and the main wall from Cloud isolates KSA and lines up all the dominoes for Mickey to knock them down. Finland have KSA exactly where they want them.
Some Batiste players use that amplification matrix for the team, but sometimes it's going to be that selfish matrix that works out even better. So Mickey able to take that off angle, use that amp matrix to boost up that damage, and KSA just didn't really know what hit them in that moment. Finland too, they're able to whittle away at this Saudi Arabian front line so that Vestola has another gravitic flux online. Sana has this photon barrier to use reactively in these engagements. And so important to have that, especially when you know Saudi Arabia needs to get up and close.
Oh, photon barrier. KSA don't want to teleport. They just want to try and cap this, force Finland down from their high horse. And Cloud does that, use the main wall to contest. KSA haven't flipped yet. They have the sound barrier. Is this enough? KSA have to run them down. And the Finland Blizzard could only slow them for so long. Finland out, their backs against the wall. They're trying to get around KSA. Surmajet is dead. There's barely any heals. Mickey has now been just taken down, and the Quartz DPS is gold for KSA.
Oh, Sana and Quartz are putting in so much work with these Symmetras, especially when they are so charged up. It's going to be really easy for each of those Symmetras to be able to get those takedowns. But Finland, they did the work that they needed to do. They have 83% of that flashpoint captured. If they want to keep themselves in this match, this is how they do it. And Sana still has that photon barrier, which can prove to be very valuable when KSA does have that gravitic flux online. Another way to keep your team safe without the immortality field.
Vestola made it through. He has the wall to protect themselves while they were separated from the main wall. Yubi, he's going for the Blizzard. Photon barrier's there to help him out. And the Blizzard might just get Sana. No, he's on the edge, and he's well protected by his Mei. KSA still are so aggressive, and Finland just can't handle the heat. Well, you better get out of the kitchen. This is KSA's point, and they will be matching this 1-1.
Palace now being taken by Saudi Arabia means that we get a chance to move on to another flashpoint. We'll see where we're moving it, whether or not Finland's going to have an advantage here. We're going to be getting over to Ruins on that top left corner, so it is going to be a race to try to get there first. Finland didn't have a chance to expend some ultimates in that last fight, so they have a few tools to work with. They're going to need to get control of this point first, and they really are a team that likes to run with momentum.
Whoever wins the first fight has a huge edge. This is a very defendable comp, and Yubi takes down his opposition. The photon barrier, KSA will just push past it if they need. But they will round the corner, use the teleport surprise, of course, if they need. Quartz is actually on the other side. Finland read this like a book. They go back to bunker down the point. No one has actually captured it yet. Finland draw KSA into their trap, and Finland go on the other side. And now KSA has entered the paint sandwich, and Vestola pops the flux. But Haku's there with the sound bear, not before Quartz has been headshot. Finland have the one-man advantage, but KSA have been clutched before, but it seems too much to handle. All of KSA's focus is all over the place, and Finland will take back the point.
KSA walk away with 31% capture progress before Finland are able to wrestle back that control. But Cloud with the Blizzard is going to be able to help them keep this advantage and try to keep the ball rolling. You can see how far forward Cloud is trying to play. You see the teleporter just to be able to grab that high ground and get some poke down onto Saudi Arabia as they move in. Look at the turret placement too. You gotta see Saudi Arabia think twice.
The wall from Yubi! Block the Blizzard! KSA are safe! These Mays are insane, I swear. UB has its own Blizzard. Finland were trying to be as creative as they did on downtown, even going for a drop-down play, but KSA rotated away. And now they stare at each other with Finland in control with the lead. This is maybe the last fight to see who goes to round point. And Finland defend for now. UB is awfully quiet, maybe not sure about the Blizzard. Looking to see where Finland are as a flux from KSA gets some members low. Here's the Blizzard there from UB. And it's only these supports. Masa's in trouble, doesn't get frozen. And the barrier could be critical. Mickey is so low, the barrier! Surasa saves him! And that's the point! Finland are on round point on Surasa!
Oh my god, what a clutch! That could not have been more frame perfect for Masa to be able to save Mickey and keep this point alive. Surasa has no choice except to try to go back to the spawn room so that he's able to get back to the team. But Finland, they know what their objective is. They're going over to Garden on that bottom right point of the map, and they still have so many ultimates. So they get a chance to not only beat Saudi Arabia to the punch, but also set up the defenses. This point is so open. So Finland really want to make sure that they have the best defensive position possible.
Even though Finland are defending, KSA also have great cover. Here's the first fight. KSA jump in and Matrix. KSA is locked down. Goodbye to that tank. KSA now commit the beat. They'll have to do it without him. And Finland pumped 3 ultimates to fight back at KSA while also having the point in control. This lead is growing for Finland.
This looks like an expensive fight, but Finland have bought themselves so much time when they know that they've already secured 2 flashpoints, especially if they're able to get any of this poke down onto Saudi Arabia, maybe take somebody down before they move in. That's going to be a huge difference maker. Finland already working up to 50% on this final flashpoint. And KSA, they've got to start making a move. The Sigma has been really good in terms of that close quarters duel. But KSA has kind of fallen, especially when they take this teleporter right into the face of Finland, and Cloud is a Blizzard.
Finland are known to play this. They were very defensive last time against that Orisa opponent in quarterfinal. Cloud can just sit pretty, wait for KSA to approach with this Blizzard, but Yubi has a similar idea. Both Blizzards are dropped. It's a no man's land, and it's only Vestola frozen, I believe, and the sound barrier is just enough. And the immortality from Mickey. Vestola is alive. Is this enough for Finland? It's down to the DPS and KSA. They were desperate for the kill. They were divided and conquered. Finland, 100-0, will take Surasa.
What did we say? You can't count Finland out of this fight. Those first 2 maps were so close, but Surasa tells a different story. Where Team Finland were able to work with all of that gas, put it back into the tank. You can see the smiles on their face where they're not out of this yet. They're going to find themselves another map in this series. And after such smart team play, playing around Sauna, the use of those teleporters, the turrets, everything lining up perfectly for Team Finland to just take control.
There's even some moments, Sauna placed a teleporter on one of these points to put Mickey on an off angle by himself.
With the Amp Matrix.
Yes, and then the Maywall from Cloud. The team chemistry from Finland was so good. But you have to also highlight the composure they had when they had the ults, the Blizzard. They were defending that last point. They didn't get too eager. They didn't put themselves in a bad position. KSA walked right into their hand, and Finland had the ace up their sleeve.
Talk about the patience. They always had ultimate economy in this match too, which is so valuable, so important, especially when you're playing against a team that is as good as Saudi Arabia. You want to make sure that everything is picture perfect. So now we get a chance to see where Saudi Arabia are going to take us, because with that loss of map, they get a chance to show us where they want to go.
Yubi was so fun to watch on the map. The way he was just sprinting in ice blocks, and he's like, okay, I have a second to call reinforcements, drops the Blizzard. Yubi was making some huge plays for KSA. It's 2-1 for KSA, by the way. It's match point. Does the road end here for Finland, or do we go to game 5? We'll find out after the break. I jinxed it. My bad. KSA have dropped their first game in all of World Cup. Finland still have some fight in them after taking Surasa. But I know that last series was very good, game 5, but this one is heating up.
It really is, and especially when you take a look at how those first 2 maps had even started. Close first map of Control, another close map of Blizzard World, and then we ended up getting a comeback here for Finland. And then they're starting to get a little more confident in themselves now that they figured out how Saudi Arabia is approaching this matchup. But it's Saudi Arabia's pick. They want to close it out here, so we're going to Esperanza.
Ooh, I'm excited. I know we're probably going to get a mirror matchup. The biggest difference may be the choice of mid-skin. If you see that, it's been a lot of Mesa Netra. But KSA have been a unique team that they love the Junker Queen. This was meta quite a bit on Esperanza because of, well, how long the map is. You're always running. The cardio is insane on a push map. And having multiple options of speed with the Lucio Junker Queen, I guess with the Symmetra that helps too. I don't know if KSA are going to opt for it because there are long sight lines where the Sigma is king.
Sigma is king, but I'm looking at Quartz right now because Quartz has been the flexible DPS in this entire matchup. Do you want to run the Symmetra, or do you want to actually run something like the Sojourn because of all these beautiful sightlines that you get to work with? I see that face over there. We're not getting the Junker Queen. I'm so
grin on
sorry.
my face. I'm
so sorry.
He swapped as soon as I had a grin on my face.
I know. He knew, but he didn't want it. And sadly, in this matchup, it's going to be difficult to get that to work. The Junker Queen would have to get through a lot of that overhealth. Vastola, especially when he's able to maneuver around the shield that he has, makes the Junker Queen even more vulnerable in those instances. I would love to see it too, not gonna lie, but it is gonna be the Sigma versus Sigma. Saudi Arabia on the back foot though, as it's gonna be Finland making it to that bot first.
And you can play around this central building to go on a flank. You may not expect it as much since you don't have a Sojourn. Everyone is playing for a teleport play. And maybe even generating an Amp Matrix. KSA are the first to rotate around this corner. They probably have used some important cooldowns like the grasp or have a low shield, but Finland have now teleported to the top of the bridge, having Cloud down to contest, and off of the main wall of Cloud, KSA are taking a ton of damage. The ice block is out, but Yubi doesn't want to stay there too long. The first kill for KSA goes through, and Finland are in trouble.
Yeah, without Masa, you just don't have as many choices to be able to get away from Saudi Arabia. And Sana as well, just the lack of the teleporter can also prove to be detrimental. But Saudi Arabia too, look at what they walk away with. How does Haku have a sound barrier online already? The frags, the headshots, really helping to add up to that ultimate charge as Haku's gonna try to sit this one out, try to get that bot a little bit more far forward. Saudi Arabia are gonna take that meterage lead while they have so much to work with.
The Amp Matrix is gonna be on the menu, and Mickey pops his, and the grab flux too, but a good counter of Haku's sound barrier as KSA even popped his flux too. Not sure if he got a good target. It's all the ults coming out. Finland wouldn't be let out of this room, and Yubi freezes them solid when Finland thought they were safe. KSA wiped them down.
What a call and response coming through from both teams, but Saudi Arabia walk away the winners of that matchup, and they are rewarded with this first checkpoint. Those closer spawns unlocked, but sadly not before Quartz has made it out of spawn, so it's gonna have to walk a little bit, which is gonna force Saudi Arabia to have to back up. An important opening here for Finland to potentially take advantage of, knowing that Saudi Arabia does have to back up a little bit.
Yeah, Haku is able to taxi Quartz back and keep him on the high ground. Maybe to place a teleporter. If KSA takes too much pressure, he can escape. And where is this escape plan? The Blizzard from Cloud freezes KSA, and he can't get out. Quartz couldn't help out his teammate, and this momentum that KSA generated is gone. Finland take their first fight.
Yubi is stalling as long as possible, though, alongside Haku. Just buying Saudi Arabia some time, take the high ground. Finland wants control of that bridge. So bot's gonna move around this corner very quickly. Shut off those forward spawns. Haku and Yubi unfortunately going to be on the back foot of that. But it's not too far forward that this bot has to move. Finland have the upper hand when it comes to that ultimate economy, so it's very likely they could win this here.
And Matrix from Mickey, but KSA don't want to stay in that corner. They try to get around Finland, and no, geez, Surasa just was separated away from the flock, and Finland hunt them down. They had the high ground, and KSA tried to dance. Vestola even has the flux, but you don't even need it. At least this was an extended fight for KSA to generate some important ultimates, because they're going to need it to retake.
They are, and Finland, they didn't have to expend much in that fight. That fight was super cheap. And so they still are able to hold on to the Gravitic Flux, the Photon Barrier. And Gravitic Flux is the perfect ultimate to have in this situation when you are playing around this checkpoint. Finland are so close to matching the meterage here, but KSA on the Sigma wants to try to stop that.
Okay, there's a Photon Barrier from Quartz, separates the fight in half. And the escape plan from Quartz is there too. Flux from Vestola gets Haku low, but KSA can play the corner, and the Blizzard is thrown. The re-engage from KSA is there, but the sound barrier from Haku's too late to save Yubi. It's a 5v4 in favor of Finland, and Sarda, he has so much DPS. You better get out of his way, or he'll remove you by force. Finland will get that forward spawn, and they're so close to taking the lead.
That lead is going to be coming up very shortly, and Saudi Arabia, once again, having to go back to maybe plan C in this instance. That first plan didn't work, that team fight didn't go their way, and Saudi Arabia, they need to try to work up to this Photon Barrier, because at this point too, Finland can start to build up that momentum. They've won a few team fights in a row. This is where this team thrives.
KSA have to make this bleed not turn into a hemorrhage. The lead has already gone to Finland. The Matrix from Mickey is ready too. And as soon as KSA commit to a lane, or Finland can just jump around the corner, but KSA have good shelter using the half wall. Finland are okay having this fight last as long as they need, but you're also giving KSA time to generate ultimates. It's Finland that have the advantage this fight, and Finland know it. They throw the Blizzard. KSA is trapped by the May Wall of Cloud, and the headshot to ruin him. Finland has a 5v4. Yubi knows he has to make a play. The Blizzard is thrown down. Finland lose Masa in the process. It's 4v4. Now the Matrix from Mickey to push KSA back. They're a little too threatening, and KSA knows, well, they're playing that window side, but the charged up Symmetra right click through the Matrix is so deadly, and KSA are not out of this yet.
Yeah, but Finland can still stall here, so Cloud, Vestola trying their best. Especially when you start whittling away at that time bank. We only have 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, and with Finland in the lead, they can play a bit more defensively here. So they don't mind backing up, giving some space, making sure that they're regrouped, so that they can approach this next fight with all the firepower that they have. If Finland are able to win this next fight, it becomes even more difficult for Saudi Arabia to get back into things. Saudi Arabia now, they want to take the lead and they want to win it now.
That's a huge launch from Vestola. KSA don't have barrier yet. And Haku, does he want to pop it now? You don't have Quartz, and this wall from Quartz doesn't matter. Finland versus KSA with the sound barriers exchanged. And it's an all-out brawl between the Sigmas. KSA holds his own, but Finland starts to surround, and they start to pound as Finland moves forward.
Vestola is playing with so much more confidence right now. KSA is one of those tanks that has been so impressive during the Overwatch World Cup because of how much aggression that he takes into every single fight. He's not afraid because of how much confidence that he puts into his backline of Haku and Surasa to keep him alive. But Vestola, taking it to the front line, continuing to execute the game plan, where if they get KSA's Sigma down, then they have that frontline duel.
KSA teleported under Finland, so Finland are going to prioritize the bot, use the wall to keep KSA in their baby cage. There's the Photon Barrier from Finland to protect themselves. Does KSA make the decision to walk past it? They're unsure. They seem to be teleporting actually to the opposite high ground. It's KSA that have the positional advantage. 85 to 61 with 2 minutes left. It's up to the Blizzard of Cloud, and KSA are in trouble. They can't run in the immortality from Surasa. Only buys them a few more seconds until death. Finland move forward, and they will be approaching 100 meters.
Can they finish this map?
Oh, maybe.
Can they finish this map? Because they are getting so close. They only get a complete shutout right now onto Saudi Arabia. They're able to make them way out of spawn, but not before Vestola is able to take control of this trolley. And now with the gravitic flux.
That's at least Surasa. Does he have the immortality? It doesn't save him. He's killed before he lands into the sideline. Finland dismantled them one by one. You ask if Finland could full cap. It's definitely possible now.
Oh, the stagger! Poor Quartz is gonna get taken down. Maybe you're able to stall out this spot for just a little bit longer. But Saudi Arabia have to walk out of spawn into this open territory that Finland get a chance to poke down. KSA is already so low. UB as well needs to be able to use that amp it up from that Lucio to get back to full health.
KSA, I mean, even if they win this, they have 45 seconds.
An 8!
Denies the UB Blizzard. He's an ice block. KSA will frontline. KSA will not be giving up. They have almost every other ultimate. How does Quartz want to defend themselves? Vestola was hungry for the main kill, and he's in trouble. Flux from KSA, countered by the Masa sound barrier. Quartz only has the wall. Surasa with the Amp Matrix, and KSA know they need the ultimates to turn it around. But have KSA already drowned when Finland have 135 meters with 11 seconds left? KSA, we know they can clutch, but this is a lot to ask for.
This is definitely a mountain that Saudi Arabia need to climb, but when their back's against the wall, that is when they frag the most. Quartz is gonna have to use that teleporter though to be able to get back to the team. Haku trying his best to be able to get Quartz back into this fight. That photon barrier is gonna be able to help protect them from the amplification matrix from Mickey, but you also have those area effects from Cloud, Blizzard, Vestola's Amp Matrix.
KSA, will they fall? It's the Cloud Blizzard from up top. The alley-oop on the Surasa. He cannot escape in time. Finland are the hunters and KSA are the prey. This is Finland's fight. Sana with the 3K, and Finland force game 5.
We have a series on our hands. Oh my goodness. Team Finland, they're really feeling themselves right now.
2 game 5s in our semifinals, by the way. Everyone thought team from China, South Korea, that could go to 5. And everyone thought KSA, oh yeah, they're easily a finalist, but Finland.
The dark horse.
Was it reverse sweepable? Ooh, did I just put that into existence?
I don't know. You either put it into existence or you cursed it. I'm not sure which one. But you're right about it. There very well could be a reverse sweep on the table for Team Finland. If they keep playing like that, absolutely they could do it.
Vestola is the GOAT.
Truly.
Everyone starting today better respect this guy. You know, a shiny paper, if you're looking for a Sigma, I know Vestola would happily sign it. He was such a pillar for Finland's front line. And Cloud throwing blizzards all up in KSA like that. They couldn't run even if they tried. They didn't have time to react because Cloud doesn't give you time to think.
But that's what Team Finland is so good at, playing together as a team. It's a full team effort. Their Masa's beating them around. You also have the Baptiste, just Mickey so good on those off angles, whether he's playing for the team or selfishly. And let's not forget, Sana's Symmetra has been absolutely popping off. We haven't even needed really to see the Bastion or the Sojourn out of him to make a big difference and impact on the DPS role.
I know Quartz would be just popping off if he was allowed to go on the Sojourn.
Right?
The Symmetra is a tough ask. You need perfect execution out of him. But when I think about someone perfect, I think about Golden Boys.
Me too.
Let's go check in with him.
Well, that is factually untrue, but I do appreciate it, girls. And in case so, we're going to Game 5, BlizzCon. Holy moly, 2 in a day. We should be so gifted. So lucky, but I have 2 fans here representing KSA and Finland, equally here. So let's start with you first. Name, where are you from, and how are you going to get these fans to cheer for KSA in Game 5?
Well, I'm Atik. I came from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I flew 19 hours here, and I know that they're gonna win. So let's get it, KFC!
All right. But look, on the other side, Finland managed to come back. Maybe a reverse sweep in the cards. What's your name? Where are you from? Who are you cheering on and why?
Hi, I'm Days. I'm from California, and I'm cheering on Masa and Finland. Let's go, Team Finland!
Let's go, Team Finland. She's cheering on Masa, cheering on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This match is going to pop off, girls. It's going to be incredible to send it back over to you. But come on, BlizzCon, let's make some noise!
This has been the loudest that BlizzCon has ever been. Welcome back, everyone. Some of the best Overwatch is coming today after what we saw in our previous semifinal. And when I think of someone that, well, KSA really need, I think about Labda. He's being subbed back in, so double flex support?
Definitely a double flex support angle here, especially when you think about when Labda has been subbed in and where we're going to. We're going to be able to finish off this match the way we finished off China and South Korea. That's going to be on Route 66. What a fitting way to end this series.
The showdown. Is it a reverse sweep? Is it KSA tripping up but getting back on their feet? It turns out KSA are human. They are beatable a little bit. But I know KSA, this is their map choice, just like the previous two, but it was so close. But like we've said on Blizzard World, when Finland get the ball rolling, they seem relentless. They're unstoppable. But KSA, they're proud and they're happy and they're hyped up. They talk to their coach and KSA have a game plan.
You can hear the cheers in the crowd. For both of the teams on stage, they have so much love and support in the arena, and it is so good to be able to see, to celebrate these players. We love the Overwatch World Cup for that reason, right? Is we want to be able to hype up these players that get a chance to prove themselves in a different way for their country, to be able to just showcase also all of the hard work that they've put in so many different levels of the competition. Both of these teams, no stranger to putting on phenomenal performances in tournaments.
I know when we go to payload maps, there's an attacking team, a defending team, but when you go to Symmetra, everyone's attacking all the time.
Yeah, right? Sometimes they just switch sides on you and then you don't know what's up from down, so.
Especially when the Symmetra teleporters sometimes go behind the enemy team. I know especially Quartz and Sir Majed were devastating on Blizzard World when they were able to pull that off. But Finland have to keep note of that and have to react quickly. And it's the Finland May Symmetra that comes out again. But does Quartz get that opening pick? Well, there's no one home to maybe find.
Well, for moments like these, I wish I had eyes in the back of my head. Just in case there's going to be...
X-ray vision.
Right? Yeah, no, that's why the Widowmaker's there, isn't that right? Trying to get those sites online. Maybe Quartz is going to be able to get a quick pick here. As you're right, nobody's home. Finland, though, they want to try to take this close quarter. Oh, you got to be careful. Mickey almost getting his head taken off by that sniper shot. But Quartz thinks better of it, wants to go back to this Sojourn that has been so nasty in these fights.
Yeah, that Widow shot wasn't fully charged, and it was a body shot, and KSA, now that they know where Finland are hiding, they dig them out, and KSA move forward.
An honorable start to this map, though. Team Finland making that close hold. But Saudi Arabia now get a chance to take Big Earls away from Team Finland. And that's where you start to run into some problems. Finland needs to figure out a different approach to this fight. And so they're actually going to go underneath the canyon so that they can take the garage away in Big Earls.
How did that happen? Labda got snuck up upon as Finland took bottom of Big Earls and they had access to that backline. And KSA, this push might be stopped, but Sir Majed gets a trade. Finland are up by 1, but they only have Lucio heals. Finland has to really pull off the damage to turn this fight. And when Vestola is dominating the front line, That is just enough in the May wall. KSA can't even get out, and Finland stopped the push.
Quartz was one in that fight as well. Almost didn't make it away from that either, but these staggers have come through. Cloud is down though. Quartz is gonna even up his players.
I was so excited to see Quartz back on this Sojourn. He is the pop-off hero that KSA needs to get back on that throne. But Quartz is above, so close to overclock, and Vestola isn't there to protect Mickey, but that's a pretty sturdy rock that these supports are hiding behind as Quartz jumps behind and denies the amp matrix usage from Finland. And KSA with the photon barrier caused a lot of confusion there, and KSA should be able to cap A.
Maybe we get a chance to see a recontest come through. Masana's down with the Symmetra, so it might be a little bit more difficult unless you want to send Cloud in to try to get that ice block down. But take a look at where Surasa is. Quartz too.
The May wall cycled with the ice block. That's precious second sound barrier. As soon as an ice block is gone to maybe save him, Finland. Oh, they force out a lot of ultimates out of KSA. And this is Quartz's map. 4K, give him the ace. And KSA move on to cap point A.
UB almost let him have it. Almost let him have it. Let's watch that again though, as Quartz had the overclock. You saw the investment of the Gravitic Flux, but even with the sound barrier, just wasn't enough to save everybody. And Quartz once again showing why the Sojourn is one of his absolute best heroes. We're talking about that too. If we get a chance to see Quartz on the Symmetra, maybe it didn't quite work out the way that Saudi Arabia wanted it to in terms of those final two maps, but here, let's play Ring Around the Rosie, shall we?
Finland are just rotating that position to contest the card. KSA are happy on top saloon, but you can't forget about the objective. And as KSA go back to the card, they walk into a storm. There is the blizzard from Cloud. And KSA have their tank frozen. KSA manages to bring his grasp out to save himself while Quartz stays on the high ground. Finland know that is a threat they have to deal with, or at least hide away. As Vestola pressures him back, Quartz has to jump out of the line of fire, and well, that's still enough poke, because I guess while Quartz is gone, Yubi gets a 3K, and Finland are gone.
Take a look at where Labda's positioning was as well. Labda just got subbed back in for this map so that Saudi Arabia could play this double flex support. Now you can see really why. Labda taking that off angle, taking a page out of Mickey's book there just to help Saudi Arabia's front line, and Quartz never died. KSA never died. And that was all off the back of just Labda's fantastic positioning to help keep the team up. But Finland are back. This is going to be the final contest.
They thought that, KSA thought that Finland were coming on the right side, but Finland teleported on the other, so this photon barrier doesn't matter. KSA though, that wall matters from Cloud. KSA is dead. And Sir Majed, he's trying to clutch up for his team, tries to heal Yubi. And Sir Majed has such great balance over Lori, probably one of the best in the world. As KSA cap point B.
So much time left in the bank as well. They've been on a slow roll all throughout Route 66, so that's 3 minutes on the clock here for Saudi Arabia to try to finish out this map. Team Finland gotta dig their heels into the sand because they're also starting to run out of that time.
Finland can play this corner and even actually teleport past it and play both sides. KSA are gonna look both ways before crossing through and try to pounce on the Vestola. Masa saves him with a sound barrier. Labda is gone. Sir Majet's the only heal. He can't DPS and get the frags that KSA would have hoped for. And Finland holds strong on the corner, but it's a time bank that they gotta shave down.
Great defensive corner for them though, right? Because Team Finland, they can play around the right side where we see Vestola trying to lock down. There's an off angle that we can see Cloud take, and it's the positioning of both of those heroes in particular that helps bolster up Team Finland's front line. We'll see if they can hold strong though, because I've got to survive another onslaught here from Saudi Arabia.
KSA are trying to find the perfect angle for this matrix, but Labda gets poked down. The orbs of this Sigma Vestola can bounce around and get such good information, and apparently fantastic kills for this defense. And Quartz is gonna get staggered. KSA are trying to save him, but they walk into the flux of Vestola, and KSA are dead again.
Lambda there to help get KSA away from that damage. But Team Finland are still pushing forward. Vestola is able to get some poke down, wants to have this Gravitic Flux online for the inevitable next fight.
Ooh, Photon Barrier, but Finland have already stepped up. They're ready to throw some punches. Surmajet at 1 HP pops the Captive Sun so that Quartz can knock them all down. Finland have been removed, and KSA with a minute 15 are heading to the end.
This is why Vestola wants that Gravitic Flux so badly, because as much area of effect as you can on this final point, especially with that time bank, that could be where Team Finland are able to stop the cart. But Saudi Arabia, they've got that ace up their sleeve. It's going to be Quartz with another overclock. Take a look at where he's trying to wrap behind.
It's TikTok, it's overclock. Can Quartz clutch it up? Finland takes shelter on the other side of the truck. And it's the grasp from Vestola trying to get eyes on where the Sojourn player is. Finland have found him, but Quartz has already escaped into the shadows. As Finland hope to make their final stop with the respawn advantage, the edge is for the defense. KSA have the flux, KSA pulls the trigger immediately, but the Masa sound barrier just in time. Yubi is booped off his teleporter, but Finland don't get the execution. As now Finland take that right side approach, they need to deal with Yubi, who's charging up, but the true threat, the true king, is Surmajet, and right below him is Sana. Goodbye! Finland can't defend, and KSA cap with 7 seconds.
Ooh. Can hear the cheers in the crowd right now after such a great push there from Saudi Arabia. Capturing those 3 points, especially that final point, can be so difficult to assail. The fact that they're able to walk away with that full capture puts a fantastic win condition on the board here. But Team Finland, you can see what they do on attack pushes. We all saw that Blizzard World right there. That went to extra innings.
Yeah, but it was KSA that came out on top with the double flex support. And you just saw how many more. There's just an extra DPS of an Illari that can get you these picks. And Quartz delivered, what, a 4K in the first point. And Surmajet clutches up at the very end like he did on Blizzard World. This is such a consistent, dependable player. And now you've let Surmajet out of his cage and he's going wild.
And that's the adjustment we need to see from Team Finland. The fact that you have this double flex support lineup that is just so good at both of these heroes, sometimes that damage is just overwhelming. That's what you called out from Blizzard World. So Team Finland need to figure out a way to try to survive through that damage a little bit better. So maybe it is down to this double sniper?
To get initial pick, KSA on top of the bridge, but there's a Sigma shield, so not getting through that.
Immediate swap there. And Saudi Arabia don't want to play close. That close hold ended up spelling a bit of disaster there for Team Finland because the card ended up getting extra real estate than what it maybe would have gotten if Team Finland had been on top of big Earls, just like Saudi Arabia here.
Yeah,
look at their setup.
KSA want to play as far away as possible, so they have time to read this Sana teleport. Finland are going to want to approach them, while as this space between the two is where Quartz will shine. Here's a teleport from Finland. Now they've taken over big Earls. But KSA is getting good trickle damage, but Finland's backline is still healthy. You gotta be careful of Quartz and Surmajet. They're starting to surround Finland. And any picks, any damage passes Vestola's shield. He needs to be aware of where Quartz is at all times. The teleport from Finland is right on that right side, and Quartz is too low. He didn't get enough healing. Lambda was reloading, and KSA are on the back foot, but KSA starts to walk forward, stomps down on Masa. Vestola's losing the frontline duel, but the card is being pushed by Finland. KSA are forced to drop. The Maywall's in their way. They could be trying to get around it. KSA has the touch, and they can't!
What a fast first capture here for Team Finland. All of the back of Cloud inching that cart forward. He was playing around the cart just to keep his head safe from what Quartz was dishing out in terms of damage. And so every inch mattered, every meter. Gonna be able to get that first capture there for Team Finland, and they're gonna keep that car rolling. Saudi Arabia got a little staggered there, and by the time that they're able to get back, Team Finland have already started around this corner. Masa now on card duty.
Okay, KSA tried to teleport to the high ground, and half of them dropped off, and Lambda didn't get the memo. He tried to fight back with an Amp Matrix against the photon barrier. That's not gonna work. But Surasa in your back line, moved away by Masa. And Finland continue. The boulder that rolls down the hill. If you stand in the way, you're just gonna get squished.
Gotta be careful, because that could also turn into an avalanche, because Team Finland, one of those teams that really is able to just work with what they've got. That card is so close. They have 4 minutes left on the time bank.
Wait, KSA tried to teleport, but Finland were so aggressive, they denied. They separated KSA. The teleporter is gone. There's no one to save Yubi. Up against Cloud. The backhand. The Finland sound barrier kept full push. They just can't be stopped. They are going into point C with a ton of time.
Oh my goodness, this has been a steamroll. Over 5 minutes in the bank here for Team Finland. They don't have a whole lot of gas in the tank, but as long as it's enough before it hits empty, maybe Team Finland's got this.
Oh, KSA jump past the shield. Somehow he lives. Good immortality from Lambda. As KSA want to jump behind Finland. Here's the route of escape there from Sana. Things get hairy. They go back to top saloon, but KSA have left. Quartz is on the Ash.
Quartz now with the Ash is such an interesting pick here, because you know how grouped up Team Finland's gonna be. Those dynamites are huge.
Oh, it's really Finland that's on fire. The flux. Oh, that sets them ablaze. And Finland, for the first time on this push, have been stopped.
The fact that they haven't been stopped right now, do you even care if you're Team Finland? You still have 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. And while this Ash pick is phenomenal, I feel like it's almost more exploitable. You have way less mobility to work with now. So versus something like the Sojourn, you just don't have that dash. You have the coach gun instead.
It's a comfort pick for Quartz. Trying to get some damage above that shield. The Bob presence, you can't deny that. As Finland want a lane to put this Amp Matrix down. As Finland are unsure where to put that, but a quick surprise from Lambda as Cloud was caught out in the open, playing the corner looking for a Blizzard play. Now KSA have Finland stuck on the right side. They didn't cross and give up the fight fast enough. Finland have to make a choice. Do they invest? And KSA tear them apart before they can think.
But that's okay. Team Finland wanted to take an eco push there. They didn't want to use ultimates, and so guess what? They're gonna have 5 now. Saudi Arabia, they had to use the large captive sun, so Majed is able to charge it up so quickly. And even talking to him, he's like, hey, if it's online, may as well go ahead and throw it into the fight.
Oh, Finland, this has been back-to-back fights, starting with a man down, but at least they're quick to reset.
They still have 3 minutes in the time bank. Like, what do you do? Like, at a certain point, like Finland, with that amount of time, you're just overwhelmed.
Sauna's getting overwhelmed. You have to deal with the Symmetra turrets from UV. So Bestola leads that charge. Now those Symmetra turrets are no longer a problem. The true problem is this flux. It hits a bunch of KSA. They're low. The bomb's thrown down as an additional manpower, but KSA are missing in action. Finland invest everything, 4 ultimates with only an Amp Matrix to spare. And they're halfway to the end.
They need one more team fight. One more team fight win will tie this up here for Team Finland. Quartz was gonna switch, goes back over to the Ash, because that's gonna be Saudi Arabia's best chance to be able to stop Finland in their tracks, but this flux.
Bestola should be okay, I don't know. KSA is bullying him. Has the accretion, might have canceled the cooldown, but Finland have isolated off of the Cloud May wall. Bestola is still kicking. But the breath, the life snuffed out of Finland's eyes. As KSA, the defense wins at the last couple of meters, but 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left, but take a look at where that card is. This is gonna be very difficult for Team Finland to get back to, especially with how much space Saudi Arabia has to work with. That is a lot of poke that Finland's gonna be taking as they make their way in. And they also have to walk into a captive Sun from Surasa. We've seen how deadly those can be. So Saudi Arabia right now, they see the win condition on the board and it's close in their sights.
Finland are trying to juke them out, try to fake out either door. They go from the bottom, they want to teleport right on top of course. That's the most vulnerable member. Finland are staring into the sun. Surasa lights them all up. Sauna is so low. KSA needs to capitalize, but Finland stand tall. They move forward. The box in their way. With 1 minute left, that is more time than KSA, and we go to extra rounds.
Look at how close Blizzard World was. Look at how close every map has been. Now we go into round 3 and 4 with a 50-second time bank difference for Team Finland. An advantage that is even bigger in a map like this because with only a minute left, Saudi Arabia are gonna have to work up against that clock to get some type of ultimate online. And Surasa has been very good at being able to charge up those ults, but with the Baptiste and the Alari, they're taking ultimate charge away from each other, and it may be more difficult for them to get an ult online in that time.
Yeah, KSA was a slow burn when they needed the 4K out of course. They needed to throw ultimates when it was Cloud who contested. But when it came to Finland's attack, they forced the C9 out of KSA when they got walled off by Cloud. Time and time again, Finland is saved by Cloud. But the crowd is behind these teams. 1 minute, 50-second difference. Well, a 50-second difference, but 1 minute for KSA. What the expectation is that with 1 minute, you get to point A. If you can get further than point A, you are doing fantastic.
Take a look at the split exit that Saudi Arabia are gonna take. You've got the Alari on one side, you've got the Sojourn on the other, needing to push Finland out of this choke. Want to make sure that they are getting as far back as possible, but Vestola is holding strong here in the front.
Yeah, KSA have funneled Finland out of this metro. But Finland won't give up this position, not for free, and Vestola's contesting too, so KSA need to win this fight, and its precious seconds gone. Surasa is on the flank, Sauna makes the call, immortality from Mickey is down, Sauna has some time to rotate away from Surasa, and Quartz is low. Labda has so much work to do, because Surasa needs to focus on picks, along with Quartz, but it's KSA that have circled their prey, and KSA take the first fight.
Look at how much time that Finland got off of that clock, though. It's going to be overtime by the time that they get back. And Mickey's going to be the first one in this lobby to get an ult online, unless Surasa has anything to say about it. With the photon barrier from Yubi as well, those turrets putting in a lot of extra work. And that could be the big difference maker here for Saudi Arabia to work with that minute time bank. We saw what Finland did when it was on the flip side when they had less time.
Captive Sun versus Amp Matrix. KSA on the high ground. This is a perfect angle for Surasa. But he's already popped his shift. And Finland have teleported to the high ground. Amp Matrix used by Mickey. But Yubi protects his team. And the flush from KSA gets Finland so weak. And KSA march on to cap point A with the minute they had.
But now Team Finland, they have the sound barrier at their back. They're going to be able to use that in an aggressive manner to stop the cart in its tracks. But Saudi Arabia have already captured that first point. They're gonna be getting a huge lead here and forcing Team Finland to have to catch up.
I'll tell you what's next. An Amp Matrix versus the sound barrier. Wait!
They got it! They got it off the courts!
No way!
No way! A C9! You can hear the crowd chanting it, they know!
That overtime went by so fast.
You blink.
And it was up to, I think I saw KSA in maybe 1 DPS or something. I don't know. I blinked and it was gone, but KSA was the one around the cart. I don't know what
KSA
happened.
and Quartz, they were both right there. Quartz was trying to take an off angle. KSA wanted to push forward. Otherwise, you lose that frontline battle. But that overtime had been there for so long that you step off the cart even a half a meter, and it's gone, just like that.
I'm glad our co-streamers got couches because I would have fallen out of my chair.
Let's
Here's
watch
the
it again.
Replay. KSA, oh no, it's actually Lapta. Somebody was there.
Yeah,
so
look
they
at that.
teleport. KSA steps forward to place a shield for Yubi, and then you blink, you miss it. Overtime gone.
Just step forward just like that. And that might be a big mistake here for Saudi Arabia, and the difference between moving on to the finals, having to play that third place match. It all
Reverse
comes
sweep.
down to this.
Reverse sweep in the cards.
It is so on the table right now.
It's still winnable for KSA. With the 1 minute they had, getting past point A is big.
It is.
Especially the box of victory, I believe, might have, I don't know if the door's open, but either way, let's focus on this. Finland have to get around this corner. How do they teleport on top of Yubi? That is probably the big win condition. Quartz is going to play at an off angle. He has to be careful too.
Finland have to figure out what to focus down. And see that KSA is trying to hold down the mine shaft while Finland starts around the corner, but it's all about the fight on Big Earls.
Yeah, Finland managed to teleport on the high ground. Vestola, it's making Quartz very uncomfortable, even though he's not looking at him. And, well, Finland got very much separated there as KSA were able to jump down while Finland were teleporting, and KSA take the first fight win.
It's going to be half the time bank gone here for Team Finland, and a little bit of breathing room for Saudi Arabia, as it's going to buy valuable time for Surasa to try to get this Captive Sun online. A lot of poke coming down from Saudi Arabia onto Team Finland, where they have to wait for this teleporter. They have to wait for these defensive cooldowns to make their way into this fight. 35 seconds now, Team Finland. Now their backs are against the wall here.
KSA, they can keep getting these first picks off of Quartz. Finland cannot afford to wait. Time is running out. They're worried about KSA on the top left, and Cloud just used Ice Block, but Finland have to take the risk. The Maywall from Cloud misses. KSA is not locked down, but they've at least pushed him back. Finland have the Matrix, but with KSA on the high ground, that is
5 seconds.
Surasa has the Captive Sun. Couple more seconds left. It's do or die for Finland. KSA can deny the reverse sweep. Surasa lets it rain on top of Mickey, who can't use the Matrix. KSA might have dropped some games, but they head to the throne. It's Finn for Finland.
What a hard-fought battle and a hard-fought match. I cannot believe that we got a 5-map banger, especially after the semifinal that we saw between China and South Korea. But it's going to be Saudi Arabia versus China in the finals of the Overwatch World Cup. And so much love for all of our teams that have played it out here in the arena so far. Finland put everything on the line in this match, and they got so close to that reverse sweep. They need to hold their heads high.
Hold your heads high and keep your heart in check, because I'm sure mine is racing. I can't even imagine what these players are going through. Both semifinals went to game 5, and we're actually going to have a panel coming up where all of our teams will get to relax. We'll have our 3rd and 4th place match. It's Team South Korea versus Finland, the battle for top 3.
And then in the finals, it's the team from China versus Saudi Arabia. We get a chance to crown a new champion here at the Overwatch World Cup. You guys are just not going to want to miss this. If the semifinals were that good, could you imagine just how good this 3rd place match in this finals is going to be?
We already had good news yesterday from Overwatch announcing the new hero, and we're going to have a panel coming up. But I want to hear from the most perfect man himself, Golden Boy's on the stage with an interview.
Thank you so much, girls. Yes, give it up for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They're going to the finals. Wow. From, in full context for people who probably don't know, from never being able to play on this main stage till now going your first time to the grand finals. How does that feel to know that not only you're doing it for those guys on the stage, but you're also doing it for your region as well?
I mean, I can't be like too happy right now. We still have one more match, so we just gotta lock in. Hopefully, we can bring it home.
What about the team from China is going to potentially throw you guys off? Is there anything you guys are particularly concerned about with that lineup?
No, I'm confident we're gonna win. Easy.
Can I get a prediction? What's the score?
3-1.
3-1. Okay, he gives the team from China one. I respect that. Hey, Surajit, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Give it up for Surajit in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. First time on the main stage here at the Overwatch World Cup, going to the grand finals and playing for the World Cup championship. But we have plenty more coming up. Good news is we want to know what's next. I'm sure you want to know what's next with Overwatch 2, right? Yeah, I think he does. I think he does. He doesn't know, but he does. Good news is that's coming up right now. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, everybody. Our next panel presentation will give you a glimpse into the future. Here's Overwatch What's Next?
Hello, BlizzCon. It's hard to believe that we're already more than halfway through. BlizzCon is an event that I wish could last the whole week. During yesterday's opening ceremony, Aaron showed off a few things the team is working on. It feels great being up here with these brilliant people, working on all of the fantastic things coming soon to Overwatch 2. I'd like to kick things off this session with a quick intro. I've been Overwatch franchise GM since November 2021. While I spent most of my first year as executive producer of Overwatch 2, I'm now focused on guiding Overwatch at the franchise level. Way back in 2013, and early in my Blizzard career, the company made the decision to move forward with a project codenamed Prometheus. I remember sitting in the room that day and seeing the look of wonder in the eyes of everyone around the table. It wasn't about numbers or dev schedules. No, the magic in the room was created by imagination of the adventures to come in the Overwatch universe. I had a similar feeling again at BlizzCon in 2014. I sat in the crowd at opening ceremony, and I literally held my breath as the announcement of Overwatch approached. And as that Overwatch logo came up at the end of the first ever cinematic, the love in the hall felt as close to tangible as I've ever experienced. Since then, we've shared Overwatch as team-based PvP in the original game and now in Overwatch 2. And we also shared stories about our heroes in our cinematic pieces, comics, and short stories. But there are more stories to tell and brand new experiences, big and small, to share in the future. As GM, I'm leading the exploration to push the frontiers of Overwatch and to reach beyond. But today, we're very excited to talk about the cool things coming to Overwatch 2. We're going to show you stuff that's very much work in progress, and perhaps tell you things that would make marketing nervous. But we really want to give you as much visibility as we can into the future of the game. Before I hand it off to my teammates, I have some high-level context on where we're taking Overwatch 2 and our goals for the next year. We're focused on giving the millions of players in our game each day the very best PvP experience we can. While we'll be mixing in PvE events and modes and progressing storytelling, our main goal for Overwatch 2 is striving to make PvP gameplay more rewarding and more fun. For today, our intention is to focus primarily on how we are aiming to improve those elements of the game that we know are important to so many of you. To go through it all, we have members of our fantastic team here. I'd like to hand it off to Game Director Aaron Keller to introduce them. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. And hello, BlizzCon.
Yeah, so we are excited to share as many of the exciting things that our team has been working on as we can. I'm Aaron, and I am joined by our lead character concept artist, Daryl Tan, game producer, Monica Lee, associate art director, Peter Lee, and senior system designer, Gavin Winter. Okay, so let's kick things off and get into it. Peter, can you talk to us about Clash?
All right. Hello, BlizzCon. I wish I have a Chris Metzen voice. What up, BlizzCon? Focus. All right. As you can see, I am super excited to be here and share some of the content that we prepared, especially for Clash map. So before I jump in, let me share a cool video with you guys. So can we play the video? All right. Is this map looks familiar to everyone? Cool. Yeah, Hanamura is one of my favorite map. We'll talk more about that. But before I jump in, everything we are going to see today is very work in progress. And as a matter of fact, we were making a lot of changes even this week also. So please, look at this, screenshots and videos and concepts, as that, inside of your mind.
That big building in the back looks pretty familiar too.
I think that looks awesome, and we'll talk more about that. Yeah, so our original 2CP maps were absolutely gorgeous. However, due to challenges we had with the 2CP mode, we had to remove some of those iconic maps, from our rotation, including Hanamura. There are beautiful, lots of beautiful maps in our game, yet Hanamura in particular has a special place in our heart for many reasons. Let me share my story. When you are trying to create a world that no one has seen before, there's a little bit of uncertainty and a lot of question, as you can imagine. Am I doing it right? What is the world that we are trying to build, Aaron? And as what Chris Metzen mentioned yesterday, sometimes very epic thing can start with a small heartfelt moment. And this is the perfect example. I still remember the day that I created this concept. I was walking down the back alley of the Japan street with the Google map, and I got obsessed about a small mom and pop store, and I loved it. And I was thinking, yes, let's expand this world with our lens. It was a magical moment that I cannot forget. Just like that, Hanamura was one of the first locations that really made a team feel, this is it. This is Overwatch. Yes, we can build this world. Our vision of this universe instantly became clear. So after we retired some of those iconic maps, we have wanted to find a way to bring them back because Hanamura is loved and known to our players and to our characters. Also, there were so many stories that we had developed around this city, right? So, now with this new Clash mode, it was our perfect opportunity to bring our Hanamura back. However, the big question was, how can we do this without making it feel artificial? Considering we did not want to remove the original location from our game. Instead, we wanted to expand the world because identity is so important in our game. So we made a new section of Hanamura, a street right next to the original map. And we named our map Hanaoka, meaning flower hill. You can picture the image, right? When you play this map, you can even see some section of the original Hanamura, the map in the backdrop. As you can see in this screenshot, there is a famous Rikimaru ramen shop, and you can see the gate right behind it, right?
We all know what that gate is.
That's a famous choke point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, when you play this game, you should be able to tell where you are roughly. During this process, we also made a few new assets that can hint at the stories of Shimada clan and Hashimoto clan, also Kiriko's yokai group, and many others. So as an example, what you're seeing on the screen, the tiger represents Hashimoto clan, and the dragon represents the Shimada clan in our story. So we created this new wall painting, so subtly melting the story into our environment. I don't know if you can feel it, but every step and decision we made for this Hanaoka map was pretty exciting personally as a fanboy. And I hope this map also makes you excited as well.
Yeah, that joy that... That joy that Peter and his team have put into the Hanaoka map really is infectious. And we're very excited for players that loved Hanamura to re-experience it, and for players that are new to feel that wonder for the first time. All of our maps are these beautiful works, and Hanaoka pushes that even further. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Clash, it's the third new game mode that we've made for Overwatch 2. The third new game mode we've made for all of Overwatch after Push and Flashpoint. I think it's probably important to go into a bit of why we even make new game modes for Overwatch. We think it's really important to always be developing new maps, and we put out several of them every year. But each time we do it, when we build a map for a known game mode, one that we already have, we can only make so many changes to that map. Like an escort map, it's always going to have 3 sections, and we use really hard corners in those to provide choke points for the offense to get through. We try to provide as much variety in those, but we really can't make something completely different until we start working on an entirely new type of objective, entirely new types of game modes. Like if you look at something like one of our escort maps like Dorado, and then you compare that to something like our Flashpoint map like Surasa, you can see those are very different levels. And they provide different, a different type of gameplay experience too. There's different strategies when you play on different types of game modes. There's different heroes and team compositions that you might want to pick. So we think it's really important for us to continue to do that. I don't know how long we'll continually make like a new game mode every year, but we're not at the point where we think we ought to stop yet. And so let's talk a little bit about the history of Clash and the history of 5CP, because Clash has 5 control points laid out in a row. This is not the first time the Overwatch team has tried to make a 5CP map. We originally started making it for Volskaya. Volskaya Heavy Industries started as a 5CP map. Our early prototypes were of that. And we had like 5 control points laid out in a row. And originally we called it Iron Star. These images right here were pieces that Peter did a long time ago as we were working on Iron Star. And I think You did these when we were on Project Titan before Overwatch, right? Yeah, how old are these images, do you think?
I don't exactly recall, but I like it. It looks cool.
This is like maybe 2010 or something like that. And so we even had 5 CP maps on Project Titan that we were doing. And we even had a variant of it that was a 3 CP map. And when you look at 3 CP, where there's like a point in the middle and one on each side, it's almost like a symmetrical version of Assault, or what the community would call 2 CP for Overwatch. I'm assuming most of you know what it is. If you're new to Overwatch 2 and didn't play the original game, 2 CP was a game mode where there was an offense and a defense, and the offense would try to capture 2 control points in a row. And we had a lot of issues with 2 CP that we were never really able to solve. And the 2 biggest ones, they're related to each other. The offense sometimes would just get stalled out at the first choke point in an assault map. And the way those maps were designed, because there's only 2 objectives, we really favored the defense from a level design point of view. But sometimes the offense would make no progress in the map, time would run out, they would lose. It felt like the match had like no story to it, almost like nothing even happened over the course of that game. And on the other side, sometimes because Overwatch can be a game that snowballs a bit, the offense would get an early pick, they'd win a team fight, instantly take the first point, they'd all have their ults, run to point B, wipe out the enemy team, and then like win the whole game or the round if it was competitive, and they could do all of this in under a minute.
30 seconds sometimes.
And yeah, in 30 seconds in like the most extreme examples. And it just felt like on the defense, you had like no opportunity to respond to that. Like the answer was like, you shouldn't have one person die very early in the match, you know? And it's like, it didn't work. So we spent months and months trying to fix it. And we never were really able to come up with something that worked that didn't require us to completely rebuild some of those maps. One of the things we did try was we like greatly expanded the cap time for those control points. It was like over a minute to take them some of the time. There was some promise there. It was a lot of fun. But the way those maps are built, defending a point from the defense never really worked. The map geometry didn't really like let that happen in like a fluid way. But we kind of always kept that in the back of our mind. So when we started to develop Clash, we thought of some of those experiments because we knew the community had a love for Assault, a love for 2CP, because when it played right, it was pretty amazing. Like, I really loved Assault. And so we started thinking of a version of it, maybe it's not a successor, but at least some of the mechanics were inspired by 2CP, and so we started working on Clash. And so I can get into a bit of the rules and the way Clash works. That, I guess, was the preamble for the way Clash works. I was a history major. I always go into the past before I get to the future, sorry. So there are 5 control points. And at the start of the game, each team owns the 2 control points that are closest to their side of the map. And the middle point is the neutral control point. That's the one that both teams are going to fight over. For all the people here at BlizzCon, you can think of it as BlizzCon. Point C is the Overwatch World Cup. The arena over here is point A, and the Warcraft section is point E, all the way down at the other end of the halls. The center control point is going to unlock, and both teams fight over that. When one team captures that, a new control point is going to unlock in the direction that the offense is moving. If you've played other multiplayer games with 5 CP, typically those have 2 control points active at any time. We don't do it here. We just have one at a time. Every time we've tried to make more than one objective active for Overwatch, the game just doesn't work the same as it does. Like, some of the magic is gone. The magic of Overwatch is 2 teams working together for a common objective, and the heroes sort of like relying on each other to do that. In this example, point D would unlock. If team 1 were to take point D, they would then point E would unlock. And if they were to actually go all the way through and capture point E, then team 1 would win. It doesn't happen that often. It's very defensive favor at that point. It even takes longer to capture as the offense. And so typically this match starts moving back and forth, and the offense will push a certain distance, and then they won't take the next point. The defense will take it, and then the defense starts moving. So it almost feels a little bit like 2CP, but you're moving back and forth across the map. Each of these points, when you take one, your team will score a point. So we do have a maximum score in there. Sometimes 5CP can devolve into these hour-long matches where nobody's able to push all the way through. That's our early out in this phase where you get to a certain score. We're still tuning that right now, but you'll hit a certain score, and then your team will also win right there.
Aaron, would you say it's our sweatiest game mode yet?
Some people on the team say that this is like the sweatiest version of Overwatch because you do move back and forth a lot. You have a lot of moments where there's a lot less chokes in a map like this. We don't have the same sort of chokes that 2CP did. So there's a lot of free movement back and forth, and there's a lot of cool strategies you can have. You know you're going to take a point sometimes, and you start pushing your team forward to start just getting a positional advantage on the next one. It can be really fun.
Yeah, something I really like about this process that we were developing this game, not like we wait a long time before we finalize anything, and like we were just like quickly building it and blocking it out and put it in the game and test it and get the feedback and fix it and re-put it in the game. So that kind of collaboration between our team members was very meaningful and in a way very similar to the fast sweetest game mode, the fast-paced the game mode. So
yeah, it's like really interesting to think about. Like the team really came together for this. Our team has grown a lot over the years. We have a lot of new people on the Overwatch team, and this is the first time that we've actually created a new game mode from scratch with all new people on the team. Gavin Winter was a part of it. The level designer on it, Morton, he wasn't on the original Overwatch, and so these people like really came together. And it's like this new team, this new group of people that were able to pull this off. And I'm like so proud of all of them to be able to do something like this. Okay, so that's Clash. And we're going to talk a lot more about PvP changes coming to the game and heroes. But before we get into that, Monica, can you get into some of the PvE updates that are coming?
Yeah, super excited to be here chatting with you guys. PvE encompasses so many different things, and we are working on some really fun stuff for next year. For most of it, we don't have any specifics that we can share just yet. I know I'm a monster, I'm sorry. But it's really awesome to see how invested people are and what's going to happen with the Overwatch story, both canon and non-canon, with the heroes and the universe. The team has received some really great feedback from players that we're going through, and we're using all of that to inform how we develop all of the cool stuff coming next. But for right now, I'm really excited to share some major updates coming in Season 8 for Hero Mastery. The thing that I really love about Overwatch is that it isn't just one thing, there is something for everyone. For folks that wanted a solo challenge and leaderboard experience, we introduced Hero Mastery this past September. It's been so much fun for us to see players in the courses trying to top their previous scores and get better, so we're really excited to expand the roster of playable heroes.
Those scores go to the 100th of a second now.
That's too OP. Coming in Season 8, we'll have 5 new heroes joining Hero Mastery. Those will be Diva, Echo, Genji, Lucio, and Mei. Plus, we're also excited to have leaderboard resets go live with this update, and we'll also be introducing replay bookmarks, so you can rewatch parts of your gameplay and look for areas to improve your score.
I really enjoyed Hero Mastery. Personally, as being a support main, I don't support mains. As a being a support main, I don't get to play the tank too much. Like I wanted to, expand my hero roster, but I didn't have a proper introduction to that role. So Hero Mastery was the perfect opportunity for me to jump in and like practice my skill. And especially when I was doing that with run art, like it was such a great moment for for me to learn the a control of charge, when to charge, how to stop, like how early should I stop. So that was just the very fun moment that I had with Hero Mastery. Yeah.
Are you a top 500 Reinhardt now?
Getting close.
Close. Soon. Keeping with the philosophy of having something for everyone, we don't want to limit the Hero Mastery experience for folks who want to play with their friends or maybe meet new ones in game. For me, Overwatch has been a social game, and we're really looking forward to bringing that into Hero Mastery next year with Hero Mastery Gauntlet. This new 3-player co-op mode features the Hero Mastery Art Kit, bots, and all new gameplay that is focused on enemy waves and tower defense. We have some work in progress footage up here where you could see the 3 Gauntlet towers, which are our objective points. The goal for the team is to defend the towers from attacking bots. There'll be exploding bots, flying bots, all sort of varieties there. And it's really fun to challenge juggling the defense of 3 towers, the different kinds of bots, and different ways to power up. And so as a result, you want to make sure that you are defending really well in your towers, getting power-ups on all of them. There's airstrikes that you could call in if you're being swarmed by bots, or you can generate healing for the entire team.
This is awesome. As I just shared, like I had a lot of fun with the Hero Mastery, right? But like now you can play Hero Mastery plus I'm a big fan of like a tower defense mode. And like you can do that with your friends.
Yeah.
Yep,
and there's leaderboards for this too. So like there's going to be like a crazy race when this one comes out. And it's really, really hard too. It's a great thing.
Yeah, I played it recently, and my 2 of my towers just went down immediately. Gotta practice some more.
I had a really funny moment on Monday. We were doing a stream on J3's stream, and someone in the chat asked, would we ever do a tower defense mode? And I said, that is very interesting.
Interesting you asked that. When Gauntlet ships, we're gonna have heroes rotate seasonally, and we're also gonna have new custom rewards from challenges. We really want each game to feel highly replayable and really unique, so we're really excited for you all to jump into Gauntlet with your friends next year.
It's going to be super, super fun. Okay, so we've heard just a little bit of feedback on our competitive system since we did a rework last year, and we've listened to all of it. It's important for us to hear what you all have to say. So we've been hard at work on a pretty big overhaul to it, and Gavin is here to talk us through it.
Thanks, Aaron. First, I want to tell you about our approach to improving competitive play. So as most of you know, we have some big problems to solve. We're not transparent about how we construct our matches, how your rank is determined, or how our rewards function. Most of you have all the golden weapons you'd ever want, so giving you competitive points doesn't feel great. And since we launched Overwatch 2, we've had issues with the way players are distributed at our highest and lowest ranks. But thankfully, though, these problems make our goals pretty straightforward. We need to put more feedback in the game about every aspect of competitive that we can. We need new rewards and improved clarity around how to get them. And we need to address the pain points. Things like how bad it feels to be on a loss streak.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. We've heard that a lot. We've definitely heard that a lot.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good to have 14 losses.
No. So in Season 9, we're introducing a variety of changes to competitive play. First, we're removing the requirement to get 5 wins or 15 losses to get a competitive update. So, loss streaks would guarantee that you were going to rank down, so what's the incentive to keep playing if you're on one? In its place, we're adding a new page that makes your rank more transparent than ever. Let's go. We call this the competitive overview. With this new system, your rank will update after every match, win or loss. The progress bar at the bottom shows exactly how much your rank increased after this win. You can see that ranking up to Plat 5 is on the right, and ranking down to Gold 2 is on the left.
And when you hit that, so when you win a game and it hits Plat 5, you immediately rank up to Plat 5. You're not waiting extra games to do something like that. It just happens.
Yeah. Yeah. So we call those green arrows below that progress bar rank modifiers. They show why your rank changed the way it did. So, since we want to be as precise as possible. So these are explained in detail by the information button on this page, but an example here is streak. This one means you ranked up even more because you're on a win streak. We'll talk about that smaller progress bar in the top right in a moment, but as you can see at the bottom, we've also added a link that takes you straight to the final scoreboard.
Yeah, and there's also a rank progress. It might be hard to read. It's a little bit small on the screen, but it's right above that bar right there. And right now it says your rank progress is 85%. So you can see you're exactly 85% of the way to the next rank. There's a lot of people, when we get feedback, a lot of people were asking us to bring SR back. It was the system that we had on Overwatch 1. And we did have a few issues with SR, and maybe like two of the biggest ones are one, it was a very arbitrary number to just say you were 2374.
Arbitrary.
So,
2374. Everybody knows
right.
what a 2374 is.
And it does, like we recognize it does take on meaning after a while for people that are playing with it. What we're hoping here is that you're gold 1 and you're 85. You're 85% of the way through gold 1, and that actually has more meaning for the vast majority of players. And also at the same time, the difference between a gold 3 and a gold 4 sometimes is just, it's like less than 4 wins away from each other. And so that wasn't necessarily conveyed very well through the SR system. We really like having these divisions in there, and we really want people to know precisely where they are in that division. And so that's the reason we went this way. Obviously, we listen to feedback, you know, like the system can evolve over time, but this is where it's at right now.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So when we launch Season 9, we'll also be resetting ranks and bringing placements back to Overwatch 2. So this isn't a full MMR reset, but it will give you a chance to make a big change to your rank because your placements games will count for a lot more. We want to do that every year, along with some big changes to our systems and hero balance. We want to give everyone a chance to earn a new rank because we'll also be redistributing players at all ranks. Those of you in Bronze 5, Silver 5, and Silver 4 know how hard it can be to rank up in our current system, and we can fix that with the redistribution. Those of you in Grandmaster 1 also know that we have more Grandmasters than we ever did in Overwatch 1. So, as part of this redistribution, we're also adding a new rank above Grandmaster called Ultimate. We want to update our competitive rewards every year, too. So in Season 9, we'll be adding Emerald weapons. Now, this art's not final, but hopefully it gives you an idea of the types of rewards we want to add each new year.
I need those emerald Zenyatta balls. They look so cool.
Me too.
Oh my God.
So when we add Emerald weapons, we'll convert all of our current competitive points into a legacy currency that you can still spend on golden weapons if you want. But to show these off, you'll need to earn competitive points in the new season.
Yeah, and I think what's like really exciting about this, I love the new redesign, but there is this annual cadence that we are trying to bring into the competitive side in Overwatch. And I know when we first launched Overwatch 2, the seasonal reset and placement was very controversial. But this is going along with a whole set of additional rewards, a redistribution of players across the ranks. And we think that initial set of placements now is worth it to get everything else that we've got. And it's also like a really exciting moment for players to look forward to on an annual basis.
Yeah, every 2 months was probably way too often.
Yeah.
So going back to solving our problems. We know that the competitive challenges page was really confusing, and that was the only place to see how to earn our rewards. So we're removing competitive challenges and building a new page to show progress towards seasonal rewards. We think this page is a much cleaner way to show rewards and the requirements to get them. You may have also noticed that smaller progress bar in the top right again. Instead of our old end-of-season challenges that rewarded competitive points based on your final rank, Wins and losses both progress you toward big payouts of competitive points. But just like our current weekly challenges, wins grant a lot of bonus progress. And another small improvement we're going to make is showing the range of ranks in the match instead of just the average. You can see that in the top left. We're also planning a lot of bigger changes after Season 9, like with grouping and competitive, for example. We want players to be able to play with their friends, so we'll be removing most of our current grouping restrictions. To do that, though, we have to rethink how we make competitive matches. So if you're a diamond player and you want to group with your bronze friend, we'll allow that, but we'll classify your group as a wide group. You'll only play against other wide groups. And we'll try to find groups with a similar shape as yours. So if you're a diamond tank and your friend is a bronze support, we'll try to find another diamond tank and bronze support for the other team. No promises. As you probably guessed, the existence of wide groups also means we'll have narrow groups. And this is great as a solo player because you'll only ever play with narrow groups or other solos. So we expect to see some big improvements to match quality for solo players.
I'm kind of excited because I used to play Overwatch with my kids, but they're teenagers and they just started getting better than me. And my oldest ended up becoming masters, and we couldn't even group together anymore. So now with this new system, he'll have to find another excuse to not play with me.
Yeah, literal skill issue. Another win is this gives us fewer Smurfs. Since the only way to avoid our current grouping restrictions right now to play with your friends is to create new accounts. So you won't need to do that anymore.
Cool. Okay, so that's the update on the competitive system. And you can't play comp without heroes. And I know we teased a few heroes in opening ceremony yesterday. And Daryl's team has created some amazing concept art to show for some of those heroes. Take it away.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Creating such a visually unique and beautiful game like Overwatch 2 takes a lot of time and iteration. In the Malga Deep Dive panel yesterday, the team went through some of these processes, from coming up with a hero idea, to drawing the concept art, to the modeling, then building their abilities, and actually putting it all into the game. We have a bunch of hero ideas and concepts always brewing. And during the opening ceremony, Aaron teased 2 of these heroes, so let's get into them. Next year, we'll be releasing 3 new heroes: a tank, a support, and a damage hero. Internally, we are already testing all 3 of these heroes in their various states.
And more. We're testing more heroes.
And more. And more. Always more. Even though they're already undergoing testing, we aren't ready to show all 3 of them just yet. The hero coming in Season 14 is far enough that we're going to keep that work to ourselves for now. I have to stress that a lot can still change this far out, including abilities and even their in-game models. But here is what we can show you. In Season 12, the next support hero will be released. Currently known on the development team by the codename Space Ranger. She will be our first hero for the Mars colony.
She's so cute. I love her so much.
Thanks, Monica. We aren't quite ready to show her in action just yet, but we do have some early concept art of what she currently looks like. Yeah. I won't dive into her kit either, but she's a highly mobile support hero who has quite a bit of vertical mobility. To that end, she has no lack of thrusters on her suits and all over her boots as well. And when we say that things are still changing, Space Ranger is a perfect example. Her gun has already changed from what we're showing here. Not only that, but as production moves along, we will inevitably run into other elements on her design we will have to iterate on. When we fully reveal her for Season 12, we can talk about all the changes we made to her from the early drawings that you guys see over here to the final model and the final concepts. So, Space Ranger likes battling her foes from air and space. How about a hero now that battles from under the ground? In Season 10, you'll get to play as our newest damage hero, Venture. They are our second and a half Canadian hero. People often forget that Farah is half Canadian, myself included.
I'm half Canadian too.
The fantasy we're going for with Venture is that of a swashbuckling archaeologist. They have an unquenchable thirst for past treasures and hidden secrets, and will go any which way to get to them. And for Venture, that way is often down. Venture uses their powerful drill to dig through the map to attack the opposing team. Because this drill was so complex in its moving pieces, right, and has a lot of cylindrical geometry, Cajun Wang, our senior concept artist who worked on Venture, decided to employ 3D modeling early in the ideation phases, even for the weapon. And now I'll toss it over to Aaron to show you guys some of how this weapon works.
Yeah, okay, so we have some early gameplay footage of Venture from a recent play test. Here we go, this is the loading screen. We always do those kind of like silly little portraits. One of our artists, Taki, does those before they're ready. Burrowing underground is kind of amazing, so they can like burst up out of the ground, do additional damage, has vertical mobility to it. They move around the map really well. This weapon is amazing. It shoots a projectile out a set distance and it explodes right there. It's really nice to be able to hit people even around corners with that thing when they duck out of the way. The dig also, it's like the most important part of this is it makes you invulnerable, you know? So it's like you can't be hit when you're underground. It's a great way to escape. It's also a great way to get in close to players. You pop up like that, and then you have a dash as well. And so the dash, you can do it in the air. You can dash underground if you want to when you're moving. It's all around just like a really, really fun kit to use. We have this idea or this goal that we try to do with heroes on Overwatch, and I think we're able to hit it on DPS heroes a little bit more than some of the other ones. But as much as we can, we just want it to be fun to hit the buttons. You know, like move around a space and just kind of have like some joy there. And Venture, I think, is one of those heroes where they just are fun to hit the buttons with.
Hey, Aaron, to expand on that point, when I was playtesting Venture, I also literally, just kept hitting, the button, to borrow in and out, without any reason. But it was feeling so snappy. Just a big shout out to our animation and FX team to make this happen.
Yep.
So this felt good.
Now we didn't show the ult. We're holding that till season 10 until we fully reveal the hero. So there's more to come. These are just some of the things that the team is working on. There's so much more. And next year, we'll like have a lot more things to talk to you about, a lot more things to reveal than we could have just fit here within 45 minutes.
I want to say that improving the overall play experience is really important to us. And this goes beyond just game modes and new heroes, but also how everyone engages with the game's meta systems. So one last thing I want to mention that I know people are really interested in is a set of changes and updates to the Battle Pass. An initiative we're working on for next year is a redesign of the Battle Pass. And we're deep in the process of working through this, which means we aren't ready yet to go through the details. But I want to give you a small glimpse of what we're thinking. One goal is to offer players more agency when it comes to the Mythic Skin reward. Let me talk through a couple of specific cases. Players progressing through the Premium Battle Pass today are able to unlock the latest Mythic Skin each season. But what if you don't play the hero with that Mythic Skin? It's going to make the Battle Pass a little less exciting to you. In a different case, you miss the chance to get Cyber Demon Genji because you weren't around to play that first season. What we want to do is to address both of these scenarios by giving you the option to earn any single Mythic Skin we've ever released when you play through the Premium Battle Pass. But beyond this, we're aiming to make play in Overwatch 2 more rewarding with a total set of changes to the Battle Pass. We'll have more to share on that next year. Some of what we presented may change between now and release, but we wanted to be as open as possible on what we're developing, planning, or even thinking about. And this doesn't even touch on the longer-term franchise plan, but that's really a discussion for another day. Finally, I want to say that everyone here represents hundreds of employees on our team who care so much about this game and this work, and we can't wait to release it all. Thank you, BlizzCon.
Yeah, I'll add on to that really quick. This team is made of like so many talented, amazing people, and this is just a small glimpse of everything that we're working on. And even a glimpse of things that we didn't talk about today, like an image of a Peru map that's coming in the future that we also started this presentation off with. And there was, I'm sure people will talk about it online in the next few days, some other Easter eggs in this presentation that kind of give hints at some of the things that are coming next year as well. So thank you everyone so much, and we'll see you on the streets of Hanaoka.
Legacy. A legacy is forever. All year long, teams around the world have battled, chasing glory, hoping to etch their homeland in the history books.
That is insane! He's still fragging like a madman! And it's a 5-man rampage! Oh, what? What? Oh, there we go!
They've tasted victory, they've overcome defeat, and all along, the hopes of their fans have lifted them up.
Absolutely beautiful.
And now, at long last, the Overwatch World Cup Finals are here. And for the first time in 4 years, we're all together once more, back to where it all began. Each team can see their name on the championship trophy. The community has rallied behind them, and the wait is finally over.
I've missed you dearly.
The Overwatch World Cup Finals start now.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Mitch, Matt, and Johnny, and we're about to dig into this third place decider match between Team Finland and, of course, the squad from South Korea. Once more, here is the bracket. This is how we got here for that bronze medal match. Bit of a surprise, of course, for a lot of people who may have missed out on the group stages, quarterfinals, and the semifinals to find South Korea in this position.
I mean, look, I wouldn't blame you for feeling that way, but if you'd seen how strong the team from China looked, perhaps maybe not so shocked. We got maximum Overwatch, as the great Andrew Rush said. Peak Overwatch was played in our semifinals.
That series was insane.
Yeah, I mean, that was, you know, probably the best match we've seen so far this year, right? And now, really, you have to look at South Korea. Perhaps a bit of, you know, vengeance in mind there. Will they take it out on Finland in a third-place match?
Well, let's take a look at the rosters who are going at it, starting with the team from Europe. Finland, they unfortunately just lost their last match, so it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, absolutely, but this team is incredible. What I love about them so much is they're really leaning into the Mei and the Symmetra look. They are not shifting away from these Sigma setups. And I've got to say, they've done a great job at showcasing that against Saudi Arabia. They're a team with that sim that really leans into the creative urges to set up strong team fights.
Yeah, now you see the lineup for South Korea here. Hanbin will actually be in the lineup to start things off. You see a lot of Sigma on the other side for Finland, so fully expect to see it here now for South Korea. Jonathan, what do you think about this lineup?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's interesting that they're swapping over to Hanbin here in this matchup because they did want to match the team from China when it came to that dive composition. But now you're playing Team Finland, who are going to play the Sigma composition. Now you want to take that mirror as well. So South Korea can't really decide their flavor this tournament.
They did this last time against Finland. This is actually a rematch.
Yeah, and they're gonna come for a rematch. I think South Korea will be very eager to not make this one a close one as well. In case you missed it, they faced off against each other in the group stages, and Finland made them sweat, all right? Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I had to go with South Korea, no matter how strong and clean and surgical Finland did look like. I still think that pound for pound, South Korea just has the better players. They are more experienced. There's a lot of synergy in that team. And while the compositions may have looked wonky here and there, I think they have this one in the bag.
Again, this is really about setting up Lip on Team South Korea. I'm also predicting that we will see a South Korea victory, a 3-1. But this comp, the Sigma comp, is fallible. It's probably the weakest look for South Korea out of the two picks.
Yeah, I went South Korea as well, but seeing Hanbin in, it's like kind of bizarre to say. Like, I feel a little bit less confident. Like, I think the Sigma versus Sigma head-to-head could be a bit of an issue. I went South Korea, but wouldn't be surprised if Finland had a really close match.
Yeah, I went with South Korea too. Look, they are the better team, but Finland, I mean, this will be an incredible achievement for Finland in the World Cup, right? This would mean so much to them. So they're probably coming in with a lot of motivation for this match.
It would be the highest that that team has ever placed. Team Finland in 2016 placed 4th, I believe. And after that, they didn't make it past the preliminaries or even qualifiers. So this is a lot on the line for both of those teams. South Korea looking for revenge. Let's see if they can get it. It is now time to meet our teams.
Let's meet your first squad. It's Team Finland!
Team Finland coming into the 3rd place match after suffering defeat against Saudi Arabia, but they had so much fight and spirit in that matchup, almost reverse sweeping Saudi Arabia. So many standout players from this team this tournament. Cloud has had a phenomenal May so far this tournament, and Vestola, of course, bringing back to memory some of his time in the Overwatch League. This squad is one to watch out for, and maybe they could upset South Korea to gain 3rd place here in the World Cup.
And their opponents, Team South Korea! The Tiger still hungers. We are looking at 4/5 of a 2022 World Champion squad. With Lip in this lineup, someone they're looking to really set up for success in a match like this. And if they need it, of course, they got Fearless. They got Finn waiting in the wings. A bitter defeat at the hands of the team from China. You best believe they're looking to take it out on Finland.
Both teams eager to take home that bronze medal. Let's see which one will come out on top. And here to take you through all the action are Lemon Kiwi and Necro.
Thank you so much, Zoe. It's the rematch of a lifetime. The script writes itself, Necro. Finland versus South Korea. Both these teams went at it. Finland was the first team to prove to us that South Korea could be beatable.
This might be a hot take, but I think Team Finland might be able to get this win.
Ooh.
They made that match in the group stage incredibly close, incredibly competitive, and it was winnable. It was winnable when we took a look at that 3rd and final map that they played in the group stage. That flashpoint could not have been closer. It was a sound barrier difference away.
But Finland, they always get close. Their middle name is Almost. They almost reverse swept KSA. Finland almost beat South Korea. They haven't done it yet. And this match is for a seat in the Big Three, for that share of a $500,000 prize pool that is still growing. Oh, the most that World Cup and Overwatch has ever seen. There's so much on the line, pride, and how you bounced back from your loss in the semifinal.
And both of them had such close losses, right? Like South Korea was also a 5-map match. Finland just came off of the back of a 5-map match. But the biggest key to this one in particular is how these two Sigmas are going to match up against each other. When they played in the group stage, it was all about the Sigma versus Sigma and what happened in the DPS lineup. But South Korea has shown us that they are more willing to switch to different types of compositions.
Bronze medal on the line. The doors are open on our beaches of Samoa. And Finland played a lot of Mason, but they got a match. Fire with Sana on the Sojourn against Lip. This is a tough task. And already on top of this bridge is Finland. These charge shots from these Sojourns are what's really gonna break open this battle. as Finland respecting that space. Sauna sliding to the corner. Lip knows that cooldown is out, but neither Sojourn is really gonna want to be aggressive and push past this kind of middle point. Speaking of that point, it is unlocked, but both teams are prioritizing the fight. Actually, this May of Cloud will be able to ice block if he gets into any trouble while capturing this point, and he'll do so for free. South Korea prioritizing the fight, and they are winning it.
Even though Team Finland were able to capture the objective first, they're not going to walk away with that much percentage. South Korea, they did play that patient game. They cared more about making sure that they had the first pick, that they were going to start beating Finland in terms of this ultimate charge. And South Korea are trying to push the tempo. They want to meet Finland at their spot. Look at all this poke damage that they're going to be getting down onto the team, and Chio's able to get out of there without any problems. And now South Korea have a lot to work with. Like, we're looking at Fielder right now, and even Sparkle too, with the photon barrier.
Finland have to be careful if they drop Cloud to cap the point. South Korea will take the fight without him. And a 5v4 that will favor South Korea. Ant Matrix, Fielder wants to draw them into a lane, preferably at the top of this bridge. Finland are exposing themselves though. They go towards the point. It's not the most ideal wall out of Cloud, and he gets punished for it. South Korea just play off the Ant Matrix, and Finland can't contest it. So South Korea keep the points, and man, they're hunting for more. This will generate them a ton of ultimates that they can keep protecting the point with.
Oh, Masa tries to get away as well. Will be able to get out with his life, but what do Team Finland really have to show for it right now? South Korea, they are in the driver's seat for this match, and especially looking at the Sigma duel, Hanbin's winning it right now. A lot of that off the back of Sparkle, with that Symmetra, able to help maneuver this team around the point way faster. And you look at this open territory, and you look at that Symmetra as a huge boon to the team.
Finland are just trying to stabilize. Vestola's grasp is out. He doesn't have a shield, but he has one thing, and that's a flux, and Sparkle will protect his team from any follow-up damage with the photon barrier. But Sauna still rings true, and against the rest of South Korea, Finland are on top. They will be getting the point back, but there's quite a gap in the score to close.
77% though, that is a percentage that Team Finland can come back from. It's not even last fight territory yet, so even if they lose control of the point, they can come back in. So Team Finland need to be aware of their ultimate economy so that they can actually come back in and have that extra recontest potential. But ideally, they just win here.
Hanbin fluxes too, but because of the roof, he can't really land any damage on him. So he redirects his attention to Cloud, forces the ice block, and it's the overclocks that will make a difference. Sauna removes 3! And South Korea, Lip never even had a chance to match that, so Finland will take back the lead shortly.
That does mean that Lip gets to come back into this with the overclock, and so with those sight lines, you're hoping that you're going to be able to land some of those shots to be able to get South Korea back into this one, but pay attention to the sound barriers. Chio and Masa are both ready to let that rip. And whether or not you're gonna get that first, it's all about the sound barrier that's last.
Yeah, it might be a good idea for Masa to pop that in response to the Lip overclock, and that is exactly the response that Finland needed. They'll bring the speed. They're pushing South Korea back into the building, where they just fire back with the Ant Matrix. Finland respect that space. They're also at 90+%. This is last fight territory for Beach of for Samoa. Here is the flux from Vestola, waiting for Hanbin to be as low as he can, and he's gone. And South Korea can't back him up. They'll take the teleporter to escape, actually to get behind Finland, who focus their attention forward. And it's successful. A 99%, and overtime dwindling. They can't even jump away. 100-77 goes to Finland.
That accretion at the end there, oh
Yeah.
my goodness. You have to be so predictive with a shot like that, but it's about that stun. There was no coming back from that one, as sadly you end up putting a Lip on his back. But it's gonna be a new point. Samoa, all of these different points of the map play so differently just based on the architecture. And now you've got this central point to play around. You're gonna see a lot of teams try to come at this, much like you would City Center. So South Korea, let's see if they're able to get back into this one. It was a close race to start. South Korea sadly just lost that advantage, and Symmetra, you're gonna have to see if that's gonna work out again, but it's a difference this time. We're gonna see South Korea actually stick on the Symmetra, but this time it's gonna be Lip taking up that role with Sparkle on the Mei. So a little bit of a different look here.
They're copying that style from Finland against that in that match against KSA. The whole win condition from South Korea is to teleport on top of Finland, but because Masa's on Lucio, he can help Finland disengage and keep that distance to buy time and space for Sana to fire through the hearts of South Korea. Finland have the middle of the map, but then now they're locked in by that Sparkle Mei wall, and it hurts. Great commitment out of South Korea. Their focus fire on those isolated targets of Finland helps them win fight one.
That Mei proving to be such a big difference in this point in particular, that Mei really helps to shape the architecture of the map in your favor. So Sparkle can help put up those walls. You said isolate a target, make sure that somebody is caught out of position and just try to capitalize on that. South Korea giving up a lot of space here, want to try to get that poke, but they know they need to kite backwards so they don't just fall to Vestola in the front line.
I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Ramatra at the World Cup. Vestola ready to throw some punches. They have an isolation wall on the Hanbin, and Sparkle protects them with his own. And it's a ring around the Rosie, but Vestola has to block the damage from the Matrix of Fielder. And the Flux to get Finland low, might have missed. Either way, the sound here from Masa brings Finland back on their feet. But they don't have any more ultimate options. South Korea can play off the photon barrier, but as they step past it, Sana strikes true, and Finland take back the point.
So interesting to see the Ramatra here too, because, well, maybe you just need the sound barrier to put that extra on the top. What in the world?
You would think a 5v3 is winnable, but South Korea were able to get a double kill to even things up, and now it's a 3 versus 3 with reinforcements actually coming back very quickly thanks to these Lucios. And Sana's overclock gets the shots he needs for Finland to now actually win the fight.
What a great stall from South Korea. Yes, they expended ultimates there, but with the primary goal of getting even more percentage down. So they walk away with 72% capture progress on this next objective, but Team Finland take back control. Vestola now, let's talk about that Ramatra choice, because how does the Annihilation come into play here? Vestola gets a chance to walk past his Sigma shield. That's really what Vestola wants to do, is get up close and personal in South Korea's face, try to lock down some of these more self-sustaining targets like Sparkle on the Mei.
Oh, the Matrix from Finland helps Vestola, the Mei wall, to guarantee those kills on the South Korea Cloud. Beats down his opposition of Sparkle, and a 3v5. South Korea can't flip this one, but Finland still have to catch up to the lead. 72% is a good start for South Korea.
Yeah, Finland are going to be able to match that really quickly here, and now we maybe get a chance to see what this Annihilation is going to be all about in this particular matchup. But on top of that too, how are you going to take down Vestola? Masa has a sound barrier available, so much sustain to make Vestola almost unstoppable with all the power that Annihilation is going to provide.
Oh, he saw the Matrix and got out of dodge. Doesn't want any of that smoke. South Korea still dance around it, gonna stay to their half, and now the photon barrier to divide the fight in half, and it's the Sana overclock at an off angle, but his tank is in trouble. Vestola's able to block and take a lot of pressure very well. South Korea now have to deal with a blizzard from Cloud. It doesn't freeze anyone, but Liv shot down by Sana, and Finland only have a small advantage, and it's not over yet if you're South Korea. But with the Matrix, Hanbin is isolated, and Chio pumps a sound barrier to try and rally the troops. But Finland seconds away from taking a first map against one of the strongest teams at the World Cup. In South Korea fall, map number 1 goes to Finland.
We were saying it might come down to the Sigma versus Sigma battle. Right now, it's going to be Vestola getting that upper hand. Even when it came down to the switch up to the Ramatra, so much survivability on the side of Vestola where they didn't even need to invest a sound barrier. It was all about what Ramatra could put down on its own. and that's gonna be a tough tank to take down. Something else, though, you gotta talk about too is just how much the DPS lineup in Finland was really putting down the table.
I know Sana was much quieter in the previous series because his job was to maneuver the team around on the Symmetra, and it's tough to even last long enough in a fight to generate the DPS. But what a call to go to Ramatra. Great block usage from Vestola. Even when there was an Ant Matrix, he knew when to disengage. And South Korea didn't have a plan B at times. They just relied on their mechanics. And Finland just had better macro. At the end of the day, on a small map like this, the Ramatra was the right call.
Ramatra was such a good pick here, and that really does throw an extra layer of difficulty into this match for South Korea. We might have expected just to see the mirror, but that just might not be the case, and maybe we see South Korea make a substitution. We know that they have Fearless waiting in the back just in case we want to see one of those tank switch-ups, but we'll have to see whether or not that happens because we're going to Blizzard World on the other side of this break.
We thought this was going to be a clash of styles after how we saw South Korea fight against team from China. But we weren't sure about how the mirror was going to go. Hanbin in the lineup, he's trying to duel on the Sigma. Is there going to be a change? No substitutions reported. But we go to Blizzard World where South Korea, that's their bread and butter.
South Korea keeping Hanbin in the roster may just opt to continue to play the mirror. We see a lot of Sigma on this map in particular, and sadly, when you take a look at the semifinal between South Korea and Team from China, a lot of that dive mirror happened because you know Team from China is going to opt more to play that style. And you can't really play the Winston into a Bastion that's as good as what Sana can provide on Finland. That was one of the Achilles heels where Finland was able to dish a map loss to South Korea in their group stage.
Yeah, everyone is taking notes on how APAC plays dive, but you're going up against the best from Europe in Finland. And we've talked about how Vestola and the rest of Finland, one of the best Sigma teams we may have still left at the World Cup. And Blizzard World was a slugfest between Finland and KSA. But what was so good about Finland was their rotations, their understanding of the map and what positions to take. The way Finland would get behind KSA and really take their time with it. They're a composed team. And it's the macro that you gotta watch out for Finland.
And that was when they were using the Symmetra, that teleporter able to help with those angles, make those rotations. And they also just play together so well as a team. But same thing can be said about South Korea. These are players that all have won titles together. They are familiar with each other. They know their play styles and their tendencies. And that is something that is going to be so critical to be able to get the Sigma composition to work. But Hanbin right now going to be comfortable on this defense to run the Sigma with Lip and Sparkle. Going to bring up that DPS lineup with the Sojourn and the Symmetra. That was close. Cloud, if he had gotten a pick there with the Widowmaker, would have opened things up so quickly. But look at this. They don't want to play the mirror. It's going to be on Team Finland to actually switch things up. Vestola thinking about the Ramattra, but they might be thinking twice about it.
We need a huddle before the map starts. You need a Symmetra, I think,
That's
to move
30
this
seconds off the clock.
Yeah, you need a Symmetra to move this Ramattra around. It is so vulnerable to poke. Even when there's a shield, you can't keep moving it like a Sigma shield. So Vestola knows this is the more flexible option, at least on attack. So Finland move their way. They don't have a Symmetra to help this push, so it's all about how long this shield of Vestola lasts. As Finland make their way to the left, South Korea will counter-rotate. Lip is on his high ground, so it's Sana versus Lip. South Korea come up from behind, and Finland are getting choked from all angles, and Lip gets a headshot onto Cloud. South Korea are up by 2, and Finland might have to rethink this one.
Gonna have to take the rotation just a little bit more carefully. When you have the Sojourn on both sides, one of the things that becomes even more important for these Sigmas to keep in mind is their shield placement. You don't want to leave yourself vulnerable on one side, and you might not even want to run the Sojourn at all. Finland gonna opt for the Symmetra pick instead, because that was one of the keys to success playing against Saudi Arabia when they had the teleporter to be able to help them make these rotations faster.
Yeah, Finland were just sitting ducks in the middle of the map. South Korea had all the speed and options to get around. Finland overwhelmed the high ground. Lift is gone. But not dead yet. And even with the Matrix, South Korea didn't manage to get away. And Finland are harassing and threatening the point, but didn't manage to capture that first tick. Wait for their cooldowns, but they walk into a 3-man flux and a Hanbin! And the kills go the way of the defense, with Finland's time bank cut in half.
Finland are just trying to get their bearings in this matchup right now, because as it stands, South Korea has a great handle on how they want to play this defense. As you said, this is their territory. This is a map that South Korea has been very, very good at throughout the entirety of the Overwatch World Cup. And what is this?
Do they get out? Shio tried to speed them out, but Hanbin was frozen, but they managed to heal Hanbin back up to full. So Cloud tried to make a play while South Korea were overextended, and it doesn't pay off.
Lip with that execution was able to help Team Korea to be able to get back away from that situation, and now they get a chance to set up on the defense again. They're a full team of 5. Finland are looking at a 1-minute time bank to try to crack open this first point, but Lip's not having any of it right now.
He got so low, so close. What a jump from Finland. The Flux is plan B. How does Lip keep living? And the accretion didn't even hit. The sound bear from Chio saves him. South Korea in a 4 versus 3. As Finland gather their second tick, Lip waits on the high ground. Hanbin wants to contest, denies a second tick, and you can always depend on Lip to turn the fight when he has the time to poke down Finland. and they only have less than 30 seconds.
Nobody can get picked here. Nobody can get picked, but Lip is looking for it. So everybody on Finland is gonna have to play together as a team. Sana's gonna switch off of the Symmetra to go back to the Sojourn because you need some amount of firepower to deal with that long-range damage that Lip is providing. And he has an overclock.
Finland, they're just the South Korean disengage is too strong. And Lip too. He gets the first pick, and Cloud, as soon as he's out of ice block, yes, the sound barrier, the dodge on the accretion. Hanbin, it's him. And South Korea will hold Finland at bay, deny the second tick, and make this winnable.
1/3 of that first point captured is all that Finland could walk away with during that attack push. It's gonna be really difficult for Finland to get, dare I say, a fuller hold on this point, because there's so little room for error. You have a 4-minute time bank to work with if you're South Korea. Typically that gives you about 2 full rotations of ultimates. And if Lip is gonna continue to pop off like that, it's gonna be very difficult for Team Finland to keep themselves alive in this moment. So I'd love to see what kind of DPS choices they decide to make, whether or not they want to commit to something like the Sojourn as well, because they get one shot at this.
Finland just looked so unsure for a team that capped with over a minute against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Finland, when they played in that match, they were decisive on their rotations. They depended on the Mei Sim. But the difference between KSA and South Korea was South Korea are so quick to disengage. Every time they teleported in, South Korea were gone. You never really got a pick. And if you're not able to get the surprise factor off the Sim Mei, you're missing out on the DPS, you're missing out on the poke. And Cloud has been usually good on that on the Mei, but he's also not a Sojourn. Sometimes he can put on a Sojourn performance, but you're going up against Lip, who is insane.
The disengage from South Korea is exemplary of their amazing communication as a team. We've all heard some of their team comms just after their matches, and they're just so on point, they're so together. But this is where it starts for Team Finland. They need to keep getting these picks, because this is what happened to them. If you're able to just keep getting pick after pick, South Korea, they don't want to go in with a 4v5.
The charged secondary fire of a Symmetra is really underrated. It is very scary in range. Just any additional damage after that is a pick. Finland on the high ground. Not too much time has gone for South Korea. I mean, Finland got away with a huddle. Here's the teleporter from Finland to disengage back towards the point. South Korea on the left. They won't have their teleporter for a few more seconds, but they'll want to access Finland before they drum up a teleporter plan. And Lip can get a first pick. He got sights onto Mickey, who had to turn around and get shelter behind Vestola. Now South Korea, okay, Hanbin gets booped down. That's an important play by Masa. Ant Matrix almost online. This could be what defines the fight.
Mortality Field is out though, so that's gonna be a skill off of Finland's plate. And this might be the time for Fielder to strike as that Amplification Matrix is coming up.
Yeah, Mickey has his first, but Fielder pulls the trigger first. And it's staring down the point, and Finland want to contest, but they have to deal with the damage. And Mickey is gone, and he knows how impactful his death is when the limited heals that Finland just don't have, and South Korea plucks them off on the point. And that'll at least be a first tick. Is Finland able to recontest? Masa's just respawning now. The answer is no. South Korea swiftly tie the series 1-1.
That was an impressive hold from South Korea, and it pays off in dividends, because they didn't need much time at all to be able to make sure that they had that point capture. After they got ultimates online, it felt like game over, but Team Finland did give it their best effort. And they also get a chance to pick their map that we go to next.
No one is talking from Team Finland. After a map loss, you gotta tell each other it's okay, not our map. Even though it was your map before, but this is, you just gotta recoup after this. But I know you're going up against some mechanical demons on the side of South Korea, where Finland, like I said, they just looked so unsure. They didn't have a plan B when their Symmetra teleporter plays weren't netting them first picks. They were getting first blooded by Lip, and then when Finland had a good shot, South Korea banked all these ultimates because South Korea know how to play their economy.
They really do, and that's something that's going to be even more important when you look at a map type like Flashpoint, because there is even less room for error when you look at just having to capture or defend for 1/3 of the pie. So we're going to be heading to Surasa next, and I'll have to see if they're going to continue to play this mirror or they might switch it up. Find out after this.
Our series is tied 1-1 for a battle for top 3, Finland versus South Korea. But guess who's woken up out of hibernation? South Korea with the full hold. I might have gone to Finland's heads a bit.
Might have. I mean, it's tough to come back from a position like that when you do get full held on a map, especially when you just proved that you can be a big dog on a map like that, especially how they had that performance against Saudi Arabia in their semifinal. But we're heading to Surasa next, and hopefully Team Finland in that break was able to regroup a little bit, focus up. It's tough. They might be tired. That was a long and very hard-fought semifinal for them.
Yeah, Surasa was that map that Finland won to. At some point in the series against KSA, there were a lot of maps. But this is a strong map for Finland, so I think confidence should be, at least after that break, back to where it should be. While the South Korea, I think, just needed that warm-up map, because even we noted South Korea on Samoa just stayed on their half. They had Lucio, they had May, but they didn't really push the advantage. They didn't really sim TP into Finland. They were kind of hanging out. I think now that South Korea look more decisive, they could be taking over the series.
They really could. South Korea were playing a little bit more passive in that first map, but that's really where they started to up the tempo. But a lot of that was off the back of Lip playing the Sojourn, using those long sight lines to his advantage, making sure he was getting first picks with the Sojourn, but here we are on market.
All right, Finland, this is their high ground, looping them back. I like that Boss is on off angle. As he crosses the road, he almost gets hit by the car. And Finland still trying to just disrupt the structure of South Korea. But now Finland a little bit separated away from each other. South Korea getting their revenge at disrupting the organization there. South Korea already got a first pick, and Mickey is gone. So this is just not winnable for Finland.
Got to go back to spawn and refigure out how they're going to try to attack this point, because the way that South Korea is playing now, they're using the advantage, being in the upper hand position, trying to get that poke down, and it's netting them such faster ultimate charge. Lip is doing amazing. I take a look at that. He's gonna have photon barrier up before basically anything else in the lobby. And those symmetric turrets, especially when you are playing from the defensive side, you get a chance to set those up so that Finland are just walking right into them, get even more damage down onto the team, soften them up and take them down.
Yeah, Matrix, does Fielder want to put this on the high ground? Do they want to drop it low? Just so you can guarantee usage out of it, but Finland are more decisive with their ultimates. South Korea TP behind them and drop the photon barrier Matrix, and Finland had the sound barrier. They had ults of their own, but execution favors South Korea as they're seconds away from taking point one.
They're definitely playing together as a team right now. You can tell how much more in focus South Korea are after that first map loss. And so that's going to be the first flashpoint of this map heading their direction. Made a chance to see where we're going next. It's going to be towards the bottom of the map. We're going to head over to Gardens, and this is where we might even see a clash just early on, but not if South Korea can say anything about it. Try to beat them to the punch, use that symmetric teleporter and the amp it up to get there first and play from the defensive position once again.
Being able to defend with this composition is such an advantage. Finland are forced to play this corridor, so it'll be Vestola that can make that call. He can poke his head out, he's okay to take damage, that's what a tank does, and he's close to the flux. The photon barrier for Finland, once they take space, could be what helps them hold it, while Sparkle's still patient with the blizzard, but gets taken down before he can throw it out. And Finland with the confidence behind the flux, the sound barrier from Chio to bring South Korea back to their feet. Can South Korea flip the 4v5? Hanbin's in trouble, what a Maywall from Cloud! And Finland are now playing like the Finland we know and love.
They're gonna take control of Garden, and there you go. Now they get a chance to play from that defensive side. So Sana able to take full advantage of that, set up the turrets, has that photon barrier ready to go. And Team Finland, they don't even want to poke. I would be worried too if you're playing against somebody that has aim as good as Lip, as good as Sparkle. You might not want to push forward either, lest you potentially get staggered, and there you go. That might give an advantage to South Korea, but Team Finland back on point. Let's see what South Korea's got to give them.
Sparkle's waiting for the grasp out of Vestola, but as South Korea get close, the poke is too strong from Finland. The immediate amp matrix on one corner, the photon barrier to make sure that Finland can stay anchored on their feet. What timing from Finland as South Korea have one last chance to fight through this, because it's 90% and growing for Finland with a sound barrier ready to counter the flux, to counter the blizzard. How will Masa use this? Sparkle's in a corner, he got Maywalled, he's got Ice Block, the blizzard has to come out now! And Lip has his back with the photon barrier, but South Korea get the flip for free. As Sparkle doesn't want to over-invest, but still, South Korea don't have enough kills that this is guaranteed. Here is the blizzard, and the sound barrier from Masa in response. Once that's gone, Hanbin pulls out the flux, and this might be the nail in the coffin.
Here you go, Finland though, you're able to clap back. Sana is going to be able to finish up these final blows for Finland. Take back control at this point before South Korea can come back in for the recontest. And at 99%, this flashpoint is theirs. We've tied it up here on Surasa. We're going to have to see where we go next. That was a heavy investment there from South Korea. They had to throw a lot at that fight, and to no avail. And Team Finland got the upper hand once again as we head over to Palace, and South Korea have a lot of ground to cover before they get there.
Is it South Korea being uncomfortable in this composition? Hanbin is a star at coordinating this team. He is the leader South Korea need right now, and Sparkle has the Maywall behind Finland, and they break back in with the flux. The immediate 3K for Finland for the first fight of point 3.
It's gonna be a quick cap for them, a team kill to boot. So Finland definitely back in peak form as we saw in their semifinal. South Korea, they've gotta come back through this middle point, and Team Finland are ready. Take a look at how far forward they're playing. This is them playing the poke game here. And this is what they're trying to take advantage of too. South Korea like to play this patient game. They like to make sure they're all together as a team with cooldown.
I don't know if that teleporter, did it go on the high ground for South Korea? Was it on the low? Well, Finland are low, but Masa tries to rally them with the sound barrier. But Finland walks right into the blizzard from Sparkle. Finland just can't seem to escape. South Korea finally got the jump on them, and they'll take the point back at around 60%.
Really good place for South Korea to be able to take that back as well. Still seeing the mirror match come through. Mickey thought about it. We almost saw the Moira come out there, but it is going to be the Batiste once again. Cloud takes a little bit of damage on the income here, but does he use this Blizzard? Finland has wanted to use these sometimes reactively, but he might just want to throw it out now.
Oh, Finland has South Korea right in their face. The pistol is overwhelmed. Mickey has us back with the immortality field, but now South Korea on the flank. Mickey and Masa are gone. Lip has the 3K. The DPS of Symmetra, you have to mark her. You cannot let Lip go unnoticed.
You can't, but Hanbin is in the front too, so where do you look if you're Team Finland? You've got threats all around you. And that's something that South Korea has been really good at, is making sure they have multiple angles to be able to surround Team Finland. It's also really hard to try to thrive in that chaos. South Korea, they're working up to that final checkpoint. They only have 8 more seconds on even as Team Finland have to come back into this one.
South Korea have the high ground and the amplification matrix for Fielder is popped, and Hanbin bullies Vestola 6 feet under. And Finland just hesitate on the ultimates. They're gonna bank them for the next point. South Korea go to Surasa round point.
So there you go. It's going to be Palace off the table as well as Garden, so we have no choice except to go to this top part of the map. It's still a race to get there. Take a look at this. You got the teleporters to try to make your way past this midpoint, but you might just take a fight here.
I think South Korea thought they were disorganized, and Vestola has to pull out the flux to try and delay it. The sound bear from Chio to salvage this fight in a 4v5 scenario, and Vestola is saved by the Mickey Immortality Field. Does anyone else want to invest? That first fight of the point is so important. But Finland gun them down, and they will win the first fight to cap.
It's so rare to see a fight happen off of a flashpoint or at least a surrounding area. But when you see the enemy in front of you and you've got the Gravitic Flux and a tank that is as confident as Vestola, you go ahead and you take that fight. And now South Korea have to come back into this one where Finland, they still have 4 more ults to use, okay? Like, this is a fight that they should win as long as they play their cards right.
South Korea trying to hold on to their half of this pie with the photon barrier. The ice block from Cloud, right at the feet of that Sigma. You should have worn boots. Hanbin is still living. The healing from Fielder. The double kill from Sparkle. The 3. South Korea clutch.
What in the world? This backline is insane, and that's why Fielder and Chio are considered some of the absolute best supports in the world, especially how long that they have worked together. They understand how to cooperate and also make sure that they're alternating through their cooldowns so that someone like Hanbin can get hard-pocketed in some of the hardest of times. And poor Team Finland also went down early in that fight, had the sound barrier available, and that could have been really critical in a fight like that to help Team Finland stay in this, but South Korea are staring down the barrel of the last fight and taking this final flashpoint.
Hanbin, that's a huge grab flux. Masa with the sound barrier. What are they doing back here? He's booping. Masa's booping people out of the M-Matrix from Fielder. The assassination on the Fielder and Sparkle. South Korea lose hold of the point right at the finish line to win the map. Finland survive.
Finland are alive for now, but South Korea are coming back with, I saw a Lifeweaver there for a second. Playing a little bit of a rotating support here for South Korea, but Fielder on the Baptiste is gonna just be a better choice for the team right now. Those immortality fields have been so clutch for South Korea to survive, and especially when you take a look at the AoE healing that Baptiste can provide too. South Korea are a very hard team to take down right now.
Does Vestola get the grab flux before Chio gets the barrier online? Now it's too late. Chio will have a counter to this. Now the teleporter starts. South Korea teleport to the other side. The Chio sound barrier's early, and Vestola gets something out of his flux. It's up to the Cloud Blizzard, but he ice blocks early. He was low, and South Korea are locked in. And Finland only have a 1-man advantage. Cloud with 2, Vestola with the 3rd. We go to the final point of Surasa.
Ruins is going to be the final flashpoint of this map, and everything is on the line here for Team Finland. They want to get themselves back into this one. This was the map where they started a potential reverse sweep against Saudi Arabia, and that's when they started to get to peak form. They're getting there again. Now it's going to be Sparkle's turn to use this Blizzard, and South Korea are going to try to come into the final flashpoint with the smallest area as well with that Blizzard.
Sana has a photon barrier and he didn't feel like using it early. South Korea are eager. I don't know if that Blizzard bounced against the wall. Either way, Finland are trapped. They couldn't get out because of the main wall of Sparkle. South Korea take the first point, or first fight of the final point.
South Korea know that you have to play this flawlessly. To be able to get the match lead, to go to match point, just means they're one step closer to being able to get the revenge that they wanted. Both these semifinals for these teams are so close. You know they're putting everything on the line right now, but South Korea are getting closer and closer to that finish line, and Hanbin could just keep everybody at bay here with that grab flux.
You just don't have time to think in these fights. You just have to go for the heroic play. And Masa with the tempo engage against the flux of Hanbin. Finland are already down, but they gotta trade on the field there. South Korea don't have a lot of healing. Sparkle manages to fall back to the team, but Masa rides above, kicks him in the head, and Finland managed to make this fight close. The sound mirror, though, from South Korea only hits Chio and Hanbin. The DPS from South Korea got separated. They can at least depend on the photon barrier of Flip, and that will be enough to take down Finland. As the last seconds drain by, South Korea will go to match point.
Fantastic team play coming through from South Korea to be able to get the lead in the series. But after an explosive map number 1 from Team Finland, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board here for this push to hopefully tie up the series and bring us to a 5th and final map. But South Korea look a lot better on this Sigma composition than we gave them credit for at the very beginning of this match. You even heard Matt say, like, you know, he's a little less confident seeing that we might be seeing that Sigma mirror, but even the last time that Finland and South Korea played this mirror in the group stage, South Korea still had the edge and were able to get the win.
There's two underrated players. It's Masa versus Chio. We talk about how amazing Chio has been in the Overwatch League, but Masa's not afraid to wall ride, swoop South Korea back into his own team, even finish off kills past the Sigma shield, which is difficult for this composition of a sim mate to do. And Masa takes that risk, and so does Chio. The timing of these sound barriers have been everything to save their teams against the flux. And even when South Korea looked a bit flustered having a sound barrier that didn't hit everyone from the team, it was the photon barrier of Flip and how they played around it that what really propelled South Korea in the end.
They're making this backline just really difficult to execute here from Team Finland. And I think that's another reason why South Korea is finding the upper hand. It's really difficult to have to work through all of these different threats on the table. But we've got one more map ahead of us. It's gonna be a pick from Finland again. We're gonna see where they take us after this break.
It's match point for South Korea. A bronze medal on the line, and most importantly, a share of that juicy $500,000 prize pool. That's still growing, by the way, all thanks to this fantastic community. And you thought South Korea had woken up. They were swiftly winning Blizzard World. What looks like Finland were able to just mentally bounce back, especially on Surasa. Not enough to win, but they looked much better than Blizzard World.
But they still have a map win under their belt as well, and they still have that fight in them. So as we take a look at that fourth map in the series, we have to start to isolate some of the key differences in the play styles for both of these teams, because at the start of the match, even looking at the desk analysis for this, we were kind of thinking we might see the mirror, but Fearless is another player that adds another layer into whether or not we actually see whatever tank choice we see from South Korea.
South Korea are very lucky that they have the choice of players that they do, especially in the tank department. Feels like a lot of teams have to operate around one tank, and sometimes it's difficult to be so flexible. But Hanbin steps up to the plate. He has been one of the best when it comes to being a leader, to coordinating, to be that selfless tank. The way he synergizes and connects with his team. That's why Hanbin's in the lineup in the Sigma Mirror.
He is, and Hanbin, let's not forget that he's one of the best off tanks in the entire world. Whether he's shown up on the Zarya, he's shown up on the Diva, he has the ability and proficiency to be able to play the Junker Queen as well. And just whenever it comes down to battling it out in the front line, you can always depend on Hanbin to be able to lead the charge in those scenarios. But he can't do that without such an impressive backline to be able to keep him up. And you've seen him get even more confident as the series has gone on because he has Chio and Fielder. Who else would you want really behind you at that point that you know has your back?
There is no Hanbin without Fielder. I remember the specific blizzard that Cloud threw. Hanbin is frozen at half health, and he's living. Hanbin lived because Fielder allowed it. This backline of South Korea could be what makes all of the difference. And Masa and Mickey, I think, are extremely competitive, but like you mentioned before, when your cooldowns are being forced because South Korea are constantly flanking you, you can't protect your front line, and Vestola gets edged out by Hanbin in these moments. So it's still such a close match after Surasa.
It is, and exactly what you said, like Masa and Mickey have a ton of pressure on them right now. South Korea surrounds them, and then you see Masa and Mickey having to use their cooldowns way more selfishly in those scenarios. So you just lack a lot of that burst healing that you wish you had for those moments where Vestola and Hanbin are going at it in the front line. But let's see. Final map.
I just unfortunately remember that South Korea, didn't they full cap New Queen Street against Canada?
They did. So we didn't get a chance to see that, but
it was probably fantastic, and maybe Finland regretting that and maybe didn't get a chance to see the strategy. We'll see if that gives an edge to South Korea not having to reveal that.
Listen, why is you as a Canadian, are you bringing this up for yourself? I feel like that's just absolutely Doom Street right there. But it's gonna be Cloud getting the first pick for this New Queen Street.
Because I won't mention Hanbin getting walls off either. What a heads-up play from Cloud. He has been my May player to watch at this World Cup. Finland deserve all the respect in the world, and Masa is such a threat too.
He really is, and when you take a look at New Queen Street and how these Lucios get a chance to interact with each other, you're really looking at Masa to be able to wall right around. He's one of the best Lucios to get behind the team and reposition somebody so it goes into the loving arms of Vestola or Cloud. Even saw Masa going back, taxing Mickey back into the fight, so he can be here to help provide that burst healing.
Finland took so much damage, and are they actually going to commit to teleporting to a safer room now that they're all regenerated and healthy? They try to put the pressure onto Hanbin first, who is that anchor for South Korea. The immortality's brought out from Fielder. South Korea can't seem to out-heal the damage that Finland put out, especially after the Ant Matrix from Mickey was placed right at the front. So this is a good lead for Finland, but wait, Fielder, wait.
Whoa, no. Almost. Fielder almost helping to clutch it back out for South Korea. But at this point, Team Finland is working so hard. They might even get this first capture, but they are down a few members. They're going to have to give up this space. No one can get picked.
Finland didn't have a Lucio to disengage. Finland almost went too far to try and get that checkpoint. Finland get out with their lives. Festola is still needing some help to get out, and the teleporter is gone. Festola is the target, the accretion! How does that hit Hodbin? And now the sound barrier, the tempo, favors Finland with the photon barrier. But this map is all divided up. Finland won't be able to push that advantage they had.
Finland are going to keep it, though. I mean, at this point, you've got the lead. You've got the gravitic flux. You've got Festola with that, too.
The Chio sound barrier doesn't come out, and the immortality. That's the type of trust this backline of South Korea has. And Lip, with the overclock, wants to finish what he started. That's one. Immortality won't save you now. And Finland will only get away with a 54-meter start.
Still very close to that checkpoint, and South Korea have a little bit of a ways to go in order to be able to match that meterage. Bot's gonna make it back to that halfway point, but Team Finland have that symmetric teleporter to be able to help get them to that point just a little bit faster. But Lip, this is where the key difference comes into play for South Korea, and why we didn't see a choice of Esperanza in terms of that push map. You don't want to give Lip even more sight lines to work with, and at the very least, he gets bogged a little bit by the map architecture.
Sound barrier for Chio, doesn't have a flux to worry about. Cloud, you know he likes to get up close and personal when delivering that gift off the Blizzard. You gotta wait for that teleporter to get back online. South Korea have the high ground. They can choose when this fight takes place, but they waited too long as Finland climb up there, but Cloud is missing. Maybe he's waiting for South Korea to drop and then goes for the Blizzard, but South Korea know what to expect. The Matrix to try and catch out Sparkle, teleports out, and now Lip has been hunted down. Finland have the one-man advantage, and this lead is still in favor of Finland. Now Hanbin's isolated. Chio will join his side, I think, to help escort him out. South Korea are gonna try and fire back against Finland with the Matrix, and Masa with the sound barrier gives Finland a chance, but the Cloud Blizzard is actually denied. The win condition of Finland is gone, and South Korea still have the photon barrier to play off of. I think it's a 4v4 though, so this is anyone's game, Necra.
Well, it looks like Hanbin's gonna clear that up and seal the deal. South Korea are able to shut down Finland, take back control of the bot, and pick up where they left things off. Lip also with the overclock here is yet to be able to use that ultimate, but we're really looking right now at whether or not Festola can just get this gravitic flux down. Something that Finland have been doing really well is they know that Lip tries to play on an off angle, likes to be able to play by himself. And so Finland capitalizing on that, using something like the teleporter to help shut things down. Here's the overclock.
There's no sound barrier for Chio to help South Korea, and it's all up to Lip to get that opening, and the damage has been done, and the flux of Festola was too late. South Korea take this fight, but how many bodies do they lose? It's only one. So South Korea most certainly can keep up this momentum and get the forward checkpoint.
Ooh, they're getting really close though. Finland might try to come back in and get the recontest here, but Hanbin is there to meet them. You got the accretion as well to help stun them as they start to walk back in, but there is that checkpoint for South Korea.
South Korea can play this corner. They try to teleport upwards. The Cloud Maywall blocks them, so South Korea play out of line of sight. Finland drop to them. Sauna has the photon barrier if they want to divide this fight up, but once they had Hanbin in their grasp, all they needed was that symmetric DPS to grow. And Finland are on the chase. South Korea can't afford to get staggered too much. South Korea can still smile because they have that 57-meter lead advantage. But South Korea just need to die on the bot. They need to reset quickly.
Oh, what? The amplification matrix from Fielder? Was that a fat finger? It doesn't look like anybody was going to be able to take advantage of that. Even though Chio was there, you're just not going to be in a position to make use of that ultimate. So Fielder investing that amplification matrix for no reason. And so Finland, just like that, able to match the progress, get the checkpoint of their own, and start on their path to victory, because they know they need this map in order to stay alive in this series.
Taking a second for this lead to generate from Finland. It's still tied, and there it is. Finland back in the lead. The sound barrier is with the flood. The blizzard from Cloud has South Korea on lockdown. And the photon barrier, South Korea couldn't protect themselves. And Finland, they're on their way to the end.
This is where Finland starts to come alive a little bit more. We praised them in their earlier series for their team coordination, their focus fire, and also just the aggression that they bring to the table. And now it's South Korea that's going to be on the back foot as Finland starts to push the gas.
Oh, good shield from Bestola, but overclock from Lip. He tries to get past this tank. And Finland are all just out in the open, and Lip hasn't found any picks. Finland's support backline is so good, and the M-Matrix from Finland, they didn't even have time to use it. South Korea are pushing them to the brink. And it just looks like it's going the way of South Korea slowly but surely, especially with the respawn advantage. South Korea only live with 3, and they can still push the bot though.
They can. Those forward spawns are still activated here for Finland as well, so able to get back out into the fight way quicker. And look at the lead that they were able to take over South Korea. It's going to be about 35 meters that they get a chance to play with, and wow, he's so low.
He didn't have ice block? Why didn't he ice block? And there's no immortality because Fielder didn't trust that.
The Maybo was in the way.
That's a you problem. Yeah, that didn't work out either. Finland, what a punish. And that was momentum that South Korea desperately needed because we only have 1:40 left. Forward checkpoint. Finland on their way around the corner, but Fielder has Amp Matrix. They're not going to use it on the high ground. They're going to try and get as much exposure, running it down the lane. But Finland know what's coming. They're going to play the corner. Fielder waits for the call, waits for Finland to get more committed. But it's South Korea that have the weight on their shoulders to make a move. But will it be checkmate? Finland have the sound barrier too to buy themselves seconds to get away from the Amp Matrix, as it's a stalemate, Necra.
It's a stalemate now, but take a look at how much time has been off the clock, and Mickey is about to make this a 5v4 minute left.
Now the Amp Matrix from Fielder, Mickey just mashed it with his own, so it was all neutralized. And the bot is still moving, and South Korea find themselves behind metaphorically and physically. And they have to go through the back alley. Finland know where they are. This is a choke that South Korea don't want to be in. The grab blocks hits 3. Finland hold on to the sound barrier. They are confident in this fight. It's 116 meters to 57. Where's the blizzard from Sparkle? Finland disengaged. Fantastic call from Masa. The speed to get them out. The grab blocks from Bestola, I guess, just to fly away. South Korea look unaffected. 22 seconds left.
22 seconds left, and look how much work South Korea has cut out for them. The photon barrier is useless as Team Finland are going to back up from this, and it comes down to Chio's sound barrier to keep them alive against 3 ultimates coming up from Finland. In these final moments, Love and Kiwi, Finland might be able to tie this up.
Hotbait kills Cloud, but the blizzard should be enough. No, South Korea are not even frozen. They use so many ultimates to only slow down Finland. And now they have to make their way all the way across the map and need to be perfect from here on out. We enter overtime.
This is still about 2 team fights that South Korea are going to need to win when Finland still have ultimates to spare. So the job for South Korea is not done quite yet. Fielder can help keep it at bay here with the amplification matrix, and Chio still has that sound barrier in their back pocket. But Finland, they have a way to overwhelm this.
This would be the most historical comeback that South Korea has ever seen. If they can make that 57 to 100 meter comeback. The flux barely dodged. Hanbin, I don't think affected anyone with that. Masa, so patient on the sound barrier. They can use this for tempo or to buy time against the Fielder amplification matrix. Sana protects their half of the field with the photon barrier. Bestola can't be saved. Masa was too late. South Korea are in pain though. It's a 4v4. It's up to these DPS to make an impact. And Sparkle hurts them all down. And South Korea live on.
This is where South Korea need to win those 2 critical team fights. They're gonna be able to unlock this checkpoint, but take a look at where Chio is. He has to go all the way back to their home spawn to get Lip back into the battle, and that's not before Team Finland are coming back into this one with a full team of 5.
Finland can take an early fight. Finland, if they drop, they walk into the Blizzard. Oh wait, how did they know? Sparkle can't believe it! The win condition of South Korea are gone! Finland just have to finish what they started. This is the beginning of the end for South Korea as Finland go to another Game 5!
Again? No way. Are we getting 5-map Overwatch for every single series today? We're at 3 out of 4 right now. I'll take it.
The Seraphim are gonna have to wait. We got some bangers. This is the banger.
Who could have ever predicted this one? Finland and South Korea, though, when they played in the group stage, it went the distance. They gave South Korea a very hard time. And this new Queen Strait was no different. Team Finland really had their work cut out for them, just having a look at the barrel of a match point here for South Korea, but Masa? My goodness. Like, look at how he pushes the pressure onto the front line of South Korea. It's like he's a tank of all things.
Well, we always said that Laurie was a DPS.
Yeah.
No, it's Lucio.
And the tank
way
role.
Finland knowing where Sparkle was. I want a PC check. How did they know Sparkle was there?
Right. They're just right in the corridor.
Insane. That would have won South Korea if they did. South Korea the fight there. If they didn't know. If Finland got caught in that blizzard, there was no escaping that. There was no barrier. There was no answer. The play to change it all. It's South Korea. We're on their way for that comeback. We have one final map. It's your favorite one. Circuit Royale.
It's everybody's favorite map. Let's be honest here. It's every team's favorite map. We always go to Circuit Royale, but it's one of South Korea's best. And that's because they've got Lip on the Sojourn to help get this team win for South Korea.
You think. But that's also the map South Korea lost to Finland in the group stage.
We don't
wasn't
talk
it?
about that.
Oh, okay, my bad.
We don't talk about that. What do you mean?
I said South Korea won new Queen Strait against Canada. Then they lose it. And now I'm like, okay, well,
that's why I said don't mention it. Come on,
I keep cursing
Come
everything. But we know both these teams have played a ton of Circuit Royale, so there are no excuses for messing this up.
But what a choice to make when you think about the historics of Circuit Royale as a map. You see South Korea pick this because they're putting a lot of faith into Lip on the Sojourn to help get the executions and to be able to get those picks. But Circuit Royale is also a Sigma map, and you're picking this against one of the best Sigma in the world in Festola.
We have a packed house here in BlizzCon for the battle of top 3. This would be the most incredible upset that World Cup has ever seen if Finland can win Circuit Royale and take the Game 5. They've beaten South Korea here before, but you've learned from that experience. It was the defense. This is such a defendable map. This is a defendable composition. It's hard to push. And that's where South Korea bit the bullet last time.
It is, and they're making an adjustment to the composition that we've seen, and that's going to be Lip on the Symmetra instead. What a better choice for the defense here, because you know that you're not as jumpable, basically. You've seen how Finland like to play that game against something like the Sojourn. When you see it isolated, you can rush on top of it with something like that Symmetra teleporter that they're going to have behind them as well. But South Korea can use their Symmetra as a disengage tool to make sure that they're taking as little damage as possible.
Finland are not even going to be challenged or pushed at this first corner. South Korea have Hanbin also stunned up on the left. He has to be ready to jump off this bridge if he takes too much pressure. But it's Festola that is down, but the grasp brings him back to full health as Finland starts to take control of the top of this bridge. South Korea needs to be quick to disengage if things get scary. The Maywolf from Cloud almost keeps South Korea here too long, and again the poke is so strong. Sona finds Geo. South Korea don't have the speed to get out of this, and Finland smell blood in the water. Here comes Soda to heat things up. And South Korea lose the first fight, but so much progress from Finland. Can South Korea contest?
I don't think they want to. Look at how far away Hanbin is. Lip's not even alive right now to be able to invest the teleporter. So Finland, just like that, they're gonna get that first capture, and that time bank is enormous. That's 5 minutes on the clock here for Finland to work with, and you can hear the crowd cheering them on. Finland right now, a crowd favorite to try to get this win over South Korea.
Well, they're battling against the South Korean fans too. I almost said in the chat, but in the crowd, probably in the chat too. Finland, we said against KSA, they're a hard team to stop. You can only slow them down. As Finland advance up the corner, they're trying to deny the use of this amp matrix. The photon barrier from Lip has to be used to anchor South Korea in this position, so that they can keep poking and prodding down at Finland, but South Korea can't hold this position. They're too stubborn, but they won't go down without a fight. Fielder is able to get a trade, but without Fielder's sweet healing, Finland will continue on.
They had to give up a little bit of card progress there, but you can say they were looking at the final objective. Come on, somebody, please don't get off the card. I will lose my mind. Team Finland, wow! Cloud goes down just like that. Lip snips him out of nowhere.
Oh, can Finland? I don't know if they want to give up this momentum, but Vestola gets stunned. The lasering from Lip is too much. And Cloud played that overextended to go for a Blizzard play. And South Korea bought themselves a chance to fight back. That was starting to get out of hand.
It was. Now Team Finland have to work to build up that momentum again, but South Korea are gonna opt to play this really far forward. They know that if they try to play these spawn doors, they're gonna force out a ton of ultimates, and that's exactly what's happening and using the grab flux.
Oh, yeah, Vestola trusted his team to kill Hanbin, so Finland redirects his grab flux to the rest of South Korea. And South Korea overextended. This should not even be where the fight is taking place. South Korea went for like the ego spawn hold and got punished. Now Finland could maybe cap here. Lip has the teleporter to try and help them contest. South Korea have maybe gotten themselves another fight. And a last second touch from Sparkle. He drops to Blizzard. Cloud doesn't have the ice block because he had to drop the Blizzard. Sound barriers and everything but the kitchen sink is thrown. And South Korea don't have their DPS. And Finland have all the time in the world.
You see that close hold, and South Korea's game plan there is just to try to get out those ultimates. They know how much Finland has to work with, and if you're able to lessen the burden, then South Korea has an easier time to be able to hold this defense. But Finland, they don't care about that. They see that finish line. They see where that victory box is going to be. They want to plant themselves on that third objective, and they got the ball rolling now.
Vestola is wild, but Masa, this is his territory. And he's pooping. No way. Fielder can't deal with it either. 2K for Masa. Maybe he even gets credit for that one. Of course he does. And Finland, they strike and they strike fast.
See how stone cold Masa is too. It's another day in the office for him at this point, especially working on that coast side. But they're about to round this final corner. This is where things get a little tricky here for Finland. We're gonna end up seeing South Korea try to take this pool side. They take the high ground away, but where's the Bay wall? Where's the team right
where
now?
did the photon barrier go? Okay, there it is. Okay, South Korea can hold behind the cart. Remember, they're on defense. But Finland will be able to push this cart, but they'll have a lot of room to work with. This is a good point to defend, and the flux comes out from Vestola. GU doesn't have a barrier, but a good Maywall. It's actually Finland hurting themselves there with the Maywall. Wasn't sure how didn't want Vestola to get too far, but Finland are getting far. They have almost a 3-minute time bank, and they're up by 1 in this fight. Good amp matrix exchange, but Mickey is down. Finland has to use the barrier, or they won't have enough sustain. And now you just remove Fielder, and Finland start to see progress. South Korea have to regroup and play off a respawn. Mickey will also be on Kiriko to teleport here faster as Finland march on to the end of the match. With over a 2-minute time bank, South Korea can't even leave spawn. Masa has 3 kills. Vestola leads the Blizzard. Finland complete the map.
Finland have been bringing the absolute pressure. South Korea have been folding under it. Every single moment, Team Finland knows exactly where to hit Korea, where it hurts.
Oh, Finland chance. I can understand it now. It's hard to hear sometimes. Imagine in a world where the desk said South Korea 3-1. They were realistic where they weren't sure about Hanbin. Hanbin is not the problem. Finland are just so good. This composition, they are showing other teams how to play it.
Yeah, they're giving a masterclass right now. There's so many great things to point out about how Team Finland are playing this composition. But I really want to talk about how Vestola has been able to just be nasty with the accretions. How many times have we seen him hit a rock to the face of somebody in South Korea who's acting on the opposing side? I mean, look at that.
Didn't he eat a blizzard too?
Yeah, he's got a physics degree or something. I'm not even sure, but give him a PhD at this point.
He denies 2 ultimates.
Yeah, he just absolutely like carried that final moment. But we're about to get into this next round where South Korea had to try to lead the spawn. Sparkle's on the Genji, Hanbin's on the Junker Queen. They're gonna throw something at this, or Team Finland are gonna take this map.
The Hanbin shout is gonna give that overhealth to Sparkle. That's one of his best heroes, but against the Sigma, if you get hit by an accretion, you're dead. Speaking of that, Sparkle is, and so is Chio. You can't mitigate the damage that Symmetra does. And Sonic disengages so quickly, so smartly. But Finland don't have a main healer with Mickey gone, so they gotta back away.
They do, and Lip got a pick there too, right? So even if you had Mickey available, you really are looking at just having to give some space up to Lip. You want to play around this corner because it's going to give you a better defensive position. But Hanbin's sticking to the Junker Queen. Sparkle's on the Genji. This Genji, though, going up against something like the Mei and the Symmetra, that's tough.
With this Junker Queen, it's all about the engage. You don't have a shield. You don't have a lot of sustain. You cannot take poke. You will not win the long war. As South Korea head in with the speed, they ignore Vestola, they head to the back line. Mickey is a victim, and Finland have no heals. Even the Matrix, Vestola tries to save his team. He has Masa there. Does he pop the barrier to salvage this fight? That seems unwinnable. South Korea will be winning point A at a time bank deficit.
South Korea might be able to get this first capture point. But Finland are actually making a move on this one. Sana thinking about it, maybe investing in the teleporter here, but we're gonna end up seeing the Soldier and keep the team enough at bay. So Finland have to think twice about this. And they want to play from the high ground. They don't want to play this straight away though. Hanbin has a Rampage ready to go, and you're able to get the bleed onto Team Finland. And they can't use this impressive healing that they've got in the back line.
Lip gets hit by an accretion!
Is he dead?
HP.
He's dead!
He gets meleeed. Sound barrier 5v4 in favor of Finland, but Mickey's dead again. So much of South Korea's focus has now been on this backline. They know they can't win the tank mirror. And it's up to Sparkle, who cuts down the rest behind Vestola. And South Korea continue.
Seeing the Dragon Blade out of Sparkle gives me goosebumps sometimes. Just knowing how good he's been on this hero and how often we've been able to see him pop off on the Genji. The Dragon Blade no different, able to help secure the team fight here for South Korea, but Team Finland are coming back with a vengeance.
He's like, I'm done anyway, but I'm taking you with me. Finland are anti-healed, Masa is low, and Korea have their executioners out. It's Lip against Mickey. Goodbye. South Korea have 3.5 minutes too. Is there gonna be a recontest? Finland are swapping.
They are. See the Mei Bastion coming out from Finland, which is actually the DPS duo that we saw be able to take down South Korea on this particular map. So looking at the Mei and the Bastion, how much pressure can this Sonic Bastion put onto Hanbin? No contest comes through, and now Team Finland, they're gonna have to try to back away from this one, but not before the commanding shout comes through from Hanbin.
Yeah, missing that Symmetra that Finland couldn't get anything going to contest. And South Korea want to punish them. They might have walked into a trap. Great Maywall from Claude, but no kills out of that. Even with the Matrix and Fielder 2, I am surprised we still have 10 people on the field. But look who's back there. Sparkle is in deep. He has the sound barrier as Cloud tries to divide South Korea with the Blizzard. But it's Lip that continues to make an impact. Double kill. And a team wipe in favor of South Korea with less than 4 minutes to go to the end of the map.
Vestola tried his best to try to stop that card as long as he could. That contest is gonna buy Finland some valuable time. But look at where Lip can take this angle. You can play around pool, you can play around this high ground, play in some of these positions where Finland just doesn't have access to you. Who can jump on that? There's very little mobility on the side of Finland right now. Once you've lost that Symmetra, it's really gonna be up to Masa to try to dislodge this Sojourn.
Shield is down for Vestola, so is the Grasp. So Finland can't hold this top window any longer. South Korea can harass it while the Genji can climb to the high ground, and so can Lip. The overclock is unleashed. Lip takes aim, and Sparkle cuts them by the heel. 5v4. South Korea now rampage to the end as Cloud buys some seconds with the ice block on the cart. And South Korea are relentless. They will not be kicked around. This will be their completion with at least around a minute of an advantage.
Talk about a fast push for Team Finland, but South Korea, they also able to get such a quick push down. And yeah, that's a 46-second advantage going the way of South Korea. When you take a look at the time bank difference, that's a lot of wiggle room to work with when it comes down to generating those ultimates. But we've seen Finland in these positions before. We go into extra rounds because of these map completions, and Finland can take these smaller time banks and turn it into almost an insurmountable lead.
These extra rounds, I think, are going to be a lot different with the compositional swaps we saw.
Absolutely.
With Hanbin going to Junker Queen, Finland opting for the Bastion. The issue with Finland's comp is that they don't have time to set up this Sauna Bastion. Vestola's shield is getting shattered immediately. His grasp is only going to last a few seconds, and Sauna doesn't want to be the reason Finland lose the fight. He has to play smart and conservatively. As South Korea go back to just the hyper-engaged comp of this Junker Queen to enable Lip and Sparkle at their best heroes.
Finland are on the attack, so they get a chance to scope it out a little bit, see what South Korea are going to be investing into this defense, and try to make some counter picks.
That is a terrifying picture of Hanbin at the front door. This will be the last face you remember before your eyes close. South Korea with a close hold defense, but Finland counter-rotate to a further away door to take advantage of the poke that Junker Queen is very weak against. Finland focusing at least at Fielder and Chio. Hanbin is at half health. The wall is brought up from Cloud, but Lip strikes through Sauna as soon as he goes to tank form. And South Korea, at least, were able to take some of this time bank down before Finland move on.
Another sick accretion. Vestola is landing these left and right. We're gonna get down to 1 minute and 10 seconds, starting around that first corner of that first point, but South Korea get a chance to take this defensive position before they get a setup for Sauna's Bastion. That gives a big advantage here to South Korea, especially when you look at someone like Hanbin that can use the knife from Junker Queen to help dislodge somebody.
The South Korea want to take the initiative.
Whoa.
They've already used the shout because of the initial damage from Team Finland. Sparkle's getting frozen up, manages to dash out, but some important cooldowns were just used. The dash, the shout. South Korea need a second, and Finland are not letting them think or do anything. They managed to lock down Hanbin, and Sparkle's next on the hit list. And Finland, besides getting a lot of pushback coming out of spawn, they cap point A.
Gotta be careful of that time bank, 20 seconds left. Finland can push the advantage. They've got the Gravitic Flux, walk up to the spawn room doors. Lip wants his overclock online, but does he even get a chance to get it off here?
Finland have so many ults. This is their fight to win, unless Lip has something to say about it. Masa doesn't care, he doesn't even drop the barrier. Vestola has so much health, he takes all of Lip's attention, and the flux is enough to overwhelm Hanbin. And South Korea don't have a tank to defend. It's up to Sparkle to get on the flank, and that's closed off. So is Sparkle yet again because of this Maywall from Cloud! South Korea find themselves down 2, with Finland heading to point B.
And they've got to back up. Sparkle and the Genji doesn't even have the blade online right now, and Chio is a sound bearer for only 1 ultimate. Sonic can keep them off this point with something like the artillery strike. He doesn't even need it.
I'm surprised Hanbin could touch at all. That Cloud is on it today. Finland are on a roll in overtime. Any fight lost will end their push.
Cloud doesn't even care about getting taken down here because he can come back from spawn. The spawn is right behind them. And Finland still get a chance to use his artillery strike, try to get some space for themselves. But South Korea, they're starting to look at the wall right now. They've got to rotate around this point, got to start to strike and keep this defense alive because Finland, they got the wind in their sails right now.
South Korea are drowning, but they're back on their feet. They're still afloat because of this sound barrier of Chio. And Sparkle, it's too much health to get through, and he's found! Finland up by 2 with the artillery strike to rain down on South Korea, who find themselves behind the cart, staggered from the reinforcements their team desperately need.
Hanbin is South Korea's last hope in this round. He's got the rampage, but the Maywall is locking them in. Sparkle has no choice but to go and touch.
Okay, the rampage gets a touch. Hanbin back on the cart, and the rest of South Korea might be able to play off of the anti-heal of the rampage. But Finland has more in store. But Lip, does he make this winnable? The 3-4. It's only Mickey versus Sparkle, and Sparkle gets the last laugh. No full completion for Finland, but you're not out of the woods yet if you're South Korea.
0.01 meters away from that 3rd point. Finland almost got a full capture a second time.
We are deciding a winner.
What?
Of this bronze medal in this round. South Korea only had a minute advantage, I forgot.
46 seconds.
Okay, close
Not
enough.
even.
Round it up.
Yeah, we round that up. We give it to them. But what do they do in the situation? That is so insurmountable when you look at the fact that Team Finland put you. Look at that. 0.01. I was like, my eyes don't deceive me.
That was saved by Sparkle at the end. Good swap to the Tracer. He actually had the initial touch, but then like evaporated in a second.
Died, yes.
Managed to come back and then win it. I thought South Korea were gonna lose that for sure.
Oh, Mickey almost clutched. Almost, but you can't even call it a clutch right now because South Korea have to play this perfectly. 2 minutes and 46 seconds, that is a lot of time to work with. And South Korea are going to continue to put their faith in this Hanbin Junker Queen with the Lip Soldier, the Sparkle Genji, and this all-star duo of Fielder and Chio. But Lip has to be opening things up with a pick. This Sojourn is so important.
Finland are playing very close. This could be a risk. They won't have an easy route to escape. There's only the car as great cover and maybe the side room, but the Finland poke, they really wanted to finish off Sparkle. And Lip manages to trade out with Masa, and the respawn advantage is for South Korea. But any small win that Finland can take is precious seconds that they can take off of the South Korean time bank.
It's already 2 minutes. South Korea have to go back to spawn right now as Hanbin's gonna get staggered. Lip is able to pop his head out of that spawn room door, but he has no cover. Vestola and Cloud in this front line are still gonna keep this defense alive for Finland. And Mickey's gonna be the first one to an ultimate. You got that Amp Matrix. Even to just keep South Korea away from this point, and that's again now down to 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Oh, the Matrix and South Korea were committed. Sauna was ready at the perfect time. And it's just the one pick, but that one pick is huge. South Korea have to wait.
They've got to start working with what they've got, and sadly, it's not very much. You've got the up matrix from Fielder, but maybe Sparkle getting in the back line. Okay, Lip opens things up. He gets Mickey!
Sparkle went on top of the roof. Finland didn't see it coming. They couldn't take the front fight before it was too late. But that South Korea time bank advantage is gone. They only have 1 minute, and that's it.
That's why Finland don't care about playing up close to South Korea's spawn. While it might look like it's really risky, Finland at this point have whittled away enough of the time bank that if they win one fight, or if the cart's in overtime, look at how much room they have to work with. They have such a big lead in terms of how much progress they got in their round. Bastion in the front.
Oh, okay, Sparkle is dodging everything. The accretion, and he finds his way past the immortality. And Cloud is in trouble. Finland are carved apart. And South Korea need to win this quickly too. They'll get point A. And the time bank just gets smaller and smaller. This will have to be an overtime push to the end, or it's Finland with the biggest upset in Overwatch history.
Finland and South Korea, they had really tough semifinals, but they want to prove that they were that close.
And Lip is just that close to finding some more hits. Let's get this main wall out of his face. And as soon as that's gone, Finland are hiding. Fantastic play from Cloud at South Korea. The Rampage, they're drawing Finland in, and Hanbin could be going in deep, but it's Festola that flies above! And Lip punched! And Finland aren't done yet! The sound barrier! South Korea don't know what to do! Finland bounce back at the biggest overtime! And Finland have done it! They defeat a World Cup giant and taste bronze medal!
Finland earned that win. They were so close in their semifinal to upsetting the team of Saudi Arabia, but Finland have done it. They're able to put Europe back on the map. And this was a team that was underrated coming into the World Cup. This was a team that was an underdog from the start. But Finland at the top of it all, that Sigma composition, this match was theirs.
Festola, underrated no longer. His ground flux to go to the back, to kill Lip, to cause confusion out of South Korea. Hanbin didn't know whether to go for the Rampage or to peel against the Sigma. Finland, third place to Game 5s, and finally one that they can finish on a good note. Finland had it in them all along. South Korea not getting a medal with how star-studded their roster is insane. I can't believe the World Cup we are having here at BlizzCon.
This World Cup has been incredible. I am so honored to be here to help tell the stories of all of these incredible teams, incredible players. I'm excited to have done that alongside you. And what a fantastic celebration of Overwatch and all of these players coming together to tell their story and to share their dreams of playing on a stage like this.
And to represent their region. This has always been APAC and North America, and Europe has been in that conversation. And now they are the main topic after what Finland has been able to do in this, not only in the semifinal, bringing KSA to a Game 5, but to win against South Korea. Again, too, on Circuit Royale. I didn't jinx it this time. I'm so excited.
Listen, and the EMEA region, they're not done yet. Finland got the third place. Saudi Arabia is up next to take on the behemoths that are team from China. It does not get any better than this, but let's celebrate Team Finland. We gotta hear from one of the mans of the hour himself. Let's head over to the stage to hear from Sauna.
Thank you so much. Of course, a huge shout out to Lemon Kiwi and Necra for an excellent cast as always. But I'm actually joined by two players. I got Mickey as well as Sauna here to talk about that incredible matchup. Mickey, you and I chatted earlier today. And, you know, we had a long chat after the interview. And I remember telling you got to take the small victories, the little things here and there. I think this kind of counts as that. Wouldn't you say so?
Yep, I mean, yeah.
You feeling good right now?
There's no word for the feeling. It's not gold, but it's something.
Yeah, and I think that that's an important thing to note here, right? It's that you guys came into this one with expectations, and let me actually come over to you, Sauna, real fast. Just give you some love over here, because you came over here with the expectations, hey, we're just gonna do what we can and see how far we can go. And how far you went was a podium finish at the Overwatch World Cup. Historical for you guys. How do you feel having experienced this?
It's insane, honestly. Like, I'm speechless.
Yeah,
It's insane. We beat Korea, like, that's the dream. Like.
Hey, I think it goes without saying that team is a formidable opponent, an incredible squad, but today, the day belongs to Finland, and that has to feel pretty damn good. So congratulations to the both of you. Guys, give it up for Mickey, give it up for Sauna, give it up for Team Finland as they finish on the podium, bronze medal finish here at the Overwatch World Cup. Let's send it back over to the desk.
Thank you so much, GB. Great to hear it from the squad. Wow, Finland is our bronze medal recipient.
Wow.
And what a treat it was to watch them get their
Winland.
incredible group stage. That's right. And what a performance today. They got their revenge. They played them close already once this tournament. And now they managed to do the run back. And this time they come out on top. Let's discuss how they got it done. What a phenomenal performance.
For me, this was Team Finland taking control of this match from front to back. South Korea, they tried to match Finland's comp, but again, the team playing their comfort, playing what they know best, comes out on top in the end. I thought the team from South Korea would be just too difficult to beat, even on Team Finland's comfort, but no, it was these uppity upstarts. They refused to give in, no matter how tough the opponent. And for me, honestly, like, I know what this means to these guys in Team Finland. So many of these players, they've been waiting for their opportunity to either make their name or reestablish themselves on the scene, and they've achieved it. I think, honestly, from a competitive perspective, you have to be looking at all the players on Team Finland and asking, why didn't we get these guys on our Overwatch team this year?
I mean, some of the players from South Korea, they like won the biggest tournaments in Overwatch earlier this year. And here you have Finland with a few members from Contenders Europe putting it together as a nation and coming here and just doing like incredibly well.
Yeah.
Like, bronze medalist, are you kidding me? There's been so many glow-up performances on this team. Like, I've been pointing out Cloud the entire tournament. I think his Mei play has been phenomenal. The way he utilizes Mei wall to really absorb damage, but also to set up for some of these blizzards and find picks. Sauna, I think he struggled early on with the Symmetra, especially in the semi-final against Saudi Arabia. I think that Sauna struggled on the Symmetra, but he really found his groove in this bronze medal match and really set up his team for success. And Vestola, I mean, the amount of accretions this guy hit throughout right here onto Hanbin to cancel Drogaric Flux, unbelievable from every single member. And Masa!
Yeah. Masa, speed boost. Masa, speed boost. A speed boost, Masa.
Guys, we gotta mention Mickey as well.
Yeah.
On that Batiste, he was amazing. And I mean, you guys were players, so you guys could probably speak to this. Like, they were so close to beating South Korea in the group stages and they lost. So like having to like face them again, like in a very important match like this. So imagine how much pressure that they felt. But they overcame everything with their teamwork and their individual just performance. This was just fantastic Overwatch played by Team Finland.
To clutch up as well in the map 5, right? In the overtimes, over and over again. In a series this long, in a day this long, to have that kind of endurance as a player, I have so much respect for these guys. I really feel like, as well, we have to say, great performances from individuals on both sides. For me, there was a Sigma gap here, and it wasn't in favor of Hanbin. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody gap Hanbin on Sigma. I mean, canceling the fluxes time and time again was Vestola. That is like one of those individual plays on the Sig mirror that you just turn the game completely on its head from one mechanical play. And Vestola, he was ice cold, hitting those rocks all the way through the end of the series. Honestly, ridiculous. And then Masa comes in and boops half your team off the map. Like, Team South Korea, they were fearing by the end of that match. You could tell the tempo was just clearly in Finland's favor.
Absolutely. What a performance. What a great game for us to witness. Generally, today has just been absolutely incredible.
Yeah. It literally does not get better.
No, it does not. I think this is the
fives?
best competitive Overwatch we've ever seen in any tournament ever, and I don't think I'm overstating it.
To have
because
this
the
many
quality-
back-to-back?
Back-to-back. It's usually one
By
a day,
far,
right?
this is
like,
the
this
best
is,
Overwatch World Cup
we
that
are
I've seen.
feasting,
100%.
everyone. And we are eating here.
Overwatch fans
at
are
BlizzCon.
feasting.
We are indeed. And let's once again take a look at the bracket, because with this performance, Finland secured their best ever Overwatch World Cup placement. This is incredible.
Staffis and Fraggy would be proud.
Linkser.
They're
The
watching
Linkser.
somewhere.
The Linkser, the old
Honestly,
They're
guard.
watching. I want to believe that they're sitting somewhere right now,
Big
watching,
Goose and
cheering
Chaz
them
medal,
on.
right? Bronze medal as well. You're better than 40 other teams that participate in the Overwatch World Cup.
to put your country on the podium.
You're literally one of the best Overwatch World Cup teams by far. It's definitely an amazing thing for
It's
for
an
any team.
incredible
Yeah.
achievement.
Yeah,
for
and I
Finland.
feel like over the course of this Overwatch World Cup, Finland kind of turned themselves into a crowd favorite. Everyone just started cheering for that squad, and rightfully so. They had an identity. You know, a lot of teams, like, they're doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but like Finland knew exactly what they want to play, and they played it to perfection. They played it to a T. It was absolutely beautiful to witness.
Well deserved.
But now we got one more match to go.
Let's
That's
go,
right.
baby.
The final is coming our way. And that one will be played out between the team from China and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we will break it all down for you after this break.
Mä flaksaan, mennään kovaa.
Speedan.
Kuinka?
Mulla on blokki, mä tarvitaan pull blokki jälkeen.
3, 2, 1.
Mä Papia.
Queen point. Queen point.
And we're here outside at the Anaheim Convention Center. Of course, I have Faria, cosplay extraordinaire, joining me yet again. We were hanging out in Toronto together. But this time around, it just seems like, I mean, this is unbelievable. You guys did such a brilliant job. Does BlizzCon feel like the Super Bowl of cosplay almost?
It seriously does. The sheer scale of getting to see everyone and all these characters that we know and love come to life because of all these wonderful, creative, passionate people, it's just, there's nothing like it.
I'm honestly just consistently blown away. And on top of that, too, you have really just a loving group of people who came through. Is that really what it's all about? Just like folks to just like care, have a lot of passion, and just want to make cool stuff?
So much so, I've just been collecting people on the way, walking over here, and just getting to hear about everybody's experiences with the games that we all love. Oh, I love it so much.
It truly is. So, look, BlizzCon has been an amazing time, and so many people came out. But what's a message as someone who cosplays, who does so much for the community, that you would like to share with folks who have never come to BlizzCon before?
You guys got to join us next year. This is so much fun. There's nothing like it, and yeah, I want to see you join the cosplay crowd. Yes. You can do it.
Yes.
It's so much fun.
Indeed, you can. I mean, look at the incredible cosplay behind us, all the folks that came out as well. I think it's safe to say that this BlizzCon is pretty damn awesome. Wouldn't you guys agree with that? Hell yeah. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. We are here to vibe, to have a good time, to connect with friends, with family, with everyone who is an enjoyer of good Overwatch. And that is what these teams have been brought to the table for the Overwatch World Cup 2023. We're here and we are getting ready for the finals. We need to crown our champion. And this year, this one is going to be fought out between the team from China and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We did know that China is a very likely, contestant for this title heading into this. But I dare say a lot of people would not have had the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia joining them in this very final. So let's talk about this very squad and what they've brought to the table and how they performed thus far.
They've made an incredible dark horse run so far in the tournament, Zoe, but I think I can't overstate how much this is the best in class ever that we've seen from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that the performance has been amazing. To even get this far, right, to be in the top 2 is an incredible accomplishment, and now they have a chance to fight for a gold medal here in the Overwatch World Cup. This is an incredible opportunity for them, but I can't overstate as well how much of an upset this would be if they were able to win. I mean, these guys, they're contenders players, right? Yes, they're making a name for themselves. Yes, they're like burgeoning onto the scene, but the team from China is fully stacked. I mean, that is a monster roster you are up against. So now the challenge for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is to stick to your guns, to stay confident through to the end, right? Finland, they were able to force the team from South Korea to come to their house and match their comp. And I wonder, can the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia do the same?
But they have an uphill battle to fight as they are going up against the team from China.
And in 2 consecutive World Cups, the team from China has placed second here at the Overwatch World Cup. And now, once more, they find themselves here in the gold medalist matchup, hungry to win this tournament. I mean, this is an incredibly stacked roster featuring some of the best players in the world. I called it already the best damage duo we have seen so far this tournament. Guju is back in the World Cup one more time after building his name, his legacy in this very tournament. The backline as well, we've been overlooking it for the past few years, but really how they've come into their own the past couple of years. Monk has been a standout in Ana, arguably the best Ana player in the entire world. So this is an all-star team with pre-built synergy going into this tournament. This is the big juggernaut that find themselves here in the gold medalist match.
Yeah, I think looking at this match ahead of time, you would have thought it would be South Korea and the team from China here, but no. Team from China, the only one standing of the 2. And only one more in their way. You've got to be scared of the team from China. At this point in the tournament, everyone should be.
Yeah, and I'm especially excited because this might very well be a clash of styles. We do see the team from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia heavily relying on those Sigma compositions. On the other side, we do see that strong dive coming out, that aggressive playstyle from the team from China. Now, I can't wait to find out who is going to be the top dog, who's going to have the upper deck in this battle. I know we're ready for this. I am certain our teams are ready, but the big question is our crowd ready? Let's send it to Golden Boy to find out.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Yes, I am here to find out if our crowd is ready for the Overwatch World Cup Finals. I don't know, is this section ready? Are you guys ready? What about over there toward the rafters? How about right here? You guys ready to go? Oh, I know you guys are ready to go. This is it, folks. It all comes down to this. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia versus the team from China. Two teams looking to make history. But we got to find out what our Des thinks about the predictions. So send it back over to Zoe.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the crowd is ready and rowdy,
They're ready to
and so
go.
are we. So let's dive straight into our predictions. I think as much as my European heart does want to see, you know, a European contenders team taking it all. What a great story that will be. But I do not think it's going to happen. I do think that the team from China has looked absolutely unstoppable. They have been able to get away with that dive. And no other team really came that close to it. So I have to go with what I know best, and that is the players from the team from China.
I also went with team from China. After they beat Team South Korea, that was it. I was like,
You're a fan now.
This team is gonna be the team that gets the gold medal this year. They're stacked roster. They look locked in and they look ready. I'm going for team from China.
You guys know me. I always choose my mind over my heart. My mind tells me, you know, the Sigma comps with the right counter picks, you can shut down the Echo, you can stifle the Genji if you're just perfectly on point playing well. But guys, my heart has been captured by another team this year.
No
it's the team
way.
from China.
No.
I don't even believe they're playing the best meta, the most optimal comp. I just don't think it matters. They are playing on such a level, such momentum, such pace, talent, and coordination. I don't think there are 5 players in the world who could challenge them on this stage right here today.
Agreed.
I was kind of hoping a little bit that it would be this roster's moment in Toronto. But alas, it was not. But this time around, this really is the culmination of Chinese Overwatch bonding together and fighting and earning themselves that first global title. I got the team from China winning their first Overwatch World Cup here today. I think it's going to be a triumphant 3-0 victory over the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
3-0. Yeah, let's make it clean. Let's make it clean. You know
I
what?
like that.
They were the runner-up 2 years in a row. It is time for them to take that gold home. But the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be standing in their way, and I'm sure they're going to pull out all the stops to not make that happen. Let's see which team will be coming out on top. We're ready to meet them.
All right, BlizzCon, this is it, the Overwatch World Cup Finals, and this is what it's for. Please welcome the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia!
They might be the underdogs here in our gold medal match, but David, sometimes the sling can take down Goliath. It's very possible here today if these players can come together on an individual, on a collective level and take on the Chinese juggernauts across the stage. It would be monumentous for them. They know what it means. I can't wait to see what they can bring in this match.
And their opponents, the team from China!
Truly an all-star lineup. Having played together all year long, they decided to really put together the best roster that China possibly could. They wanted the best hit-scan players, the best flex players. They wanted the best support players on one single roster. And now they've earned themselves a spot here in this final with an opportunity to bring it home for their region.
BlizzCon, this is what it's all about right here. This trophy, the Overwatch World Cup trophy, and we are going to find our champion right now. But I got a very easy question. Are you ready? Let's try it again. Are you ready? Let's send it over to your casters. It's Uber and Mr. X.
4 years ago, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia made their foray into the Overwatch World Cup. They placed 11th through 20th. The prelims. Never made it to BlizzCon. Now they await their final task. And in front of them, the mythical dragon rears its head. It's years of history, hard work, and legacy in the team from China that await them.
And it's really impressive. I mean, what, 11th through 20th in the prelims? Like that is, you're not
They're down there with like Singapore, Iceland.
You're not getting even close to groups. And from that time to now, you not only pass all those teams in prelims, you pass all those teams in groups, and then you run it all the way to the finals against a team from China. They found themselves in this situation before. They expected to be here. No surprise on that side.
Let's establish a few things as we look upon Samoa as our first map in the series. Saudi Arabia are the underdog.
Yep.
Team from China are expecting here to come and take the gold. But that sets up the storyline. Jake already teases this David versus Goliath narrative. It is a young, incredibly talented team on the side of Saudi Arabia going up against the juggernauts, the giants, the team from China.
Yeah, and Jake also kind of acknowledges like that he kind of thinks the Sigma comps are probably better. It's just that the team from China plays this dive so fast. The one thing I will say is we do see Surma Jet pick up the Illari time and time again.
Maybe the best Illari player in the world.
It's a little bit of a different look. We see a lot of teams with the Sigma either run like a BAP with a Brig or a BAP with a Lucio if you want to play a little bit more of like a rush style. The way that KSA plays is like very kind of poke oriented. Haku in though, probably going to see him pick up the Lucio.
It's time, BlizzCon, to crown our 2023 Overwatch World Cup champion.
They have played Sigma comps pretty much exclusively the entire time, and this may catch the team from China completely off guard. Seeing a Junker Queen on the other side.
Even looking at the top-down map, we saw Gushwei very quickly.
What's that?
Make an about face happen. KSA on the Junker Queen here, and a Cassidy for Quartz. One of the most dominant hit scam players at this tournament. Expect Quartz to make waves here.
And they still run the sim for a little bit of extra mobility. Really interesting here.
Lead headshot there, forced into a deflect. Quartz playing rather close to the front line here as Gushwei is reluctant to engage too deeply. It's a teleport play into the backside, but three players from KSA are hit with a Bionade. Yubi under a bit of pressure, but Gushwei won't commit to any of these dives yet. Shy now has a lot of space as he rotates around, and Saudi Arabia have to play from this small room.
Yeah, and you've used a TP. They want to make a play for the supports of the team from China, but a biotic grenade from Monk could stop that.
Marjet is in a reload animation and has to go for an immortality field instead. Maybe not the most efficient use of that ability, but it keeps his team standing. KSA is in trouble though. He's here with a biotic grenade, and here's the meteor strike. That's the first blood. Gushwei claims Haku. And it is going to be a full-scale rout for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so team from China, they win that. It's really like a really drawn-out fight, right? KSA poking, prodding, getting that amp matrix that Surmajet has, and then trying to make a play after that. They commit to this comp for at least another fight.
It's a big investment in the Cassidy here for Quartz. Oh, there it is, okay.
Oh, wow.
The poke damage claims lead as he's playing on top of the bridge. That wasn't the way the team from China planned this, that's for sure. Here comes the Symmetra wall, and Quartz can play safely from behind it. Mag grenade thrown out with a connection there, the hindrance on Shy. He's playing from outside of line of sight.
It's also really interesting, right? Because the Sim turrets, they will slow, right? You have the mag grenade from the Cassidy. Like, you can actually really make it difficult for Gushwei to get out if he goes in, right?
Monk here hoping to get eyes on Leave. Says, I need to give you this nano. And here he goes. There's the blade. Actually ignores Quartz and goes for Haku instead. Going to be clearing out the immortality field, but Quartz goes down. Gushwei flattens him as he went for a Deadeye. Shy now pressures on. Disrupt the shot thrown at that low ground, but Haku's able to get away for the time being. But the sleep connects, and it's lights out.
Man, and Shy has been so good on the Sojourn throughout the tournament. That is the rally that comes out from Lengsa to keep everybody topped up. So you will have the Junker Queen ult here for KSA. You can do some interesting things. TP, nail it out the other side. A few options on how you want to use. That's a huge bio grenade. They played close up. They had no idea.
Forget about the Junker Queen ultimate back. Gushwei with 4, make it 5. And a full team wipe. And it's to follow up, like you said, on another incredible Monk Bionade.
Yes, Yubi makes the switch here over to Tracer. Gonna need somebody to get a touch.
94 and counting. Saudi Arabia don't have the Sim TP anymore. The Tracer, of course, from Yubi will give them that option, but they're very low. Yubi backing up. It's gonna be an matrix here. Gushwei's already taken down Haku, and where next? Just to the points. The team from China put the fear in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it looks like they just got backed up a little bit. Not able to get on and contest. It's a really interesting look, though, from KSA early on. I'm curious if that is like just something for first round Samoa, something they want to try the rest of the series. Potentially they think it works, but it looks like, you know, at least at the top, we're going to be seeing Sigma. This is the biotic ring. Look at this. I mean,
the mastermind here. The timing.
Oh, and the stun comes in at the
punch man. It's carnage.
The timing on that is just unreal.
Send me some. I'd say that the stars align, but this is the kind of thing that the team from China replicates on an uncanny basis.
All right, so this is what I want to see here. These Sigma comps have been so effective for Saudi Arabia. How do you can you consistently make this work against that Doomfist dive? We haven't seen a lot of teams give the team from China trouble with their dive. If there was a team here that has played Sigma that could probably do it, it's this one.
Yeah, the consensus is this is a stronger composition. Can the team from China overcome that inherent handicap?
He gets fully charged up there off of that disruptor shot that comes in from Quartz, so just eating up some of that damage.
Leaf went very low off screen for a moment there. Straight. Gonna get the punch. It's gonna be Yubi picked up. Shy's able to find a headshot from across the map. Kills like that when they come for free, it's incredible value.
I think that's the hardest one. Oh, Quartz takes out Lengths, so a trade here with the Sojourns.
Dangerous. Quartz is gonna make it two with Quartz and Shy right now, vying for supremacy. Both Sojourns connecting these railguns. Haku very low. Quartz finds yet another one. It's only the Sojourns here. Lead goes down, but it's traded. Yubi's able to at least get rid of the Genji. And it's going to be KSA standing here as the smoke clears, but very quickly, Team for China are coming back.
Yes, you have Gushui here, Shy and Lengths, so still some players here that want to fight this.
Gushui knows he can't overextend there. He goes a little bit low. KSA is allowed to regain his bearings. Shy doesn't have a great sight line right now, as KSA is just playing from the left-hand side of the pillar here. Notice Lee's positioning as well. He wants to find a way into a flanking spot, maybe combining here with a Bionade. It's thrown in, it's a good connection. It's going to be the Immortality Field forced out. Shy again, that off angle, relentless, looking for Yubi. As Gushui drops down with that Meteor Strike, he'll be topped up in a moment if Monk can attend to him in time. Shy still refusing to fully commit on this dive. It's Quartz to take him down.
Quartz versus Shy is going to be fun in this series. Overclock that comes in from Quartz. You have Gushui with the benefits of the nano boost here, tries to go in and make a play, but not going to live through that, so they're going to have to back out a little bit. This is huge for KSA.
Yubi has the walls through, that's going to shut Shy's impact down considerably. Saudi Arabia have point control here, so a Sim ultimate to stretch that out. Be highly beneficial. Lee needs to get rid of Quartz here. It's a dangerous task, but he's up to it. Deflect now. KSA falls back off the point, and here comes the blade. The TP used as KSA trying to abscond. A sound barrier now just to keep them nice and hearty. And Leave has no way to get in with the blade. Shy fully charged and has overclock. This next shot is important. Trying to get rid of Yubi, but he's dodging, ducking, dipping, diving, dodging out of his way. Quartz brought down by Gushui. Yubi at 1 HP on the high ground, but Shy can't find purchase. Still the team from China have the ground forces covered. Leave will find 2. Team for China are now in control.
Yeah, almost 50% though for KSA, and I really like that. It's like interesting use, like the TP, right? They get out right behind Shy. Like the hardest thing with, mechanics obviously in like a shooter like this is, being able to like change verticality, right? And then also directly behind you. So you're making those shots really difficult for Shy to adjust to try and land.
A close packed group here for Saudi Arabia. They're expected to move here into this room, and this is where Quartz wants to play from to get some of these headshots. Gushui interrupts the accretion. Maybe would have liked to have punched deeper there, but instead happy enough disrupting KSA for the time being. But here comes the TP onto the point, and immediately Gushui wants to reposition. Doesn't like that angle of attack. He drops back down over towards Yubi's position, but an Immortality Field quickly comes out from Majid. Nobody gets the drop on that guy. Munkdo in trouble. Doesn't expect Quartz to be nearly so close. He's forced to play back from behind the TP, and there's a nano now to deploy, but Monk won't have a chance. He's brought down. Majid getting rid of lead is massive. Now the team from China clambering to hold this point. He'll be evicted once more.
And you can see Gushui's like panic with his movement because the TP comes in from Yubi and they set up the Amp Matrix right on the back side of it, so he has no idea what to do. He has to use all his movement abilities to get out. And look at this. For the first time, we've seen them actually switch off of the Doom against these types of comps. You're going to see Gushui play the Winston.
Could be a fight where Nanoblade's not an option, leads too far away from that, so instead, give it over to Gushui, who doesn't need an ultimate to be effective with this Ana boost. Here it goes. Gushui into the back line. Who's he looking for? Haku might be able to knock him away. It's going to be a mass TP away from the epicenter of the action. Saudi Arabia now set up in that high ground room, and Goosewade's happy to try and deal with KSA, but he can't bring the Sigma down, and it's Quartz. As the fight goes longer, his threat level increases drastically. Lead comes forward, big dash through and a blade for it. Haku's gonna drop the sound barrier now to blunt the Dragon Blade entirely. How does Lee find any action here? He's forced back to the point with the rest of his team, but Quartz is standing tall now under intense scrutiny. It's Lee once more. 2 for 1, baby, that's value. The dash finds a couple, and now Shy is able to work down the rest of Saudi Arabia. 94%. And then the flip for the team from China.
I think this is going to be a really interesting series because now you see KSA. They know with the Winston in play, you can play the Bastion now, right? Which Bastion has been a staple really over the last few months of the meta. So a lot of kind of mind games going on now with these comps trying to counter each other.
The Primal Blade is online. Shy has that overclock, but hasn't had great angles to play from, with Saudi Arabia often opting to occupy that room and then TPing out in a pinch. Oh no, Monk! What somebody think of Monk? They TP straight on top of them. Great move there, but Goosh was able to get rid of Majid. Has to use Primal Rage and barely gets away alive, and there's no honor to get him back up to health, but it doesn't matter, because Shy wants to add his damage to the pile. Now KSA and Haku have to try and band together here, but they'll be pushed off, and it is the team from China looking to take Samoa away.
That is a map win for the team from China, but it is a close one. And you saw they have to, it's really the first time that we've seen when they've gone up against a Sigma comp that they've had to make adjustments. So if you're KSA and you're the players and the coaches, like you have to feel, even though you lose map number 1, pretty competitive round number 2, and you got them off of what you wanted to get them off of, right? So you have to take some positives going into the next map.
The Bastion comes in, but only really for one fight. And Gushwei invests a full Primal Rage to get rid of Majid. That's no Immortality field and no potential Amp Matrix to turn the Bastion into an absolute terror. There's not enough time for Saudi Arabia to get that working, but we know it's very, very hard to play Winston into that comp, and you're right, Matt. Getting China to switch off the Doom, it's got to feel good.
And I also think, for Saudi Arabia, like, you saw Quartz, not just kind of like go toe-to-toe with Shy. He was like really, getting the best at times, right?
You can say Gap.
He was, no, I wouldn't say it's Gap. I think obviously you're going back and forth, right? But I think Quartz in the second round, right on the Sojourn, was finding picks pretty consistently. It wasn't as one-sided as we've seen, where Shy has really dominated just about everybody.
And Saudi Arabia, on downtown, right, they're set up inside that room. They never stay there. There's always a big TP, and one of the last ones was a TP directly on top of Monk. Getting the honor away, especially in a Winston comp, is so big. Leave here, I mean, God, he saved the fight towards the end of that round. The double kill from that Swift Strike, opening it up for Shy to clean the fight up. Again, this is where the team for China are going to rise on fall, with Shy and Lee. If they're firing, hard to see anything going wrong.
Yeah, and here's the end of the round, and that's where Shy just takes over, picks up a few kills. So it'll be the Saudi Arabia map pick will be Blizzard World. So I actually think you're going to see them go double flex support here. I think you're going to see them go Illari Baptiste, right? Put Surmajed on that Illari, bringing Lavda to play that Baptiste. I think you're going to see them do that going into this next map.
And how do you feel, I guess, about the team from China's compositional prospects? Can they just bring that Doomfist out and find success? Because we're still hearing a Sigma composition a little bit more robust than so many of these maps right now.
So there's a lot of natural high ground here on Blizzard World, right? So you expect them to be able to kind of control some of that high ground. You have the extra damage from the Illari, the Captive Sun using it more defensively, right? Just kind of shooting it in at Gushwei as they dive in. I think it could be pretty interesting.
Things are starting to heat up here in the arena at BlizzCon to really take the temperature. We're going to head down to the floor and hear from Golden Boy.
Thank you so much, fellas. I'm actually joined by this young man right here. This is Zane. Zane, how you doing? You're on the Overwatch broadcast. How does it feel, man?
Good.
Good. All right. So look, here's the game. It's very easy. It's called Wrecking Ball, and I'm sure you know what Wrecking Ball is. All you got to do is take this obnoxiously large ball and throw it at those obnoxiously large pins. You do so, and guess what? You will win yourself a Secret Labs gaming chair. All right? All right, guys. Can we get a Zane chant going? Zane, 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 Zane. You got this, buddy. Go for it. Zane, Zane. Throw it, throw it, throw it. Hut, hut, hut. Oh, what a shame! Oh my God, Zane won! You did it, buddy! Congratulations. Congratulations, man. Who do you want to win the match?
China.
Team! Oh, he wants the team from China. Look at this young man right here. Back to you guys, Mitch and Matt. Hey,
whenever I'm trying to win stuff, GV don't help me out like that.
Oh no, he's kicking the ball away, and you know it.
Unbelievable. They really do be your homies.
Speaking of homies, another one here to take to the stage. Lab2B stepping up as Haku is subbed out. That means exactly what you think it means. Blizzard World is the place to play that double flex support and give Sir Margit a chance again to show what he's made of on the Iliari.
Yeah, and you were never going to play Lucio on this map, right? It's a map selection that you control. You lose map number 1. Put your best compositional map out there, right? You can a lot of different spots, right? We see Sir Margit, even on the last map, right? Playing a little bit off the zone sometimes on the Baptiste, but he was able to find a few picks, right? Keep players up. A little bit easier to do on the Ilari.
A fun map that Samoa one was. And if that's anything to go by, these two teams perhaps are a little more evenly matched than a 3-0 prediction from the desk might have indicated. Still, Saudi Arabia need to turn that into map wins, and they hope to do so as we head over to Blizzard World. A ton of options again. If they can make it uncomfortable for this Doomfist setup for Gushway, maybe force a Winston, there's ways to exploit this setup. You can also just lean on how strong your fundamentals are with these Sigma-based compositions. We've seen a reluctance, I mean a complete refusal from the team from China to go in that direction with their setups.
No, they're going to play dive. That's what they're going to do. They're going to play, either it's going to be Winston-based, it's going to be Doomfist-based, you're going to have Shy play Sojourn, and then you're going to have Leave end up playing like Echo Genji, right? Maybe some Tracers. So you're going to see from team from China in the mix. This is what I expected to see from KSA. UB on the sim. This is going to be able to get them moving around the map, right? No speed, so it's going to give them a little bit more mobility. A lot like how we've seen from Hadi and the Spitfire, right? Moving around the map with that sim.
We like a bit of movement.
Yep. It's, let's see what they decide to do.
Bad. No. Are you serious?
Maybe just a shot here.
It's the Reinhardt?
Nah, it's just
a you guys. 6 years and I still fall for a shame on me, I guess.
Hanzo Genji with a Winston here. So flexing a little bit here. Doing some different stuff.
That's rude. I don't know what to expect from your analysis of this conversation.
We have not seen them play Hanzo the entire tournament, right?
That's a shout out to my boy Jinmu.
Hanzo can like access the high ground a bit easier than like the Sojourn can, right?
Okay. That's all gone now.
A little bit more burst damage for the shield, right?
There we go.
Yeah, and stuff like that.
Now you can get excited, crowd. Again, taking the healing pylon immortality field down, and this is without the team from China really having to take any risks. Shy on the Hanzo, what a scary prospect that has been, my goodness! Chalk up another one for the Bowman.
It's definitely a bit of a surprise, I think, for KSA, because... Dude.
Oh, Quartz, you better get up early if you want to get the better of this guy.
Shy is so good, man. So they're going to actually play the Bastion into this. But I think this is probably why, right? You can access this high ground a bit easier. Longer sight lines on Blizzard World. So like Sojourn, I think, is like really effective, like, shorter to medium, right?
You can't beat that mobility and shield pressure either, man.
Yeah.
All right, Quartz spotted out here. Margin. Better watch out.
The Hanzo can also just get rid of the sim teleporter really fast, right? Storm Arrow, like it's gone instantly almost.
Shy here has an angle. You be trying to set some turrets up to make it hard for Shy to push out, but he's happy right here. How appropriate that he sat on the siege tank. That's the role he's feeling right now. Shy's low, doesn't care. Here's the Dragon Strike. Accretion gonna go missing, but Lab2B gets caught off the high ground. That was where he set up an air matrix, Matt. Charles standing there now. Margin going to come in, at least finish off Shy. Captive Sun muting the kill on Monk as well, but hey, no deflect available for Lee. That's frightening. He's kept topped up the whole way through.
Yeah, as Lexa keeps him alive, as that's a few ultimates thrown in there. For Saudi Arabia, that's an Amp Matrix in Captive Sun. Sports now will go back to the Sojourn here.
Primal for Gushway.
Nano Blade, though. no support ult.
I mean, against this comp, Nano Blade could be devastating.
You have to like TP out. That's kind of like what you have to do.
Here it goes. Oh, Lead was wrong. The sideline wasn't there for Monk.
That is
what an
huge for
uncharacteristic
KSA.
mistake. Now Saudi Arabia can take advantage of this. No Genji. 2 ultimates gone for nothing. That's disastrous.
That is a massive turn of events there for KSA as they're able to just withstand that Nano Blade that comes through. It's just Leave gets really low. Now Quartz picks up a kill. This is huge.
Gushway might be able to escape here, but tell you what, more insult than injury after losing Leave in Nano.
And this is what I thought would make a difference when we were in the back and we were kind of waiting for the series to kick off, is that the Alari does so much damage from the support role, right? That if you were gonna like try and burst down a Doom or a Winston or something, having that in the back line, like you're not really gonna survive a Nano Blade no matter what, right? Like if you have a rally or anything, right? Like, so you may as well try and play full offensive.
Quartz there. Annoying position to play from. Shy might have to invest a bit more to get rid of him. It's Margent though from long range. And hello Leave, once more taken down early. That's not what you want to see if you're the team from China. You need Leave to be having that impact. Oh, nice eat of the bio nade there for KSA.
And I wonder if you consider going to the Doomfist here. Doom has just a little bit more survivability than the Winston. It's just that you have Primal at this point, right? So like you probably don't want to have that go for nothing. But this is like 2-3 fights in a row for Saudi Arabia, and now you're starting to dwindle down this clock.
I think you're too easily interruptible by accretion in power blockers Doomfist to feel super comfortable here.
But I mean, Gushway's been able to dodge it, it feels like, every single time.
But it's not the first time the team from China have avoided trying to play Doomfist in the Sigma setup, right? I don't think they feel comfortable there. Margent going aggressive. Here's a burst of the out variety. Down to the low ground, Lee's going to get caught by that captive summon. Margent now maybe dangling himself too long in front of the team from China, but Quartz has found Shy. What a pickoff. Look at this positioning.
And we've seen Surmajet do that a few times. When he uses the captive sun, he gets in the air and he throws the pylon for himself up in the sky. Really interesting tech there.
Margent getting brought down. Again, Quartz uncontested from this spot. Shy now might try and fix that, but it's going to be a close one. Quartz wins it out. And Gushway is in deep, deep trouble.
And this is what you start to think of when you think of these Sigma comps against Dive. This is what you think, with, probably coming into it for KSA, what you thought this would look like. So the team from China has a Nano Blade set up here. Nothing for KSA to combat that in terms of like big support ultimate, but you have this Sim TP, you move around, right? You can try and dodge it.
Shy again, looking for Quartz. Got to be careful using those Exo boots against this long-range damage. Bad Labs isn't punished. Oh, Shy, he's running.
That's Alari damage coming in.
Here's the blade again. Lee gonna try for it this time. Yubi gets flattened. The Dragon Strike here, maybe more to obfuscate the axis of attack for Lee. Quartz still able to find a kill. Guy turning iron into gold. It's going to be tough to answer this. Both Shimada brothers loose their ultimates. No chance of hanging on there, but 10 seconds left here. Saudi Arabia have done a bang-up job of defending. Can they finish the job?
Yeah, they're going to get probably one more fight here. You're going to have to probably get a TP out to get a touch. Surmajet just trying to put down some damage as we head into OT.
There's that TP, not too far forward. Yubi wants to try and touch the card. Life is going to be there with the Immortality Field, but that's going to be removed pretty much straight away. Shy falls back here. Quartz in position now in that assault configuration. Pretty scary stuff, but China hanging on here. Quartz wants to try and pressure down, but Shy wins it out with a Storm Arrow. Lengths are now under pressure, but KSA's hit with a Biotic Grenade is in deep danger. They charge ahead of the shield. And the team from China.
Dude, they almost pulled that. I mean, they have that Bastion set up on the high ground that is so deadly against that Winston. And, KSA and a few other players get hit with a Biotic Grenade, another one from Monk on the day. I mean, he's at 98% towards a Flux. You probably consider using it there if he's not hit.
Disrupt the shuttle, force Shy down for now.
Still with the Hanzo.
A bit of damage there on KSA. Another Dragon Strike here. You definitely can catch people out from this position. Send it through the corner. Gushue with the primal now as well. We know what that sound means. There's a captive sun. Lengsa hit by it. Margin trying to get an angle over the top of the shield, but he won't find it. Here's the Gravitic Flux though, when Lengsa gets taken down. Eventually, the Iliari has her fill. Healing Pylon is down. Mead gets through that immortality field as well. And is looking at Yubi, but he's so far away and the turrets are slowing him up. He has to go for the primal range here. Kill secured, he says. Now on with the job. Elsewhere, Quartz was able to get rid of Shy, and there's an issue with KSA on that card. But Margin is the focus, and Gushue turns him into a pancake.
Getting close in a few of these fights, but not able to take it as the team from China will continue to move the payload. No ultimates to work with. Amp Matrix here available for Lobda, so maybe you're able to get a hold before map completion.
Tentatively, Saudi Arabia starts to set themselves up for this last fight. And Amp Matrix here for Lambda, a pretty safe position to set this one up from, and immediately the team from China have to duck their heads. And Symmetra Barrier as well is going to make it very hard to stand on the card. It's such a lopsided scenario. The high ground owned by Saudi Arabia for the time being here. Gushue though still healthy. He jumps up, can't be in control for the time being, and Lee's going to go with the Dragon Blade. It's going to be Yubi falling down first, and Lex found KSA. The Sigma's gone. The pressure is on for Lambda. He stays off Lee, who now has to go to the card. Quartz finds a kill in midair. Not enough players from Saudi Arabia to stop that card.
So the team from China, they'll get a map completion. No time left in the time bank. So considering how things started off, actually pretty good defense towards the end there from KSA. It's just how are they going to go on offense? You know, that they're going to have to make plays as the team from China is getting aggressive right onto them. It seems like sometimes they had some difficulty kind of doing that on Samoa.
You can almost allow that first fight lost there for Saudi Arabia on virtue of just not expecting the Hanzo there. That is extremely out of left field. But once they're able to adapt and adjust the second phase of the map, this part of the map, Saudi Arabia with incredibly staunch defense to bleed a heck of a lot of time off that clock.
And they run the Hanzo the entire time, right? Access that high ground time and time again.
How did you like it in the later part of the round?
I think it's fine. I think it's just like a more long-range option. Let's see this here.
Oh my boy.
This is a bio grenade, right? I mean, that's huge, because if that bio grenade doesn't hit, right? You have Majid there able to heal up KSA. That's like a lot of burst healing from the Illaria. You have the pylon. Maybe you end up using the flux there. Huge nade from Monk.
Still the Hanzo for the team from China. Gushue there to meet them at the door. Only briefly now to reposition a play from behind the statue. Saudi Arabia would love to try and play for that high ground platform, but it's going to be a little bit tough to take with Lengsa and Monk set up there. They'll actually opt to give it up though, as Shy has a decent little side angle to play from. Look at him space back.
Yeah, I mean, you see how fast they can get rid of the Sigma shield there. With that Hanzo, it just slows up the push.
I like the TP to the high ground. Yubi feigns and commitment into the backline, forcing Shy to play inside Snacks Ramus again. This 1v1 playing itself out again. This time, Shy comes out on top.
Both players just not afraid to take that 1v1, as that time it'll be Shy that comes out on top. Monk gets a kill at range, but you're gonna have Surmajit take out Leave, so maybe you can just kind of hold here for KSA.
Hang on.
Jit gets another?
Headshot on a Gushue. Here comes Margin looking for more damage on Monk, forces him off that sight line too. It's just a Brig and the Sojourn playing for that high ground. This is about to get quite dangerous here for the team from China. Or rather, it's the Hanzo of Shy. Here's the TP. Do they go through it? Just Yubi for now. It won't force the team from China away entirely. They're going to have a chance to contest this. Look at the wraparound from Shy. He's trying to flank. Gushue now going to jump into the final immortality field. Won't stop him for long. He's looking for the sim, but the damage is so insane. And the Mega Health Pack picked up there for Yubi. This is taking Gushue too long to get this kill. It gets up, it gives up half of his health pool. A kill on Lambda is absolutely essential. Quartz, don't know what happened there. Margin now with a captive sun to the low ground, but has to spend most of the follow-up time healing KSA back up. Margin is down, Leaves able to find him, and it's just KSA left. That fight loss is going to leave a mark.
Man, when you occupy Gushue for that long, it feels like you got to win the fight on the other side.
He goes against both supports anyway.
I know.
2 players.
So I would love to know what happened with Quartz there, because he's a huge damage dealer for KSA, and somehow ends up falling off or something happens. And I mean, that's a lot of damage that you would have loved to have.
Okay, here comes that teleporter. Wall thrown up. Dragon Strike from Shy from an odd angle. It's hard to know where that's going to come from. Saudi Arabia forced to play away from that immortality field, but there's no follow-up from the team from China. It's Marchit on leave. What a big kill. What a way to open this fight up too. Yubi picked off by Shy. KSA though looking for the Winston, constantly trying to disrupt, but he slept from behind. Shield up now, pressure on Monk, who'll just get around the corner as the accretion comes in, and Quartz makes up for the bloop in the last fight, dealing the death blow to Gushui and giving the first checkpoint to Saudi Arabia.
You really do see how effective the Alari is though against these types of comps, right? I mean, a few times we've already seen Marjet able to take out Leave, get a kill on the Gushui early on, just on this offensive side, let alone, when the KSA was on defense. So I think this is the right kind of direction they're going in, right? 3 minutes plus here on the clock. No way to access high ground is going to be tough for KSA.
It's really hard to keep up your healing obligations as Iliari while doing this much damage. What we don't see is a constant repositioning of those healing pylons when they're available. Leave onto the blade, he'll come back with a rock in the mouth, and still able to get 2 kills. Yubi is threatening. Leave can't challenge that line right now. Lengthsler was able to find Quartz, and Leave will do some housekeeping.
So they get a fight win here at the choke. A bio grenade just slows them up yet a little bit again.
How does Leave get away with being accretion without nano boost? And they let him live.
It looks like they either have Monk or Lengthsler directly behind him, just pocketing him the entire time.
Yeah, maybe not let live. It was just Monk pumping those heals.
Look at this, you have the Sojourn in the Alari on an off angle. This is so much burst damage, you have no idea it's coming, and look at that, they're able to get a pick.
All of these hits can projectiles, very, very hard for Genji to deal with. Here's Gushui, Martido has eyes for that high ground position. Monk, gotta be hit here. Oh, Margie can't quite get purchased, one more will do it though, and there's the detonation of the debuff. Shy in the meantime though, found Labda, that's a big kill. Healing pylon thrown down by Margin. He's trying to hang around. The outburst, though, just prolongs the inevitable in Quartz. I didn't realize he's just slid into enemy territory as Gushui gobbles him up.
Yes, you were hoping that outburst from the Alari would have put you up on the high ground of the bridge, but it looks like he just knocked his head right underneath it. Did not end up on the high ground. So about a half the time as KSA had here to get this second checkpoint. You've got about halfway through to checkpoint B.
They're building up a huge bank of ultimates though, Matt.
Yeah.
They do have that going for them.
Not getting high ground, though, with this Amp Matrix. I don't know what you're doing with it, right? You can just run away.
That healing pylon's down. Lee can go in. I like the timing here. KSA's forced to go for a kinetic grasp, but Yubi's already been picked off. It's got to be Quartz to try and rescue them. And so he has. Monk and Gushui.
Oh, he gets somebody.
Yeah, Lengthsler inside that flux. No chance to follow up on it, though, but Lengthsler is low. He's unlikely to use a rally for just himself. It makes no sense. And eventually Shy is brought down. Quartz has 3 final blows in that fight. This guy's unreal.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like every fight win. It's just Quartz and Surmajet able to get up some good. Oh, okay, here we go. It's a rally. That'll scare you. It's the white brick coming at you.
Turns out there's Bark and Bite from Lengthsler there, whose nickname I can't mention on air, but it definitely speaks to his prowess.
The Widowmaker here.
Maybe just really wants to punish Marjet for hanging out in the air, dangling himself with those outbursts. Captive Sons as well. I like the TP though. Oh, Shy! Didn't expect a tea party.
Can't really get rid of it as fast as you can with Hanzo.
Too easy to dive. That Widow. Labbed it down though. Gushui at least on the counter dive finds one, but look how close the card is. 26 seconds left. We're in a 4 versus 4, but losing Labda is absolutely devastating. Here's the blade from Leave. Who does he find? Captive Sun will catch him. He drops to the ground. He's vulnerable. He's looking for KSA though, and it gets 2. Somehow Leave prevails again and again. Coming up with the goods. And now Quartz needs a nice big old whale to settle the score. That's not to be. A shuriken to pin the foot down. And Saudi Arabia aren't going anywhere.
So that puts the team from China 1 map away from winning the Overwatch World Cup. So they are doing it with all different types of styles and comps now, right? The Widowmaker switch at the end, Hanzo play. I mean, Shy just showing us everything here.
One step away from making history. Going back to 2016, 2017, no one really took that region seriously. They said they're behind. They got a slow read on the meta. They're playing old school. But as the years pass by, the team from China and their countrymen began to come to the forefront. And have a look at this. Again, it's supports we're here to glorify, because this little two-piece between Monk and Lengsa, I mean, this one lives in my head rent-free.
Yeah, I mean, look, today specifically, right? There was a lot of talk about Shy, Leave, how good they've been. Really, the support line for Team China has really stepped up in a massive way. I mean, Monk has hit some huge biotic grenades. Lengsa, you know, with the timed rallies, always in the right spot to help out. Feels like they've, you know, they know what was in front of them coming into the day, and they probably felt like, hey, you know, we win that semifinal, we feel really good going into the rest of the day, and they've come in extremely focused.
And I think if there's any map that's going to showcase the strengths of not only the Sigma composition, but also Saudi Arabia, it's this one. It's Blizzard World. I think that's where it's going to be hardest to sort of fight against their composition. But trying to get it done the old-fashioned way, right? They play their comp, the style, they move Gushwa over towards the Winston, leave on the Genji, and they get a win. And if you're Saudi Arabia, that should make you nervous. Now, what's the answer? What do we have in reserve? What do we have left?
I mean, you're picking obviously between Surasa or New Junk City. We've seen a lot of the Sigma-based teams go for New Junk City recently, but I mean, that's probably where I think they'll end up going in the end.
Take a moment, catch your breath. If you're here in the venue, soak it in. It is the team from China on the precipice of making history at the Overwatch World Cup, so don't go anywhere. You know, they say not all that glitters is gold. But to the team from China, I don't think it matters what that trophy is made of. They're hungry for it, and they are one map away from hoisting it and claiming the gold medal here at the Overwatch World Cup. Standing in their way, this young team of upstarts, Matt, looking for answers as Saudi Arabia fall 0 maps to 2.
Yes, they will have Haku come back in. This tells you we are going to see Lucio play going into Flashpoint. That is to be expected. The maps are so big, you need to have that speed to get around the point. So, you know, really, it's so interesting thinking back historically, right? With, you know, these two teams, like, you kind of mentioned it a little bit, you know, when we first started Overwatch in general, right? Like, you know, Chinese Overwatch always had their own, like, odd take on the game, and it was like, oh, are they ever going to catch up? Spoiler, they have. And like we talked about with KSA, 2019, 11th through 20th in the Overwatch World Cup prelims. To advance in terms of like having a team come together with this type of skill
from out of nowhere,
out of nowhere,
it's young talent.
It's extremely impressive on both sides to see how the Chinese Overwatch community has evolved over the years, and then also just kind of KSA coming out of nowhere and really performing quite well.
What's crazy about so many of these Saudi Arabian players is that they might have been playing some top-level Overwatch, but they weren't playing at the top level of Overwatch this year. They were playing in contenders. Now on what is literally the world stage against world-class opponents, they're looking to show us just a little bit more and make this one competitive.
So they'll have one more go at making it competitive. See how it goes here on Surasa. So, like I mentioned, it'll be the Lucio Haku coming in here for KSA. They're also going to be still running that sim with the Bastion. So this is more centralized around that Bastion. So the team from China will ditch the Lucio. They haven't run it all tournament long, really, on Flashpoint.
Shy now, back on that Sojourn. Again, still the hijinks of Yubi to be keeping an eye on. Symmetra play here. Hard to keep tabs on for the team from China. They have to be ready to adapt and pivot very quickly to an unexpected angle of attack.
Yeah, so it'll be KSA getting the point first here, as I think the team from China just kind of circling, right? Trying to figure out how they want to approach attacking this Bastion.
Yubi caught out there. Shy goes very low to the tactical grenade, but slides away before Quartz can finish the job. Shy, oh my goodness! Just peeking that corner time and time again. Railguns clanging into the bodies of his foes. KSA's in an awkward spot.
Trouble.
And Gushway can body block any sort of, healing there from March, and he's right in the way. Very quickly.
And with the way he punches him into the corner, right, it blocks some of that line of sight.
That's
like
what I mean.
Jed has a difficult time trying to see him. Even though Jed actually ends up taking out Leaf, right, which is a huge kill. Doesn't matter, not able to keep the tank up.
Shy there, almost taking out Sir Martin instantly with that railgun. Here comes the turrets getting set up. You can hear them now as they'll have a teleporter. This flank though, this audacious flank from Shy. The teleporter got taken down by the disruptor shot.
And it gets immortality fueled out, so you're totally okay with that if you're the team from China.
Shy starting to feel it a little bit more. Seismic's landed on the high ground, but the accretion was well placed by KSA. Still, Goosewave is nano boosted. Shy here in a safe spot, and Quartz is forced to drop down. He's not ready for this angle. Shy hitting you where it hurts. There's the dash in there from Lee, and Yubi got taken down by the tick of the disruptor shot after the Genji hit him. The team from China looking to take this first flashpoint away.
Yes, KSA did the tough job, right? Landing that accretion on Nagushli. It is pretty difficult to do. He's so crafty with seismic slam, then punching in midair, changing directions, able to land the accretion, but he has the benefits of the nano boost. Doesn't matter. It's how they actually go into the spawn. So the first time we've seen it, use the swap spawn feature that was added a few patches ago now, actually probably a few seasons ago, where you actually now will get that spawn for that next checkpoint. So actually close the gap a little bit.
Yeah, plus the Symmetra means you can actually get to the point first here. Yeah. Lee, though, goes ahead of the rest of his team. Buys a bit of time. There's the deflect. What a punch, Haku. Gotta be careful. Here comes the barrage now from Quartz. It's Yubi, though, picking off Shy. Now setting up on the point here. You make this very hard to break if you're Saudi Arabia. Yubi under pressure with the sound barrier is well timed from Haku, and Lengsa falls in a hail of bullets from Quartz. Both supports going down to the Bastion.
So you just leave in to try and make a play for the sim. There's just a whole turret set up there from Ubius. So we saw Shy do this a little bit earlier in the tournament, go over to the Soldier 76. So a little bit more consistent damage. Obviously more mobility, like the Sojourn can get somewhere fast, right? With that dash and the jump, but Soldier can reposition pretty easily.
It's a sticky spot though. It's going to be hard to get Shy out of that position. No one can really afford to go and challenge him directly. Gravitic Flux for the Doomfist apparently. Lengser again falling to the Bastion at the start of the fight. And Monk for free for KSA. This is going to be tough for the team from China to come back into this point.
Yeah, some of these points on this map specifically are so close together in nature in terms of the fighting range, right? Going into this point here, you're going to get tagged up by all those sim turrets. You don't have a Winston just kind of cleave them down. Judging by that mini map, it looks like the team from China going to give up on this one. It'll be KSA taking the second flashpoint.
No need to feed over any extra ult charge if it's a fight that might not be worth winning. Again, the Symmetra being used to translate Saudi Arabia across the map much faster than otherwise. Shy maybe not expecting to see the main phalanx of the Saudi players. Now an interesting point to play from here. Leave has decent high ground to play off of, but the GP can get you there as a unit. The Saudi Arabia move up to the balcony.
Yeah, and they get, they get that amp matrix set up. And what is Gushui supposed to do, right? I mean, there is no position he can move to as... Oh, look at this, the grenade boost. Oh, nice sleep there from Monk.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about it, though. All of Saudi Arabia here. Gushui charging up a rocket punch, but we knew he was getting out.
Sim TP to get Quartz out of harm's way as another good start here from KSA, getting control of this flashpoint. Quartz will have that artillery strike, so we'll see really aiming that for the supports. No mobility from the supports in the team from China.
Shy's on a flank again, but this time with attack visor. This has a lot now. This really weighs on where KSA is playing from, and if that kinetic grasp can buy enough time to answer the Soldier. Oh my, he got him! Well, chalk that one up. Another win for Saudi Arabia before first contact's really established.
So there's nothing you can do if you're Monk there, right? Perfect timing from Quartz, drops the first two, sees where he's moving. No way you're gonna dodge that last one with the way it was set up.
4 ultimates now for the team from China.
Sound barrier here for Haku though, this could be huge.
Can you get tactical visor value? For me, that's the value proposition for the Soldier here. Okay, Haku's able to get the beat off just as Lee comes in with the blade. Shy holding onto that ultimate for the time being, though keep an eye on that. If they can get rid of KSA, there's a chance for the Soldier to strike gold.
The sim wall is so huge.
Length is already down as well, but Lee sees a couple low health supports. He dashes through, and again, but Haku stands tall. But Gushui, again with the 2 kills, desperately Martin trying to hide behind the bulk of Quartz. But he can't avoid the shots from Shy, who did use that tactical visor now. Doesn't have any time to deploy a bionic field. Yubi brings him down with the turrets. Accretion avoided by Monk.
It's KSA.
Oh, watch out! These are bad boys looking to do bad things. The backline of the team from China takes the point for themselves.
Yeah, you're gonna have a few players back in the fight here for KSA. It's gonna be Yubi and Surmajet. You're gonna have an amp matrix, so maybe they decide they want to try and push this advantage, but they've kind of lost it at this point.
Oh my goodness. The 2 big behind the backline. Oh man, that's plucky. All right, M-Matrix straight away here for Marjet. Most of the team from China, though, playing out of this line of sight. Saudi Arabia don't care. They just want the point here to win the flash point itself. Shy held it aloft and KSA finishes them off with the help of Yubi. The Hyperspheres do their job. Lengser trying to dodge around the point, but there are enemies on every side for the team from China. And yet Leave is still doing his best work. KSA is low. Leave, though, getting topped up through all of this now. Deflect to buy some more time, but Lex is left on his own. Who's going to help the Brig? Margin even drops to the low ground here, and eventually Haku drags another one down. This point belongs to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
So they will go to flashpoint point as they take the second one. As you know, what I really love is they put down that TP, right? And then Gushui, it's starting to mess with them a little bit. That time, Quartz didn't go through the TP. He played it from the other side. Then sometimes he'll go through and they'll use the amp matrix. You just never know where that Bastion damage is coming from. Really interesting stuff here. Sometimes we fake it, sometimes we all go.
Shy trying to peepo leave out from that high ground. The TP from Saudi Arabia posturing threateningly towards the top of the stairwell. Bam, bam, bam. Quartz throws 3 down. Team from China, though, avoided their backline unscathed for now. They're going to have to be... Oh, no, leave again. He would have been the target of the nano boost there from Monk. But now the team from China have to run again. Lynx is going to get flattened here. There's no escape.
Yeah, you can't really get rid of that. They don't have a disengage, right? Typically, you're disengaged. I mean, you know, sort of second half of like our pro season started to become some Symmetra stuff for some teams, but they don't have a Lucio either, does the team from China, so there's no way to get away from that stuff.
Another 4-0 fight. Team from China lost the last one.
Oh, they see Shy, they TP right on top of him.
Got him again, the punish the flank, the wide flank from the Soldier 76, and losing Monkey is still going to go for the blade. Are you kidding? Leave a little unhinged here. Looking to try and salvage the stuff for this team. He finds one. Doobie goes down, but there's no Brig now. Is there a Monk to help him? Nobody to help him.
And this is how I think a lot of people thought you would see some of these Sigma versus Dive compositions go, as they get right behind that Sim. They see Shy out. They're so fast at TPing and collapsing on top of him.
80% and counting. This is the team from China's last chance to take the map.
I gotta say, Haku's been really good with his sound barriers throughout this map as well. Every time Leave has had that blade, there's been an answer.
Shy can be shut down by a Symmetra wall here. Yumi's gonna throw it. Gushwin now with the power block into the Meteor Strike. KSA though has that Gravitic Flux. Is that Leave inside of it? That doesn't matter. The plucky upstarts have taken a map off the team from China. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia breathes still.
As they've really started to get things rolling. I think it's having that like extra speed, and then also the nature of Flashpoint, like players want to flank more. I think it gives him an opportunity of, okay, we see Shy, we TP, we speed, right? He can't get away. I think they really caught them off guard. I started to think you saw the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia really start to put the pieces together to stop some of these dives.
Yeah, they really figured out how to exploit that wide flank that Shy was trying to go on. Frankly, Flashpoint isn't the game mode that really allows Shy to have that great degree of skill expression. The Symmetra play, something we've seen showcased all year long. It's something that you can't really replicate with any other composition. And the team from China forced constantly to be on their toes. Are they coming through? And if so, from which angle?
And you mentioned like, oh, they have the tactical visor. It's like you have that sim wall that you can play around, and then the turrets on the other side of it.
Sigma.
Plus the Bastion, right? Like there's no value for the 76 to be had.
A sigh of relief here, surely, for Saudi Arabia as they get to take a brief halftime break. I mean, this is there's no escape there. You actually can't. I don't even know if you can jump up on that. Quartz. It doesn't matter if it's on some flashy hit scan or if it's on the Bastion. This guy is a true talent.
Yeah, great tournament from Quartz just overall.
We are talking about like some of the most storied players in the history of Overwatch.
Yeah, you're not going through players that have been playing in prelims. These are players who've been playing at the top level of Overwatch for years now. And not only are you holding your own, I mean, you see like, Samoa, right? It's a 2-0, but there was like a really competitive round there. They win a map. And now you go to Push. I mean, Push is like anybody's game.
Esperanza for our 4th map. The team for China making that selection and hope to close out the series. Or will there be more? Saudi Arabia hope to take it all the way to 5. So don't go anywhere. The finals of the Overwatch 2023 World Cup are getting to the business end. A challenge was issued by the team from China. Saudi Arabia, come and see if you can put a scratch on us. Well, that was more than just a scratch. Bit of a knockdown punch in the second round. That third map going the way of Saudi Arabia. They're in this. Not only are they in this now, they're looking to force it to 5.
Yeah, and I think you keep rolling out there with Sim, Bastion, and the Lucio, right? It gives you a little bit of extra mobility, like maybe with just the, you know, the Illari and the Sim, like you didn't have that extra level of like maneuverability to escape. And with that speed in the mix, you do. You also have a huge support ult, right? To kind of live through, you know, maybe some of the extra damage that comes on through.
Yeah, you really mentioned that lack of mobility hurting the team from China. When things went wrong, they couldn't disengage.
Losing this map for the team from China, there would be a lot of panic, I think, that would start to set in. Because you assume that if you lose this map, there is a lot right going on there for KSA.
They say when your time is up, it's the kids that tell you. This young squad from the Saudi Arabian region would love to hoist the flag and take their place here. But again, a couple more maps required for that here. Esperanza being picked here by the team from China definitely feels like it favors them, right? We're going to be talking a lot, I think, about the high ground control between these two. Perhaps we also have that Tracer play. That was something that we sort of noted in that South Korea teams with China game. The Tracer duels were very important.
Yeah, and typically we would talk about here, like there is no high ground access for a team that is going to play Sigma. But with Symmetra in the mix, it takes all of that out, right? Not only do you have the ability to access high ground, it's full team access to the high ground, right? So not only can you get Sigma up there, can you get like, you know, maybe it's your Bastion, you can get everybody. So there's really no lack of mobility for KSA.
Let's have a look at some of these picks here. The odds of getting like a rushdown comp, I'd be shocked.
I mean, you could play the Queen if you were KSA, right? But I feel like the Sigma's been working.
This is still championship points for the team from China. And they look to come out of the gates here now on Esperanza. It's Genji and Soldier. Once more with that backline that we're used to seeing. Ana and Brick.
Yeah, and you know, I think first fight here is huge. If you're KSA and you can get control of the bot and start moving the barrier, and then having the fights kind of you know, come to you, and then you can maneuver around them, would be massive. Looks like they're trying to bait Gushui in there, maybe into a little bit of a turret chamber.
They need to find a way to force Munted to part with that immortality field. They need to find a way to put that much threat down without exposing themselves to the damage of Quartz. And then you have, of course, the factor of the TP pivot plays that can be made by Saudi Arabia.
Lead gets really low.
Shy's got to do this. Someone has to go and threaten. No rail still. Shy hanging around for quite some time. No, he's going to be topped up easily. But doesn't worry. And there it is. The Bastion eventually strikes. Gushui can no longer buy time for the team from China in this setup. Leave the deflect. Can Lengthy get out of that small room?
I mean, yeah, both supports stuck here in this small room. That'll be Monk going as KSA trying to get out with his life, but Lee's still there.
It's a good pick any other day. But with the rest of the team from China struggling to stay afloat, it doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. Their spot is headed under the underpass.
Yeah, and you get Gushui coming up a spawn again, so able to get him 2 fights in a row. You are not going to have KSA for a while, though. You're going to have to go back, get him off a spawn here as Haku would go back, escort him. You actually have the TP, so you're going to be here a little bit closer, but not a ton of progress.
You can't exploit the absence of KSA there. It's just not possible. The TP gets him back too quickly. It's up to Shy again. Needs some pressure on this high ground. See Lee going up to apply some as well, but it's going to be an air matrix now, and it's a scary Quartz in assault configuration. Will force the team from China to group up inside a very small corridor, and yet Shy emerges! Slapping Martet down with a headshot, no less. Takes some courage to peek into that kind of setup, and now it's going to be a sound barrier for Saudi Arabia. Gushui's low, drops down. Lee's not able to finish the job with that nano. He never built the blade, likely because he was deflecting much of that time. Gushui is gone. Shy gets picked off. Quartz lazily sends attack grenade to the low ground. This is going from bad to badder.
Oh, and they want to throw the rally into this. So the team from China wants to commit. That's going to be Lee's blade as well.
Is this a mistake? Lee doesn't have a nano boost and gets brought down. Quartz with yet another kill. Has to have been like 4 in that fight. 2 tac grenade kills as well.
Yeah, the nano that comes in from Monk. That is a rally, leave with a blade. And now you may end up giving up that first checkpoint. This is horrible for the team from China.
Their comp's not working. They chose this map. They have to have had a plan. But something's not clicking for them yet. That was a full round of ultimates from the team for China with limited result. I'd be worried if I was them.
Oh, Monk and everybody takes so much damage from that artillery.
And constant AoE damage from these hyperspheres. Leave and Shy can't get topped up enough and they can't go on the aggressive. Saudi Arabia setting the pace here from start to finish.
There's been no answer from the team from China. And I was talking about, like, you know, winning that first fight, getting early control, huge here on push. I mean, you know, they've done so many ultimates in, has the team from China. And now you're stuck here. I mean, Shy's overclock is as good as anything, right? But you get nothing with that, you're in a lot of trouble.
Shy's been really holding on to that overclock. We've just not seen much action from it. He doesn't need it for that kill, though. Again, it's Sir Margin. He picks off first. Quartz now going to try and stand his ground, and Shy has to be careful. No healing in his proximity. Those turrets could claim his life if he's not careful. Meanwhile, Quartz appears to have been slept on that high ground, and the deflect gets the job done. Finally, the team from China shows sparks of life.
Yeah, good start, though, from KSA. 65 meters. Very far push off of just 2 fights as they will come back in, probably get a fight here right under the bridge. They'll be able to take one. So I think the team from China about 2-3 fights away from taking a lead.
Straight away trying to say we need this high ground. This poke comp is pretty scary for us. Gushui won't hang around for this, surely. But look at him, he's getting in Quartz's face. There's no opportunity to get value out of the Basti when Gushui was obscuring his entire field of vision. Haku can't escape either. It's Shy that takes him to task with a railgun. Accretion catches leave. I think it was aimed for someone else, but still, Gushui's able to muscle in onto that high ground. Saudi Arabia now regrouping.
You're going to get back in this fight so fast, though, because UB on the sim has a TP set up from spawn, so you're going to be able to fight this rather quickly.
KSA drops down. Accretion connects on to Gushui, who is going to keep him standing, and now the TP across the gap. Martin's going to go for a flanking air matrix, and Monk is not ready for it. The Gravitic Flux claims Langsir, and there's no healers on the table. Once more, the team from China devouring.
Yeah, Meteor Strike at the end of this. I wonder if this is the team from China seeing something and maybe they're going to switch, right? Do you play Winston into this? I don't know. I think you're going to continue to play that Doom because the Bastion has such a high damage output. Haku's got the blade, the beat again for the blade, so you're set up in a great spot to defend this now.
Are we witnessing the inflexibility of the team from China? If they prove to be their undoing, if they can't find a way to find success with this very setup.
Yeah, not the best artillery. We've seen Quartz do some big work with that, but buy some space. And he has blade too. I mean, that is huge.
Quartz wasn't even in an assault configuration. Gushui feels the brunt of that ability.
I mean, we're in a situation where they can get a map completion. I mean, we are
against
not,
the team from China.
Yeah, we are not out of the realm of possibility. Beat here to combat the blade that's going to come through. You have the sim wall as well. They're positioned pretty well. Early pick here on the, somebody like Leave or Shy. I mean, things start to fall apart.
Leave has struggled on this map, Matt. He has an opportunity for a blade here, but likely will wait for Monk to try and get a nano. Haku holds onto this beat, tracking that Genji ultimate. He knows Leave is looking to make the play. When the time comes, he'll be ready. What a turnaround! Shy gets rolled on that flank. Had no support available to him there. He was really being audacious. Lead goes for the nano blade, but there's the sound barrier again. Haku right on time with that Lucio ultimate. It's just an immortality field that Lee's able to pick up, and that is not going to cut the mustard. Now the fighting gets close and personal. Quartz trying to back away, but he's hit by a bionic grenade, as is KSA, but he waits it out. He shrugs it off. Shy from the high ground, good damage on Margin, and Gushui's able to follow up, but now attention turns towards the Sigma. And again, the team from China bail themselves out. But look at that distance total.
I mean, they almost double their progress, right? They had 67 meters, getting up to 121. I mean, this is, now you have complete control of the game. Under 3 minutes, they're gonna need to win 3-4 fights to be snipping an even match is the team from China. So if you're KSA, you can play pretty patient.
Accretion, no connection. Rally up here for the team from China. Gushua again, this is dangerous. He can't do this for long. Eventually the damage gets too much. So we have a rally. The team from China trying to go for it now. And Gushua says, beam me up. He jumps out of that flux. And here comes lead. No break, no problem. That's 2 fights in a row for the team from China. They're going to need more.
A full team wipe as we enter under 2 minutes left. KSA looking to take this one all the way to the distance, force a game 5.
Victory here for the team from China would rank amongst the biggest comebacks we've likely seen on Esperanza. And this is the first step. Checkpoint achieved.
Nano here available for Monk. No Blade. They've also been saving that beat for it to even use it on the Blade.
That's huge to the disruption. I think Saudi Arabia split themselves up trying to get into the TP, but Joshua overstays his welcome. The assault configuration for Quartz means he is on a hard timer. Here's lead with the Nano Blade now. Looking at KSA. He's being topped up, but not enough. The sound barrier doesn't save him. Ultimately, it's just a trade, though. And Marget's still standing. Monk can't get away. And again, Saudi Arabia turned the fight around.
Since Haku's come in the game, he has been massive for Saudi Arabia. That time, the beat, even with like players up on the high, does a great job connecting with just about everybody. And then there, during the artillery, does a great job protecting Quartz, ends up even picking up a kill.
This is getting out of hand now with 41 seconds left in the round. Saudi Arabia eyeing off that 5th map, and so far, so good. Marget knocked back for a time, but it's going to be another meteor strike because Gushue fears the damage of Quartz. Drops back in and is hit by an accretion almost immediately. Able to jump back to the rest of his team. Now 24 seconds left. Air Matrix available now for Marget.
A few players get low on the team from China. They cannot lose anybody at the moment.
China's playing aggressive, but he's able to find Yubi on the flank. This high ground position is an odd one, but it pays off. Shot after shot, overclock connecting, Monk finding 2. And now this has to happen in overtime.
So you've already gotten that first checkpoint, so not gonna have a slowdown there. No reason to change anything if you're KSA. You know that they have just about nothing on the other side. A rally potentially here for Linksa. I think what you're looking for here is like a TP Amp Matrix play, a lot like how we saw in Surasa.
70 meters now and counting. Gushue anticipating that dive to the high ground, but the wall's going to be a problem. He's so Yubi trying to pressure him down, but it's going to be Linksa to save him there with the rally. But for how long? He gets a kill, and he's still alive.
They lose Shy.
4 versus 4 though. KSA stunned through the increased animation now. Falls back with a bionic grenade. What a punch! Haku sent over the fence. Now Gushue drops down. He gets rid of KSA. There's something here. Quartz hasn't had a chance to have an impact. And the team from China are doggedly pursuing that distance total.
So you're gonna have another fight here. If you're KSA, you're gonna have the artillery. You have to get this sound barrier. Leave is going to have a blade with an opportunity to close it out.
One of the greatest comebacks in Esperanza history in the making here. Gushue dives in, the turret's tickling for a moment again. Haku has the answer. Just what we needed. Sound barrier here for Saudi Arabia. The team from China are brought to their knees. 2 kills for Gushue and Shy, but there's no way that's going to be enough. And we wouldn't have it any other way than a map 5 in a World Cup final.
This one is gotten good. As KSA, they lose the first 2, they bounce back. Haku got that beat off. Perfect Rabbinic Flux into the artillery. Gives you that player advantage that you need. They have found some answers here that are working against the team from China.
Forget your storylines. Forget your history. Forget your fairy tales. None of us know what happens on the other side of this map. Saudi Arabia with a veritable come-from-nowhere performance here. Through the qualifiers, through BlizzCon, have taken arguably the greatest World Cup roster in the world to a 5th and final map in the final.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some of the highlights here from Esperanza as They did a great job winning that first fight, getting that huge lead. You don't have that huge lead, you don't win that map, right? Push is a game mode that if you get that early advantage, it's so difficult to come back. And it put the team from China just in a really difficult spot. Yeah, you have to win 3, 4 fights in a row. You have to invest in every single fight. And eventually you have nothing to throw into it.
It's a blank page from here on out. Saudi Arabia coming into this game, yeah, underdogs, underrated by many of us, even despite their strong performances, not dropping a map and getting into these finals. Still very few expected them to take the team to from China to task like this. But it's immaculate Bastion play, the Sigma compositions, Haku hitting every sound barrier where it mattered to shut lead down time and time again. The team for China have the honor of the last pick.
Yeah, no mistakes really at all from Haku. He had tremendous impact on the last 2 maps. And now, what do you do if you're the team from China? I mean, you have your map selection, probably something like Route 66.
Oh man, we're headed there again. The excitement has reached a fever pitch here in the arena of BlizzCon. It's time to head down to the floor to touch base with the one and only Golden Boy.
Thank you so much, fellas. Yes, the energy is electric in here as we get ready. We had not 1, not 2, not 3. We had 4 full BO5 series today at the Overwatch World Cup. Incredible, isn't that right, BlizzCon? Wow. But this is it. It all comes down to this. Who is going to hoist the trophy over their head? Is it going to be the team from China? Is it going to be the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? Let's hear from the crowd. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be the team from China? How about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? Oh boy, this matchup's going to be intense, and no better casters to call it than Uber and Mr. X.
The shift in momentum has been palpable over the last half an hour or so. I mean, the Saudi Arabian team, they walked out whilst predictions were happening. So they see on the screen, they see where the tides are, what the expectation is. And I see them looking at each other saying, oh buddy, we're here to subvert these expectations and some.
And I think also the first 2 maps, like, they're close. I also think like there's a real adjustment in terms of, the KSA has not played teams that want to play this fast, right? Like, playing against teams that like take like lots of fights in your backline. I mean, you see how fast and frenetic some of these fights is as Lambda comes in here. Poor Haku had a tremendous series. And I think it just takes a little bit of time to adjust to that speed, adjust to that pace of play. And I think once you saw on Surasa, once they started to get the hang of like, okay, where are players going to be? How do they want to pace these fights? How do they want to take them? Better cooldown management, better ultimate usage, having those beats constantly. And then I think it's really now on the team from China to adjust, right? It seems like KSA has figured out a little bit of something. I'm not going to say they're figuring it out and shutting them down. There's still a lot of good happening for the team from China. But they've put themselves in a spot where you have more than a puncher's chance here at the end.
Lambda's coming in here for Haku. The unmistakable music rings through the arena. Our 5th and final map of this final game will be Route 66.
Double flex support setup here, right? So you think you ditch the sound barrier here and you can play from that high ground. Maybe it's a little bit easier. So it will be the team from China on defense first. Back to that Hanzo again. Hanzo with the Doomfist this time.
The hearts and souls of Chinese Overwatch on the line here. A massive, massive fan base.
Oh, I mean, to get this close again.
Another silver. Unconscionable, man.
You don't even want to talk it into existence, but KSA, it feels like they have all the momentum.
Quick pick here from Quartz on the Widow. Using that Lifeweaver platform will find nothing.
And we saw Lifeweaver at the World Cup.
Tick it off your bingo square, folks. Fushui will respect the disruptor shot here, as that healing pylon will be in an annoying space to clear. Lee probably has to go up and do that, but it's risky. Yeah, he'll play there alongside Lexa in the tunnels.
The Hanzo is also really effective against the Bastion as Quartz finds that first pick on to leave. So maybe this dissuades you from playing that Bastion, but it's not like Quartz has been bad on the Sojourn. Finds that first pick on leave.
Okay, Guxue. Fortunately, he's able to give a good of account of himself there because he got split off from the rest of his team, and that's what allowed lead to get picked up. They have no Monk, though, so they have to now play around Lexa, who's also low. No one's going to be healing him.
Yeah, you don't have anything here for KSA as well as end up in a really bad spot as Quartz finds Shy coming off spawn. Yubi's going to be able to make it out, and now you have Sermajet coming off. So you have that spawn advantage naturally on the offensive side here for Saudi Arabia. So maybe you can make something out of this. TP underneath Big Earls.
It means, yeah, if Shy reads his head, there's any threat from that hit scan, you could duck in under and play a closer game inside Big Earls. Monk, though, has that nano available. Guxue will be ready to receive it, and in he goes. Yubi quickly tries to get out with a TP, but he's going to be knocked away from it and into the line of sight of Shy. Quartz is in trouble. Kinetic Grasp won't save you when Guxue comes to call.
Guxue gets powered up. Sermajet might make it out.
Margin gets away. Look at the clock.
Yeah, KSA is playing for like this fight. You're gonna have everything, right? You're playing for this type of fight. You lose this, you're in a world of trouble.
No immortality field here, so if there is a big gravitic flux, it's very hard for the team for China to counter. Yubi wants to TP away here, the rest of his team going to be left upon. No, look how low they are. It's got to be an immortality field already early in the fight, and Shy has already found Sir Margit. Simwall's in play. Shy going to wait it out, but that's dangerous. Oh, here comes Guxue. What goes up must come down. And so too do the hopes of Saudi Arabia winning that fight. But Matt, you said that was the fight to win.
They didn't invest heavy. They did not invest heavy.
Silver lining.
Yeah, they end up using their sim wall. They end up using their gravitic flux. Nothing to do with this blade, though. You're probably looking at like the captive sun and trying to kill Leave as fast as possible.
You heard the announcer. 60 seconds left. Shy copying a lot of poke damage. This will force him off the angle for now. Healing pylon down. Monk would have been a juicy target, but Margit cannot line him up there. Here comes the captive sun. Margit is hunting. It's going to be Shy connected with now. He's going to try and hold on, but he gets picked off. Shy with the storm arrows can't take down that airborne Iliari. It's going to be Quartz with the overclock. This should be enough for Saudi Arabia to push on in here. Guxue very low. Team for China are going to have to give this up.
Yeah, and I mean, it comes down to the wire at the end, but KSA desperately needed that first checkpoint, and they get it at the end. I like the idea. Captive Sun, go over to the high ground. You need one pick, get an advantage. Now look at this, you see the TP, you get that high ground. Maybe you get the, now Quartz can get set up there. Deny some of this from Shy.
Shy can contest it by climbing, of course.
That is a turret. Like, wait, what?
Yeah, healing pylon also down. Speaking of deployables, that's a big one. Guxue though, how does he get out of this? He doesn't have Meteor Strike. He doesn't have any healing. The nano is important for sure. KSA knocked against the gap in the wall, and that's a lot of damage that he wouldn't otherwise have had. Hey, think about it, Guxue. He goes for it. Quartz takes a ton of damage from that as well, and Guxue's going to jump on out to punch back in. Disrupt the shot. Quartz trying to buy himself some breathing room, but Guxue doesn't want to let him gasp for that air. Monk in the flux. Doesn't have a good ending, folks, I'm sorry.
And they had lost Lengsa at the beginning of that previous fight. So now you're staggering out supports, right? Lengsa not enough to keep everybody alive. So you're gonna have to back up a little bit. Picks here would be massive for KSA.
Quartz gives up the game to Shy, though. He reveals himself from that very obscure angle. Gives the Hanzo a chance to respond and reposition now. The team for China are playing passively for a moment. They need Guxue, who's back on the Winston.
Yeah, it's so interesting. So this is a lot like Blizzard World.
Leave is creeping through the saloon right now. Try not to give away his position. Shy trying to climb up. Even Martin might have him with a couple of shots. Shy is dicing with death here. Great whip shot from Lengsa to knock Sir Martin, of course, and Guxue is very low. Another captive sun could be devastating. It's Monk again, and Yubi finishes him off. Martin is unstoppable until Shy turns up at the very least. Still, Saudi Arabia have got everything they need here to take this fight away. And it's just shy, slowed up by the turrets. Saudi Arabia have a crack at finishing the map.
Yeah, as they get that second checkpoint. Route 66, it feels like a little bit you're playing with house money now, right? As you head towards this end of the map. Gushue gets off of that Winston just for a little bit. Now back, I think the Doom looks way better than the Winston. I don't think you're able to live.
It's not comfortable for the team from China.
Since Surasa, nothing has been comfortable.
Cortez switches back off the Bastion, looking to counter the Winston there. Lead, this is awkward. No dash right now. 5 seconds away from it, so wouldn't have been able to run. Oh, Shy! What a pick! What a moment to find it!
They do have to use Rally to like keep him alive, right? I mean, he has one shot, you be using the TP to get within line of sight. They have to use that Rally and the shield to keep him up, so.
We might have our first legitimate Dragon Blade of this map though. With a nano boost.
Yeah.
The rest for Leave have unfortunately not been able to achieve too much. Leave on deflect duty.
I think they're just waiting for the right moment. Oh, now they go.
They've lost Shine, they're going to go for it anyway. To the victor goes the spoils. Lee wants to try and take this into his own hands. That's 2. And that might be enough here. Can't block that one. Sorry, son. Accretion crashes in.
That's both supports that go down for KSA.
1 minute.
Yeah, they back up just a little bit. That is the nano boost and the blade gun. You've got them to use everything. They're just kind of pooling KSA for these big fights.
Again, patience here from KSA. It's going to be Monk getting caught inside that flux, and there is no escape. There's no counterplay with this team from China composition. Gushue is struggling. He's not getting out of that one alive.
But how big is that?
Left.
How big is that? We look at the team from China. They have to use 2-3 ultimates to win these fights. You use just a flux, you get 1 support. Now look at this, the potential for staggers.
Lengster might not be able to get away still. Trying to head up to that high ground, but there's a TP to try and chase him down. The Brick's in trouble. Nice double Bionate. Don't land. They're going to get caught by that. A Monk gets the solo kill. He'll struggle with Marjet though, and he wins it. Monk fights too. Unreal. And that might be enough. Another Bionate to keep him alive, but he extends too far into Yubi's position. Lee though can finish the job. Quartz now with an overclock from the high ground and try and finish the map here for Saudi Arabia. But Gushue's back on the Winston again. He's taken so much damage from KSA, but it's the time. Was it enough? What? It was not. Saudi Arabia streak over the line.
A map completion from where we were at the beginning, where it looks like that you're potentially not even going to get that first checkpoint. Not only do you get that, not only do you finish checkpoint B, you run it all the way down. No time in the bank, but still, you can, with the way that KSA has set this up, right? They've been like pooling these ultimates for these fights. You can play clock here for a lot of this, right? Dude, a reverse sweep here. That's one way to do it.
I thought we'd had our fill of those today, but here we are. Let's have a look at this 4K. This is towards the end of the round, mind you.
That is like a pixel over the payload there.
That is massive. That stall attempt from Gushue. He tries to dance that bubble. But the numbers are there for Saudi Arabia. So get a map completion is huge. If the team from China do it too, of course, we get an extension, we go once more. But right now, Saudi Arabia can take it here by preventing China from finishing the map.
And they're not going to play close. Typically, we see teams play close here, you know, at the start of some of these rounds with the composition that they want to play. They want to play distance. They want to play range. As Shy manning the Hanzo yet again.
Still going for it. Feast or famine map when he gets those picks. It looks incredible. When he gets shut down or dove or forced away, not so much. Very defensive setup in that high ground. Lee figuring that out just now with those 3 turrets tickling at him. They're cleared pretty easy by Gushue. He's not even bothering with the Doomfist here.
Now there's no need to, right? deny some of these players like entry into that choke, right? Oh, what a prediction! That is sick.
Sweep the leg. Great accretion there from KSA, getting rid of the biggest threat in a long fight in the Han zone. Oh, buddy, they're turning tail.
Just the tracking there, though, and knowing where Shy is going to end up, that is a sick accretion. And Shy, already done, going to go to the Sojourn.
You can't counter Guxue's pick on defense here, though, if you're Quartz. You're stuck on the Sojourn and not the Bastion. So that's an opening here for the team from China. Shy's got to clear that healing turret, he does. Doesn't take too much of a risk to do so either. A glancing boat for the high ground, though. Quartz is keeping him honest here. Very quickly, he'll be given one heal pack. And there goes Guxue to the high ground, but Yubi intercepts lead. KSA still a problem. He hasn't been shifted off that high ground. At least Shy makes it honest. 4 versus 4. Guxue looking now for Lambda, who has an Ant Matrix build up, but Shy is hitting. He's hitting diff.
Yeah, Zlata's just going to use that Ant Matrix, but I think it's going to go for nothing here. As KSA and Quartz up on the high ground. Quartz gets forced down. So that will be the team from China taking that first checkpoint. Do you think we see Quartz switch here? I actually don't think you do. The Bastion is a bit better, but I think you need that verticality and that high ground control that Sojourn provides.
And that may be why the team from China chose this map. Less comfortable for Bastion, at least until the end of the map. But having a big time bank going into the third phase here for the team from China, that's a scary prospect. Here's a TP play to wrap on that left-hand side of the screen. But Shy gets on out. And here comes Guxue now to the high ground. KSA about to get punished for that one. Immortality field felled. Monk fighting KSA now and Shy again. Another hit with the railgun. He's on fire. And the team from China won't be denied.
No, as they are making fast progress with the payload. So get underneath the bridge. You'll have another fight here for KSA as Shy gets really low. So, what you have an overclock for Shy? Like, if there's a TP, right? Look for him to, like, pop that, pre-fire it, potentially.
Again, that TP to get across here. Captive stun for Sumajit. Shy might be good enough here. A couple of shots and he'll have the Sojourn, but again, both players with that hit scan damage. Margin forced off the angle. It's a random backhand from Guxue, who collars the Iliari in midair. Now KSA gets brought down as well. This is a new level. Another gear for the team from China. And they're going to have a truly massive time bank.
Okay, so now this is a decision I actually do like. So we're going to switch to the Bastion here towards the end because there's not a lot of high ground here, but Guxue reads this perfectly. He's going to go back over to the Doom. So
the Winston pick got you a 4-minute time bank. You've got to be happy with that. Up goes Guxue here, knocking KSA back. Another pick, it's Shy. Once more. And on a Baptiste as well. You couldn't write it any better for the team from China. They are going to keep the march going.
Get rid of that TP, prevent anybody from closing the gap. Bastion splash damage coming on through, but good progress already.
They've got to do something about this Sojourn. Finally, Martin.
What a shot.
What a big headshot. That is going to relieve so much pressure here. Leaf has the deflect, but holds on to it. And he gets the Bastion kill. Maybe they were hoping he builds play, but he's nowhere near. It's Margin again. The nastiest pair of hands to hold that Iliari. Make no mistake.
Support, by the way. Yep. C comes through, picks up some kills as a damage dealer. You're still just burning clock here for KSA, right? You still have the advantage of you finish the map, so definitely not over just yet. This is a really tough map to complete.
Shy looking for Lambda to expose himself with those exo boots. Maybe an easy kill to line up. A lot of sim turrets on that left side. They had to be cleared, but Doomfist doesn't do it as easily as Winston. It'll be Shy instead. Here's that play. No mana that was used earlier on. Here it's going to be Monk going down. The deflect of the Captain's Son. But what else for Lee? He can't find anything else, and nobody can pop the debuff on Margin.
And Legend finds Guxue yet again as... Look, there's this map is difficult to complete because how narrow this choke is. Like, you're going to be able to get value out of the Bastion, it feels like, all the time. Consistent damage, tougher sight lines to be able to get, like, Shy these, like, sick railgun connections. Really good area for Sigma as well.
Good angle for Shy. Lambda has to go for an immortality field. Now you have to work out a new game plan if you're the team from China. How do you exploit the lack of that cooldown? I don't think Shy expects this. They're chasing him on the flank. 14 HP. Uh-oh. The barrage comes in. Shy, can he get out? Yes, he gets a mega health pack, the mini rather. Oh, no! They couldn't get Shy out in one piece. So now lead. Doucheway having to try and stand tall. The Monk is already down. We are bleeding some serious clock here. 2 minutes to play.
Yeah, Gushue is going to have to use that Meteor Strike to get out, so not even going to use it for a kill. This will be the toughest fight for KSA. Double support ult for the team for China, and KSA only has that Gravitic Flux.
Shy got off the boil in the last couple of minutes. Compared to how we looked at the start of this round, the start of this phase. Yubi in trouble though. Immortality field has to be expended. Gushue should be happy with that. But he wants to chase the sim, put the pressure down, make it hard for Yubi to get around the map. Now towards KSA, Gravitic Flux. Monk is able to get out of that one. It got interrupted. Martin now with a captive start, but that's the kill and lap that you're looking for. The Baptiste now down. And like dominoes, the Saudi Arabian team falls.
Yes, Quartz goes over to the Sojourn here for the end. Langsa will have to find his way back in the fight. Leave with a Dragon Blade though. Could help them complete the map. We're going to see a Diva swap.
KSA on the Diva. And all of a sudden, the team trying to back up.
They're waiting for Linksa. They got to get Linksa back in here.
They get a measure of the situation, and here's that play. Captive Stun, though. Lee can't chase the Iliari. He's up in the rafters, but Shy does the job for him. It's a 1-for-1, though. Shy has to give it up as he's looking aloft. UV not getting out of that one. The rocket punch from Gushue can't be protected from. Lee doesn't expect to be accosted by Quartz here when he loses out. 37 seconds left in the round here. Gushue with the Meteor Strike, but look at that health pool. He cannot commit. He needs Monk to get him back in the fight.
And Marjay comes back on the Kuriko, so gonna get right back into the fight as they can play that sim wall available, and you're probably gonna get an overclock here from Quartz. He's been so good. Will this overclock decide it?
Gushue power blocking there. Quartz picked up. Shy snaps him up in an instant, but still KSA is a big body on the point. Margin is down. You've got one healer, one DPS, one shot to stop the team from China. And here comes Lee. Now he's going to deal with the stalling body of the Diva. The D-suit is there. Now they're on the push. There'll be more stall. Kiriko going to try and push out with Quartz here, but Quartz is knocked into this team. And we're going to do it again with 1 minute. One more time.
Both teams finish the map. No time bank for either, so chug another minute on the clock. The team from China clutch up in the end.
What can you reasonably get done with a minute in overtime on Route 66 as an attacker?
I mean, you need 2 fights to take first checkpoint, right? So you think if you play it correctly, you're at an OT, like right at the corner of Big Earls, right? Like you're in OT early. You may not see either team push this very far.
Do the team from China take a close fight here to try and get 2 full ones?
It feels a bit risky because you don't know, right? They can come out and play Bastion off the rip. They can come out and do, you know, a few different things here. Right, you know, you play close. A rail shot and an Ilari shot kills Leave, Shy, Gushue. I mean, pretty much everybody on the team, right? You cannot afford for that to happen.
He doesn't get any closer than this, folks. Map 5, overtime. The minimum 1 minute for both teams to get as far through Route 66 as they can. Nobody can teach you how to act, how to feel, how to play when you're in this spot.
It'll be the team from China playing up on that high ground on the bridge. So they don't want to take a fight close, per se, right outside the spawn door, but they want to take one before this first corner.
Leave deflecting much of that oncoming fire. Quartz tentatively here, not overextending. The disruptor shot slows him down.
He had like 90 charge, ends up losing some of it.
Another healing pylon down for Martin. Kinetic grasp here for KSA, as he'll be forced back. Leave though 1 HP, that's a big kill. 5 versus 4 now, and Saudi Arabia starting to build ahead of steam. Healing pylon above that exit that should be removed here. But a TP now to allow Saudi Arabia to reposition. There's going to be a Bayonet on the 2. Lengths are down. Monk the next to fall.
With both supports.
Guxue's in trouble, Matt. He can't stay alive. It's just shy. It's just shy.
Here's the worst part about this. The team from China doesn't take a fight close. They don't take one far enough back to give a good advantage. So now you put yourself in a position where you're not going to get a second fight. That's the worst part about this. KSA has to stay on the payload. We saw this earlier today in this spot. Has to keep it contested. But that is a huge accomplishment right there, getting that first checkpoint.
Team from China, they are scared. You have to feel there's a sense of panic setting in. You alluded to it a couple of maps ago. And now more than ever, they need to compose themselves. Find a way to shake Saudi Arabia off the cart.
And Marjet already with that captive son.
He lets it go. Where's it headed? Back towards his team. He tried to get Guxue. He was diving with the nano boost, but he doesn't connect. Meteor Strike comes in. Lambda desperately trying to get over. Marjet is stunned. Guxue for 3. And that's going to be it. That's as far as Saudi Arabia will push.
And it's a tough situation for Marjet to be in with that captive son. We saw he had it deflected by Leave before. Sees that Leave's got the deflect up. He's kind of like running out of the ultimate. Like, you got to pop it somewhere. Knows that Guxue is around the corner, goes for it. So tries to just capture him at the end.
So if you've got a seat now, you might not want to give it up, as after this, we will be experiencing the phenom that is Le Seraphim live here from BlizzCon. We're at capacity right now, so don't move your butt. 1 minute for Saudi Arabia, they get a checkpoint. It's a big deal. Let's not downplay it.
No, it's massive because they can drag the fights are going to go longer, right? With their comp, like, you're going to drag these fights out. I think you kind of play a little bit of bully ball if you're KSA right at that first corner. Do not back off that first corner. Even if you lose that fight there, you're going to get the next one. Let's take a look at this replay.
The dive here for the team from China.
Yeah, so see, he goes around that left side, sees that Leave is there, and turns to try and put it on Guxue, but yeah, he gets right up into that Meteor Strike. Nothing
the punch,
to do there.
The hitbox of the punch actually catches Marjet from below. It just clips him and stuns him there. I don't think Guxue was playing for that. He doesn't realize Marjet is doubling back like that. Crazy stuff. They're not playing on the corner map, but they do have a TP up.
No, they're going to play from Big Earls probably now. Sit up top here. Maybe you were thinking about, like, okay, you can kind of like TP from side to side here. A early pick for KSA would be huge.
Might be over there, but look at that bio. What great connection already. That immortality field's got to be used. It doesn't mean it's a lost fight for Saudi Arabia, but it's a disadvantage to start with. Marjet is low. He's got to try and outburst away. Guxue is right up in Quartz's face. There's no Bastion to answer this Winston right now. That's got to favor the team from China.
And we're already down to 20 seconds on the clock.
Got to go. Card still lumbering slowly, ponderously around the corner. But it's Leave, the first to fall. Who would have thought? Quartz now has to go to the left-hand side. There's still 2 healers up for China, but Guxue! He feeds himself to the beast! And now Saudi Arabia can bask under the immortality field and bask in the realization that they have gone every step of the way to become your World Cup champions! I can't believe it! Out of nowhere into a date with destiny!
Not only do they win in reverse sweep, taking out the team from China. Mind you, this is KSA 11 through 19, 20th. In 2019, you're not even making it to BlizzCon. Like, you're not close to making it to BlizzCon. A few years later, they are the Overwatch World Cup champions.
It takes a twisted mind to pull off the upsets of World Cup history. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia claim the trophy for themselves, heralding perhaps a new era in Overwatch esports.
And we thought that the Sigma would win out against Dive. The team from China They have been running that all tournament long. People couldn't run the Sigma against it. They couldn't play against it. We thought KSA, potentially the strongest team playing those comps, and that proved to be true. They battled back in a huge way.
So Margin may be the greatest Iliari player in the world right now. These players have been battling it out in contenders under that Twisted Minds banner. They have been dominant, make no mistake, but not getting a chance to play at the top level. Now you've seen what this region can produce.
And the team from China, second. Again. In time again. This time to an unlikely opponent, right? You thought, a lot of people said maybe KSA could surprise some people. Finish top 4, finish top 8.
Maybe get up one map against the team from China.
To win the whole thing is unreal. What a run.
Is this the greatest upset we've ever seen in a championship game?
It would have to. Over the course of an entire tournament, we have been here with the Overwatch World Cup for qualifiers, for groups. This has been months and months in the making. And they were a team that everybody was talking about as, you know, it's a feel-good story, right? It's nice to see, you know, them make it to BlizzCon. And really, that's kind of where people thought their journey would end, right? Make it to BlizzCon. You probably, you know, lose early in the bracket. But not only do they win early on, they win late when it matters.
Not in all of my 8 years of covering this game have I seen a sight like this. Let's add some words to the images now and head down here from Golden Boy with the victors.
BlizzCon, your Overwatch World Cup champions, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia! Unbelievable performance and oh, you sly devil, a reverse sweep, you absolute madman. Amir Surmajed, congratulations on the win. First things first, I want to get this out of the way. You know, you guys made history, but beforehand you told me 3-1, and instead it ended up being 3-2. So how does it feel to be a liar?
I mean, I just want to make it fun, honestly. We just want like more content for the players and everyone and the fans.
I respect that, buddy. I respect that. Coach Willie, come over here, my friend. Congratulations. You coached your team to a World Cup championship. Surmajed, stick with me right over here, baby. Hang out, hang out, hang out. Now, this is a monumental achievement, not just for you guys, but for Saudi Arabian esports. So what does this win mean for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and esports fans in that region?
It's hard to say how much I like, oh my God. I can't say how much I'm happy. I can't even describe how much I'm happy. Right now.
You deserve it.
Yeah, when I see all of fans, when they cheer for us, and the Prince, Faisal bin Bender, just came here for us, to cheering for us. Guys, why we don't dream? We dream it and we make it true. It came true now. Saudi Arabia is the champion of the World Cup of Overwatch. We made it, we made it, we made it!
They made it indeed. Folks, this is your moment. And once again, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are your Overwatch World Cup champions. Make sure you stick around if you're here for the La Seraphim concert. We'll have seating in a moment, and it's going to be starting off in just a little bit. But for now, let's send it over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Alex. Wow, wow, wow. What a day of Overwatch we got treated to. What a World Cup this has been. And we want to take a trip down memory lane. We're currently setting up the medal ceremony. So once more, we will be honoring all 3 teams which made the top. So definitely stick around to cheer them on. And once more, give them the credit that is due. But let's talk about this absolute dream run from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and China. What a heartbreak it must be to once again, for the 3rd time, coming in that second place. Wow.
Saudi Arabia?
I know.
Go on a run?
I
mean, an unbelievable upset in Overwatch esports history. This is by far the biggest upset we have ever seen. We knew that there'd be a good team. Obviously, they were really successful in European contenders. But to beat out teams, like the team from China, to win it all, this was so unlikely. I can't put into words just like how an amazing feat this is for their region.
We need to reiterate what players are on these teams, right? As you just said, it is a European Contenders team, and Jake, they're going up against an almost stacked roster, which has been playing in the Overwatch League all season long. So, wow.
Well, so sometimes, you know, David stands over Goliath with only a sling in their hand.
My.
And for me, I think there is no better metaphor.
He was waiting all day to use this one.
There is no better metaphor. I mean, really, that's what this match was. This was team from China coming out to an early 2-0 lead, looking like the stronger team, looking untouchable. But the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, first it's one map, right? Okay, that's just your grit. That's your determinants. You know, let's make this a good fight. Then it's 2. You've tied it up. You're starting to put the fear into their hearts. Then you win it in overtime on the final map, proving that you are the better team. It's no longer a fluke. For me, this is an incredible performance. I think every player on this team from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, from front to back, they're all going to be on the map of Overwatch esports after this win.
Wow.
And putting their whole region behind them. I mean, this is momentous for so many reasons. So I'm getting emotional, honestly, with how much these players must be feeling right now.
I think what Golden Boy said about this being a monumental achievement is the best way to put it. Guys, you guys remember when we were talking about who the strongest teams were in the group stages? We were talking about USA, South Korea, team from China. Like you said, Johnny, we knew the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was going to be good, but not this good. Maybe they weren't the David. They were the Goliath, and we were wrong.
Yeah, after this, we'll have to call them that. But
yeah, they're the Goliath.
Maybe it was Goliath going up against Goliath. Maybe it was just that. That's what we witnessed today. And honestly, the same can be said about each and every single match we saw. Today, and I'm just going to say that without a doubt, was the most competitive day we had in Overwatch history, hands down. How often have we seen not one, not two, not 3, but 4 matches going to map 5, the last one going to OT nonetheless? Like, what?
Third place match went to OT on Circuit Real too. I mean, it's unbelievable stuff. Finland almost reverse swept Saudi Arabia, who ended up beating out. What? It's just been an unbelievable day of Overwatch.
Greatest day of Overwatch. Greatest day of my life, maybe.
Down. Yeah, no, my heart is full. It's out of control. My heart is full. I couldn't have done it without all of you. So once again, thanks to our desk squad for breaking down all of the action throughout the group stages and of course here at BlizzCon as well. And we are now ready to honor our top 3 teams. So we send it down to Golden Boy for the medal ceremony. Omen, Game Live.
Time for our medal ceremony and to award the players who fought bravely, who fought with their heart here at BlizzCon. And let's go ahead and bring out your bronze medalists. Please put your hands together for Team Finland.
Finland, I mean, what a miracle run from them. Yes, it is a bronze medal, but still a best ever result for them. Coming up against Titans, time and time again, pushing them to the limit, proving that they are no weaklings. They are no team to be taken lightly. What an incredible result for them. I think these players should be incredibly proud. Facing down South Korea and winning.
Yeah, that revenge match, I'm sure they really wanted it, and I know they're happy with that result. But like I said before, this might be a bronze medal, but if you really think about it, they're the 3rd best team in the world in Overwatch. Yeah, and that's a big statement.
The opportunity to highlight some of these amazing players, you know, stood out really individually. It's been a great feat for Team Finland.
Once again, give it up for Team Finland, your bronze medalists. Make your way down to the left side of the stage, if y'all don't mind. Thank you. Yep. Thank you, thank you. And now it is time to bring out your silver medal finalists. Welcome to the stage, the team from China!
You gotta say, a heartbreaking loss from the team from China once more. But they always come through in the World Cup here, competing at the very highest level, this time ending second, so close to earning that gold medal. But still, I mean, this is a powerhouse of a team here, Jake.
As much as it hurts, as much as these guys came and they fought so hard, so bravely for gold, I still think what an incredible result for them, proving that their region still hosts some of the best Overwatch players around. They made their style work. In the end, they were the ones playing off meta. They were the ones bending the tournament to their will.
They're honestly the best dive team in the Overwatch World Cup. And
No
honestly,
question,
if you're a fan of team from China, you should be proud because they did not go down. You know, they fought all the way to the end.
Once again, put your hands together for the team from China! Please make your way over here if you don't mind. Thank you so much. And now it's time to bring up your gold medal finalists and the winners of the Overwatch World Cup, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia!
I don't know, guys. I just have to say, this team just went above and beyond everyone's expectation. First time seeing an Overwatch World Cup, you know, in BlizzCon, and they got the first place. They are the best team in Overwatch World Cup.
Magnificent performance from these guys. They should stand tall and proud, representing their region so incredibly well, fighting back from a down 0-2 situation against a fearsome team from China to take the gold medal of reverse. This is an incredible capstone to one of the greatest days of Overwatch I've ever had the pleasure to be a part of.
The heart, the spirit of this team, unbelievable.
Once again, the winners of the Overwatch World Cup, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia! Gentlemen, gold medals are yours. Lift that trophy, and one more time, your winners. Thank you so much for joining us here for the Overwatch World Cup. Thank you so much for joining us here at BlizzCon. There's more to come. The La Seraphine concert coming right up. But for now, the day belongs to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
내가 뜨거운 두 shoes 무슨 말이 더 필요해 무심한 내가 걸어온 career I got you right till I die die 더 높이 가줄게 내가 바랬던 세계 제일 위에 떨어져도 돼 I'm anti-fragile anti-fragile 난 지금 on my way 갚아버려줘 너의 fairy tale Now you know my name I'm anti-fragile 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 fragile anti-fragile 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 we can break it baby rock it twist it lock it baby all I know is you can't chain me cause I'm gonna break out gonna break out go we can break it baby rock it twist it lock it baby all I know is you can't chain me cause I'm gonna break out 더 높이 가줄게 내가 바랬던 세계 제일 위에 떨어져도 돼 I'm anti-fragile anti-fragile 난 지금 on my way 갚아버려줘 너의 fairy tale Now you know my name I'm anti-fragile 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 fragile anti-fragile anti-fragile fragile anti-fragile anti-fragile
Now we are Seraphim! Hello, BlizzCon! The couple is here! It's such an honor to be here at the BlizzCon 2023. Should we introduce ourselves? Yeah. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Taewon.
Hi everyone, my name is Yoonjin. Hi, I'm Kazuha. Konnichiwa, Kazuha desu.
Hi, I'm Sakura. おはようございます。Sakura です。
Hi, I'm Eunchen. 온라인으로 보고 계신 팬분들도 오늘 무대 같이 즐겨봐요. Wow, you guys are on fire tonight. So hot. Yeah, we have to say we're really, really proud to be here to perform the finale at BlizzCon 2023. So thank you guys so much for having us tonight.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. So we have a lot of amazing performances in store for you guys tonight. So please enjoy till the end.
All right, let's keep up the energy for our next performance. Are you guys ready? Okay, let's break it down. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
know it's you 찬란한 불빛 이대의 무기 오늘 양같이 Let's act a fool 컷없이 do it 영화 선물이야 웃음으로 모두 Coming like 너와 있으나 unstoppable Impossible 이리 와 같이 가 I will make a move 삶을 같이 go 겁도 없이 fall 시작해버렸어 머리 어깨 move 너의 눈꺼인 너의 모든 게 좋은 걸 빠지고 싶은 걸 Talking about you Talking about us And talking about you and I You and I You and I You and I about you Talking about us And talking about you and I You and I You and I You and I Four seasons 내 기분 웃고 싸우고 싶은 기분 Alright like that 그들은 하늘은 다 차가운 새 하지만 차가워 하지만 어두워 어디서도 이건 됐어 그냥 뛰어들어가 Coming go like my problem. 같이 가자. I won't make a move. 삶을 같이 go. 겁도 없이 fall in love. 시작해버렸어. 우리 어깨 지금 너의 눈코입 너의 모든 게 좋은 걸 빠지고 싶은 걸 Talking about you Talking about us And talking about you and I You and I You and I Talking about you Talking about us Talking about you and I You and I You and I You and I
Make some noise!
정작 완벽한 바야 술에 얽힌 fantasy 발칙하게 시작해낸 fire 누구든 필요 없잖아 Fake wings 내 손으로 tear up Time's up 두 발이 닿는 순간 Just wanna live a real life 솔직한 내 목소리를 들어줘 Feeling 이 순간 떨어져 down to earth I'm no freaking angel I'm no freaking goddess 난 나일 뿐이야
actually our favorite song to perform in concert. So hopefully it was all very enjoyable for you guys too. How was it?
Awesome! Hey, amazing! We have one more important song left this beautiful night. But before we get into it, let's go around and share our thoughts on tonight's performance. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Well, thank you first of all for your warm welcome, and thank you so much for having so much fun with us tonight. We do have a few more songs prepared, so please enjoy till the end. And maybe tonight's the first time you've ever heard of Le Seraphim, so hopefully you go home, you know, with a couple of our songs in your head, you know? Thank you. Love you.
I was so happy that I could be here with you tonight. And I was really happy that we were able to tell you our story in our music video collaboration with Overwatch 2. Please look forward to our future music.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for having a fun with us. Hope you enjoy until the end. I love you.
As a gamer myself, it was very meaningful to be here tonight. Thank you so much for being here with us. I hope that we can get to see you more often. Thank you.
Thank you every one of you who are watching online, and everyone here too. Thank you so much for having fun with us. Enjoy the rest of our show.
Right. Our next song is what made us want to come here.
Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming that some of you guys have already heard the song from Overwatch 2. It was playing earlier, I think. You guys know what it is, right? All right. Well, okay. I think we'll get into it then. Okay. Are you guys ready to spend a perfect night with us? Let's go, girlies.
Let's go.
some more songs to make the most perfect night ever. All right. I know, and I've seen a lot of you guys do the challenge for this song, and we received a lot of love for this song. So let's get information.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's get information.
Okay.
Ooh. And let me put my in-ears in.
I'm so hot.
All right. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Good. All right, here's Eve Psyche and the Bluebeard's wife.
Tell me what you're waiting for, 'cause I know what you wanna do. Picture perfect criminal, a little foreplay, won't burn your pretty face. Know you wanna keep me close, but I got places I wanna go, yeah. Couldn't ever get me more, never hold back, I like it like that. Boom, 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 got my heartbeat bumping. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, 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 now. Boom, 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 got my heartbeat bumping. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Get it like boom 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 boom, get it right boom boom boom. Zoom in, zoom my smile, bigger for the crowd. Shut up now, shut your feelings out. Keep it down, tell me I'm too loud. Better watch your mouth, it comes back around. Hush now, girl, just close your eyes. They tell me never cross the line, yeah. Forbidden for one of mine. Take it up the chain, I know I like that. Boom, 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 got my heartbeat bumping. Get like boom, 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 get like boom, 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 boom now. Boom, 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 got my heartbeat bumping. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Wish for what's forbidden. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Wish for what's forbidden. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. What you waiting for? Show me what you're scared of me for. Far, far. What you looking for? This is who you're waiting for. Waiting for, waiting for. Boom, 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 got my heartbeat bumping. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom now. Boom, 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 got my heartbeat bumping. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Girl, wanna have fun, girl. Girl, wanna have fun, girl. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. Girl, wanna have fun, girl. Girl, wanna have fun, girl. Get it like boom, 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 get it like boom, boom, boom. 사실대로 기억해, unforgiven. Yeah, what you want? 불편함이 깃든 face, wanna shut me out. 사니까 가도 돼, 저는 warriors. 너의 게임은 난 왠지 I'm such a freak, but you got me. Let me tell you about the surfing. 내가 제일 shooting gun like a devil. 어둠 속 불을 켜, 마치 reveling. You're gonna keep breaking rules, gonna give up. Unforgiven, yes, I was bleeding. 힘없이 늘 져야만 했던 삶. But I rise. don't care to shut it down. 나랑 더 넘어가지